out again, so they've really gotten away with one there. That crash could have been so much bigger.
Absolutely could have been so much bigger, and yeah, it clearly did some damage of some form, and that's cost them that time. So yeah, they'll be looking to just get back out there, get up under a run of some sort. They did take a full service though with that, so 40.3 seconds they were stationary for with Blumenkier. So yeah, some work being done there, but clearly not the full repairs that they probably would have needed. But that does promote Drago Racing's Semi-Master Trogan up into 4th place. Now he's lapping similar lap times to the cars in front of him in 2nd and 3rd. So right now I would say your GT3s are pretty much stagnant, to be honest, apart from this battle that we've been watching.
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think there are too many other gaps that are likely to come down, really. GT3, so yeah, I think this is where we are now. I mean, this battle in itself will be interesting to watch, but as I say, I'm not sure that it's going to be a proper fight, really, just for the moment. We saw them on the way towards the book curve there. It's a risky overtaking chance, but fans are not willing to take it. Even as a half chance, he didn't even offer up a nose. He stays behind Rutten through the left-hander, and they stay 2nd and 3rd, these two. Now 1 minute and 7 behind the number 3. Still over 6 hours to go though, and you just never know what can happen here. You really don't. I mean, it's been such an unpredictable race so far. It's hard to predict what's going to happen from now until the finish, although, as you say, I think GT3 is a bit stagnant at the moment. The other classes, though, so interesting. Maybe the Porsche Cup class can be put in the same category as the GT3s, but GT4, no idea who's going to win between SimRC and Chesney Esport. And in TCR, no idea who's going to win between Sherra Esport and WSR Esports. So, really, two remarkable class battles, I think, going to happen there down the field in the other classes, which is what 24-hour racing is all about. If there's no battling in one class, if there's no gaps closing in one class, you just go to another one, and there will be.
I remember we did a broadcast at a venue in North France for an event that was 1,440 minutes long. Not naming the name, and back when we could run it. And we were broadcasting it, and it was one of those times when literally nothing was happening on track, and people were complaining that we were talking about the circuit or about sim racing teams and LAN events and things like that, rather than talking about the racing, because the racing was really important. And it was basically, we brought the track map up and we said, here's the as it was then, LMP1 gap, and it was half a lap. And here's the LMP2 gap, 3/4 of a lap, and then we went, and here's the GTE gap, and it was really close between them, and we went, now the dots are really close, but that's because the leader is about to lap 2nd place. And it was literally nothing was going on, but we got complaints that that there was nothing going on. But that's the nature of sim racing. Viewers wanting to have their favourite team shown. The amount of times that I do see it as well, where people will go, "Oh, can you show this car?" Why? They're driving around on the road, and it's because they're mates, and they just want to get the mate's car on screen.
But normally, yeah. Should have on that particular occasion, should have got some Jake Sperry to do some shouting.
Oh, don't.
Sorry. Sorry.
Everyone remembers that particular incident. Nobody remembers that I was the one who was talking at that point, giving a rundown of LMP2. That happened. Our producer Hugo, the little behind the scenes talk for you folks, our producer Hugo behind the scenes panic moved me out of the commentary booth rather than Jake. I then moved back in, I apologised and just carried on. It's like, right, it's done. We'll move on.
That's a bit
It's
behind
live
the curtain.
broadcasting.
By the way, SimRC have just come out in front of Chesney Esport, but they're on the cold tyres, so Bowser's Palace should be able to get back through again here. We'll keep an eye on this. I did always wonder why it was so silent afterwards, as if I thought you were just stunned into shock yourself. but no, that would make more sense actually.
Back in the old TeamSpeak days. TeamSpeak. There you go.
Oh, there we go. That is a while ago. That's Palace not going to get past Jürgen Frank quite easily here, actually, is he? With even with cold tyres. Here we go now, though. He's going to get the run towards Hatzenbach. Now is there going to be a dive into the Hatzenbach? They go. The two class leaders in GT4. Goodness me, that was close. Bowser's Pala gets in front of Jürgen Frank because he knows that this is such a key moment to use the warm tyres while he's got them and get ahead of SimRC with just over 6 hours to go. The GT4 race is absolutely on.
Well, to borrow a wrestling phrase, business has picked up, folks. That is just suddenly heated right up. The blue touch paper has been lit, and away they go. That one's going to simmer away nicely as that one. Jürgen Frank, an experienced hand in that SimRC team, so he will fight back. He'll be patient. But look at this for second place overall then, GT3. Jonas Rutten in that Falcon Sim Racing Team blue car, and Matteo Kunze in the Williams F1 Team Gaming car. So those two inseparable for the last few laps, and they still carry on. And I have seen Ewan in our part 4 chat on YouTube. Somebody asking, has it rained at all? Very simple answer: no.
No. The spike of probability is about now, though, isn't it? Maybe it's already passed. But there was a spike of probability at 25% on the pre-race forecast.
We've
passed us by
now.
Yeah. So it is going to be a dry addition to this race. We had rain for the very first. Was it last year we had rain for the very first time in this race, or was it the year before? I can't remember now. But anyway, it's a full dry addition this time around. And some teams and drivers are going to be very, very pleased about that. And to a degree I am as well, although it would have been exciting. We've still got plenty of fights out there on the circuit that maybe wouldn't have happened otherwise, because this race has been fully dry. This one, namely, for second in GT3, but also a battle for the win in GT4. Would that be as close if it had rained? I would argue probably not.
But would we have got different teams and different cars involved instead? It's, as the great Murray Walker used to say, if is the biggest word in motorsport. Well, he said that if is the biggest word in Formula 1, but we all know it would mean in motorsport in general. And yeah, it's basically a case of you can have ifs, buts and maybes, and you'll still get 3 different answers at the end of it. So yeah, it's we talk about what we've got now, and what we've got now is tremendous racing at the front of your GT3 field. Well, apart from Cooper Webster, who's waltzing away at the front of them all.
Well, indeed. Although he's 2 or 3 seconds closer than he was this time last lap, so shows the ebb and flow a little bit. Traffic there. He's into the below 8 minutes in this last lap time there, by the way. I don't think this lap time is going to be below 8 minutes, though, based on unless these two are also doing it. So far in this race, the Williams F1 Team Gaming car hasn't gone below 8 minutes on any of these laps. Fastest lap of the race so far, by the way, 7 minutes 58.5 in GT3. That is Thibaut Prevot. Well, it might not have been him, but it's the Blue Mercure Esport team at some point today setting that best lap time. So they have been quick. Unfortunately, not everything going their way in the car 32 here today. So we follow Rutten and Kunze. Haller and Frank are less than a second apart as well for the lead in GT4. So what a fight that is. But again, I look back to 9 hours ago. SimRC was 40 seconds off of Chesney at that stage. Now they're absolutely there. Yes, it's taken them 9 hours to do it, but there's another 6 hours for them to get past and clear. So SimRC might well be favourites for this race from this point on.
I would put down £1. I mean, that's a lot for a Yorkshireman, to be fair. Well, you know what they say about Yorkshiremen? They're like Scottish people, but less generous.
Is that? I've never heard that as a phrase, I must say. I don't associate Yorkshire people with being particularly tight.
Really?
No,
you've obviously not met the right Yorkshire people then.
No, well, no, maybe not. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've not met too many, to be honest. Most recently met them in pubs, so I just assumed that, you know, I didn't particularly see them being tight with money on that evening, you know.
So we've got David Haynes in our production chat saying you're learning new things about the world every broadcast.
That's how it should be, David.
Jack Styles, former RaceSpotTV commentator, in my Twitch chat saying, "Oh, Ewan."
What? Goodness me, why am I... Okay. Just because I want to learn things, I'm getting roasted.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you did roast the entire country of Australia for a while, so it's only fair.
Let's not... Oh, David, I was going to say, let's not bring that back up, because David might not have been listening, but he said he was listening, so... Yeah. That's bad news for me.
I just love everybody equally.
It's not even true, though, just be honest.
I think we should all just get along and be friends. I think everybody should be a winner in this race, Ewan.
Oh, right, okay, now you've gone too far.
I think all the commentators in this broadcast should get a participation award.
Yes, well, you definitely should. I think for the 20 for staying up for 24 hours, which is nearly at an end, by the way.
I'm just going to say this now, whilst I've still got the chance. £855 I've raised for Macmillan Cancer Support.
No, very, very well done, and congrats on the intriguement of actually staying on stream all for 24 hours. By the way, that in itself is an impressive job as well. While commentating with us on a couple of shifts, so no, congrats on that for this year's Nürburgring 24. Are you incentivised to do it again?
No. I did a 24-hour stream 8 years ago, and I obviously forgot how bad it was, because doing it this year, first of all, I'm 8 years older than I was last time. So I'm 42 now. Yeah, I think this is the last time I'm doing a 24-hour stream. This has been brutal. Absolutely brutal. Literally sitting... I mean, I'll be honest with you, Ewan. If it wasn't for me just drinking a can of Monster in this last 2 hour stint, I would have fallen asleep on air.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you didn't. Put it that way. Well, these are the things that got you through, isn't it? I'm honestly not sure I could do it, to be honest. I'm a bit younger than you, but I'm not sure I could do it, even as I am now.
Other energy drinks are available, folks, and drink responsibly and all that.
I've never had an energy drink before. Maybe that's what I'm missing.
Keep it that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I
look at this.
Morgans. Here comes. Oh dear, that's close into Arenberg. Kunze on the inside of Jonas Rutten. Well, I say on the inside, he barely was. And Jonas Rutten wasn't going to give him the space on the inside at Arenberg there, and for the best. But, well, that was close in this battle for second place in GT3.
Oh, great communication there from the M2, actually, then. Did you see that? That was just blinking the brake lights, just modulating the brake pedal so it shows to those other two cars, I'm staying out of your way. That was good communication there from the M2.
We've seen examples of slightly suboptimal communication from slower class traffic over the last couple of hours, but yeah, that was a good example of it. Here with 6 hours to go. And as we run, the Verstappen Sim Racing team still leading, minute and 5 in front of these two, who are properly fighting for second. The other fight is down in GT4, where Bowser's Pala is leading Jürgen Frank, although the gap now 1.5 seconds in this race. Our coverage did not far from coming to an end, Paul. What are you foreseeing for the remainder of this race here, as far as the overall lead is concerned, as far as the other classes are concerned? What are we looking at for the final quarter of this race?
Oh, you mean about the race? I was just thinking about my bed, to be honest. But no, it's GT3. I think this is the most competitive for this particular race. For this particular event, I think this has been the most competitive that we've seen at the front. Even though the overall race leader is almost half a minute ahead. But it's those races elsewhere as well. We've seen it with GT4, we've seen it with TCR as well. How close things are for class as well. So it's been a tremendous race, and hopefully we get that real show-stopping finale. And you never say never around the Nürburgring.
Yes, indeed. You never know what can happen in the final 6 hours of this race, and so much has already happened. As we've said time and again, where people will be joining us all the time as they wake up across Europe, especially this morning. But the number 3 car itself has had a number of problems, including a spin and contact with the wall that lost them at least 30 seconds, dropped them to a minute and a half off the race lead. Before that, they'd had a penalty. In the next 6 hours, many of those things can reoccur. Sven Winter into the pit lane meantime from TCR. I mean, those are the classes I think that are even more unpredictable, really. I think number 3 does hold a stranglehold on this overall lead, but in terms of TCR, GT4, it's a constant ping-pong battle between Scherer and WSR and TCR, and GT4, Chesney are just about clinging on, but they've got a long way to go to hold off SimRC, I feel.
And TCR onto pit road as well, right as we talk about them. So they're on their latest pit stop cycle. And of course, remember that 72 point whatever litre fuel cell for the TCRs, so 85% capacity that they've been given this year. So not able to go the full hour and a half stints like they used to in the past. So iRacing giving them that balanced performance adjustment there to try and just separate them that little bit from the GT4 class. But yeah, it's been tremendous to watch those lead battles elsewhere in the race. It's not just at the GT3s, it's elsewhere in this race.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely fantastic to watch, and I hope you'll stay with us here on the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours for 2026. Exciting final quarter of the race coming up. I am absolutely sure of that. Not only overall, but especially in GT4 TCR as well. The gap in Porsche Cup, by the way, still only 30 seconds. In M2, we have seen Simify pull away a little bit further. They are about to lap the field. They're only a minute or so away from lapping Team RSO in second position. And that's it for myself, Ian O'Leary and Paul Smith here this afternoon, or this morning I should say, on the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours of 2026. You'll be joined after this by Craig King and David Haynes, but first of all, a bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion on the Nürburgring.
has finally risen, and there is 6 hours left to go for the toughest challenge in sim racing as we get ready for the final part of the Nürburgring 24, the iRacing Nürburgring 24. And it's all looking very close in practically all the classes here this morning or this evening, wherever you are. Hello, I am Craig King with David Hayes with me in the booth. You've been watching the battle between the 44 Falcon Sim Racing and that 150 Williams F1 Team Gaming car. And David, it's looking very close. It's been an eventful night. I know you've been watching most of it in all the classes. The GT3's been very interesting overnight. Well, I think David's just having small microphone issues. We got you now, David. We got you 5x5, as they say in America. We're just going to be having a small moment out there. We'll just while we're waiting for David, just to let you know, if you haven't been watching for the last hour, it's been a little bit eventful. If you went to bed about the same time I did, the number 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing was in the lead and then had some eventful moments in the night. Diego Pinto with a speeding penalty into the pit, and then he had a little bit of a spin, a big crash, a miss between him, the number 4 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, and as well, I believe it was the WSR car, the number 6 WSR Esports red car, also getting caught out there, a few laps down now as well, alongside the BMW number 4 and Verstappen Sim Racing, a lap down as well. These drivers been on their own little trajectory. They've been able to continue on, and while they've been able to try and pick up the pieces, unfortunately that number 3 car been very aggressive over the night, and it's in a controlled race after those moments. David?
Yes, how do you find me now? That sounds better, right?
Oh, it's much better. Good morning.
Yes, hello Craig, you're right, GT3, the most numerous class of cars in this race, and the fastest, so they get the most attention, and they've been delivering on it, including this battle for the podium positions, including the number 4 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car overnight, in the very early morning, crashing out of the lead, handing it over to their teammates, who now hold it by that more than 1 minute margin.
They've been holding that battle as well. The Porsche Cup, it's still been a Coanda battle there, 30-second between them. Some interesting developments as well, as you see on the timing tower in the GT4 class, because that's been a fantastic battle overnight, as Seisud has had that lead come down by SimRC. I believe Ewan was saying it was about 40 seconds as they went into the night, and that's been a fantastic drive up the field in GT4. So they're right beside one another on different fuel strategies, different pit strategies as well, as we see them right now. Literally just a second between them, and a second on a track this long is nothing. So one mistake could throw it all apart, and Fiercely Forward's red 2 minutes behind them. So hate to say it, a small incident here, and you might be looking at battling for P3, but at the moment we're hoping, knock on wood, that these drivers get by for the next 6 hours. And this the strategy for the pits could be interesting, because SimRC came in a lap later than the 190, so that's eyes to be keeping on as well for the battles.
Yes, SimRC with a bit of a fuel advantage in this battle, as well as Jürgen Frank and his teammates clearly showing some good pace in the Mercedes at this stage. So either it comes down to the checkered flag falls on the lap in between their pit stops and it's advantage SimRC, or they both make the same number of pit stops to get home, but SimRC get to have one slightly shorter pit stop where they need to take 1 lap less of fuel. I calculated each lap of fuel that you add as being about 8 seconds at the pit stops for these GT4 cars, or well, somewhere between 7 and 9, we'll estimate that. So all of that is something SimRC will know, and so they'll be pretty confident to either sit with Sheza here, or that if they get ahead, they'll be in a fuel advantage situation. And things were pretty close for a little while, 3rd and 4th in this class, particularly in the very early morning. It's now 10:32 a.m. in session. Fiercely Forward Red pulling a little bit further away from RDV competition unity in this class.
Yeah, as we just see the leaders in the pits at the moment, and with a gap of over a minute, they should be able to rejoin back out in the lead, but hoping they don't have to have any additional damage repaired or anything. And we have seen some drivers have some near misses. We've also got the GTR field. No close battles at the moment, but Scher and WSR have a 22-second gap, and that's going to be quite interesting. I know Paul was just catching up on that right away at the start as he was just finishing up. By the way, congratulations, Paul, on the 24-hour stream. I'd be probably in bed right away now, so I don't think he's going to be hearing me say that, but we're all in the booth wishing him all well for what he's done for his 24 hours today, and he gets to have a bit of a rest now, but no rest for the wicked, David. We're still here for the rest of the time. I know you're about to start burning the almost near midnight oil in Australia, but still a little bit of daylight out there.
You need to, I don't know, double check which way the clocks go, but I don't quite feel like midnight oil and my bed's not burning. Top 3 from GT3 on the pit lane there. So Williams F1 Team Gaming and Falcon Sim Racing together, and will be again after these pit stops. Does not look like any driver changes for those 2 cars.
No, they're just keeping on, and is this going to be
it'll be close.
Yeah, it is. I think Falcon might just get that there, and it will indeed. And now it's going to be interesting when it comes to the cold tyre aspect of this fight, because we have seen some drivers lose it on the cold tyres in the last hour or so. The Drago Racing car actually, well, they had the advantage because they're on a different fuel strategy themselves now. They're going extra lap, and they managed to jump these drivers and came to Flugplatz, and the cold tyres decided you can't really do anything on the compression. So there again, they lost a bit of time there, and it was a really good jump for them. Yes.
We also lost the WSR Esports Ferrari a couple of hours ago in GT3. They were on their outlap, relatively cold tyres, and as they got to Flugplatz, the rear let go and they slammed into the Armco at really, really high speed.
Just a little look there from Matteo, thinking may have had a run there out of the Dunlop hairpin up the Schumacher S's, and couldn't really look for it there, and still going to look for it on the cold tyres. Dives in here, and that's all they do come together, and another little tap between the 2 cars. Trying to use the advantage right now to get those tyres heated up. If you can get ahead while in this warming up period, you might be able to do something, and they're still going to be side by side coming down here to the chicane. More bumping between the 2 drivers. Jonas is going to hold this for the Falcon car, but the inside does belong to Williams F1 Team Gaming. Gets onto that, and I wonder now if that's just going to be the only salvo they see this lap. They will have to run down to Arenberg, of course, for a long straight and up to Bravery, but does feel like that's just a little warning salvo there. I don't think Williams were happy they got jumped out the pits.
I hope there's 2 different rules of engagement. One where you bump on the Grand Prix circuit, and another where you give just a little bit more space and respect on the Nordschleifer. But yeah, so close off the pit exit. A little bit of bumping across that. And it is Williams F1 Team Gaming, Matteo Coinzer, who leads Jonas Rutten at the moment.
Yeah, you start to see it now.
I think we were working our way through the classes.
We were indeed. We got to the TCRs, and that little battle happened there as well. The M2 Cup, it's just 2 cars on the same lap at the moment. Simify Esports Orange leading by almost a lap to Team RSO, and almost all the cars are driving here. I think there's only 3 retirements in the M2 Cup car, so it's a little bit of a different story there. But at the end of the day, it's a 24-hour race. You've actually got to make it to 24 hours to say that you won it. So you can't say you won for 22 hours and claim that you did that. I've done that once before. We were winning for 18 hours and we crashed out. We didn't win the race, so it's a big deal. So they still got to get there, and it's not easy out there. We did see a moment earlier going down to Arenberg, the run down to Arenberg, where a Cup car did cause a small incident for, I believe it was the 32 Blumenkurd car. So these are the slowest cars on the circuit, and that doesn't mean that they're going to be the easiest to get past, because even though they are a little bit fast, they are still a little bit of a moving chicane out there.
Yeah, so good for Simify Esports Orange, leading that class, and gridandgo.com Esports 005 crashing out of the lead of that class with what seemed to be technical issues. They're back on track, running in 4th, but unfortunately 6 laps down to their class lead. These are the 2 closest cars on track, what will become 3rd and 4th place when Drago Racing White make their pit stops.
I do wonder about that, though. You've got to think that Drago, with that mistake on the last pit cycle, could have jumped up here with this strategy. They're going a lap longer, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you think about how long this racetrack is, you do have to use a little bit more fuel. I think the TCRs, they're using about 9 liters of fuel, to give you an idea. I know the fuel economy on a BMW GT3 is probably going to be a little bit different to what you see with those TCRs, but you get the idea of how much fuel they're having to burn around here, and following traffic and being on fuel burn, probably a little bit of LICO, as they say nowadays. But we've also got this happening. Coanda Esports, the 08 car, only a 30-second lead. I say only a 30-second lead, but they're leading from the other Coanda car. It's been when you look at it, there's only 11 cars in this class, and 6 of them are still on the lead lap, almost the same number of cars on the lead lap of the GT3s. They've not had it all fair game this race. I know one of the Coanda cars almost caught in a crash, an unfortunate crash with the full risk no push 670 GT4 earlier, so they're trying to also just keep themselves clean as one of the second fastest class, and they're only lapping a few seconds slower than the GT3, so that traffic aspect of the game's going to really play havoc once again when they get to that. But right now Coanda happily just putting the laps in right now as the 08 as Xander Reed just making sure that hits the marks, don't go over the curbs too much, because these cars are gaining quite a bit of air. I don't know if you were seeing it earlier, David. They were basically almost 4 wheels off the road coming to Flugplatz.
Yes, there's a few places that basically everyone but GT3 is getting super airborne. So in the later part of the lap, just before the Stefan Beloff S Flansgarten, you've also got both the M2s and the Porsche Cup cars clearly 2 front wheels in the air. Right here, bottom of screen, they get so much air through that segment, and you've got to place your car so perfectly around that part of the Nordschleife. Constant elevation change, crests, dips, high curbs, and the track goes one way and the other, as you can see on the top of screen now as well.
Yeah, actually, it's one of my favourite parts of the race on the track is that bit down there at Flats Garden, then the Stefan Belos S, or that run down there where you can't see the drop, and then you got to be careful you straight line it, otherwise you will start flying a little bit. But managing to navigate it through, and that's why I'm in the booth, and that's why they're out there, because I don't think I'd be able to survive in a cup car around here as Xander Reed continues on as he comes down the Dottinger. Meanwhile, these drivers here, they've kept it pretty quiet in the GT3s as they've now gone through the carousel up the hill to that section, and as we kind of expected, that little opening salvo in the GT track was just what we saw. There was no run up to the run to Bravery, nothing down at Arenberg, and now as they come to the back straight, I feel that Falcon Sim Racing car just a little bit too far behind. Don't see any damage. It was only just a little bit of paint scraping, but I wonder if that's just them playing it a little bit safe now and going to a fuel strategy. It's Drago Racing, the number 1 car, they've now come into the pit, so they will reset this and back to P2 with Williams F1 Gaming, and Falcon will return into P3 as I said, they're a little bit too far back and they're happy enough to wait.
Things are going to get a little bit odd in that battle as well, because the number 4 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car, Sebastian Job, is a lap down to them, but he's just a little bit quicker at the moment, so he's looking to unlap himself. And Falcon Sim Racing have a decision to make. If we let Job go and then we try to slipstream him, will that help us close the gap? Or if we let him in between, is there a chance that it separates us from Williams F1 Team Gaming, who we are so doggedly trying to pursue here? So there's a risk-reward strategy consideration to be made. You could let that other car unlap itself and then hope that that plays to your advantage.
Yeah, I do wonder what's going to happen there, because remember, if they let Sebastian and that number 4 car go by, that means they're letting the sister car of the leaders just interject in their battle. So that's probably another story they don't want to see. You saw just in that quick picture there, Drago Racing coming out just ahead of the Blue Mercure car. That's only a second and a half gap between those two, and it will come down with Drago Racing trying to get heat into those tyres. So top 5 still technically all in battles. Like I say, that BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing pretty much ahead at the moment. But there you see, this is the problem. You saw it in the rear camera there. We were on board with Jonas Rutten. That is a very hard charging blue and red Verstappen Sim Racing car. And it does feel like, I don't think they're going to bother trying to let them through. I don't even know if Sebastian wants to let to go through at the moment. It would help the team out, like I was saying, but it does feel like right now they just want to hit their marks, hit their lines, and they've got a 30-second lead to Solpeck behind them. They are trying to catch up to Stint 1, who's a minute ahead of them, but they can do that in any other way. As, by the way, that Blue Mercure car and the Drago Racing, as you saw in the timing tower, they did get by. And that's when you're going to keep an eye out, because they can both those cars can still play spoiler to these two cars ahead.
Yeah, so back there, obviously Drago Racing white on the cold tyres, but now have more fuel than Blue Mercure. So when it plays out, I think Drago Racing white will have the advantage, but it makes sense to not force it too hard when you're on slightly offset strategy for the moment. So it's interesting to be on board with the 8th place driver, who I thought was closing quite quickly, but has now maybe backed it off a little bit as he's approached them, and also the tyre temperature has come in for 2nd and 3rd place up the road from him, who are also able to just push a little bit harder than they could a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I do wonder, as we've seen, there is that little battle there between the Drago Racing and the Blue Mercure, and they had a little bit of traffic ahead of them. I believe that was on the Grid and Go. Yeah, it was the Grid and Go M2 car. Didn't really hold them up. They got the overtake done, and then just getting around that 005. And then on to the green hell, as they say, as I believe it's kind of similar to what we saw with these two cars at the front, the Williams F1 Team Gaming, the Falcon Sim Racing team, as around we go once again. And now, really, you're at this stage of the race. Remember, a lot of these cars, a lot of these teams, free driver combinations. Fatigue's going to be kicking in if you haven't slept. I know some people haven't slept today. I would be surprised if anybody but Paul Smith has done the all-nighter watching the entire 24 hours of this race. But if you are just in that car right now, you've got to get some sort of rest, and you're not going to get a lot. I wonder if fatigue's going to start playing into these cars. We've seen it in the last hour. I'll never say never, because there's still 5.5 hours to go.
We've also seen a lot of teams, as they go through their drivers, some vastly disparate flags appear. So there's European drivers, Australian drivers, American drivers, and quite a few teams that are composed of people from different places around the world. Try to maximize, who's in the car at a time that's good for them, and use the offset time zones to their advantage. That includes your race leader, where Cooper Webster of Australia is behind the wheel at the moment. Cody Deeth in the Door Esports 4th in Porsche Cup from Australia. He was a New Zealander out there at one point, but not right now.
No Australians. I'll tell you what, granted, it's more of a casual aspect for me when doing one of these endurance races, and we do it with more than just free drivers, because we're all just want to get there and say we've done it. And I've only once have I been able to do an endurance race, or twice actually, with two people from opposite time zones to us, and that was the best night's sleep I ever got, because even though you're worried if I'm going to wake up if the car's still driving, well, I also knew I didn't need to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get in the car at 4. So to these drivers, they don't get that liberty. That is such a blessing when you've got drivers like that. If you're an all-European team or an all-same time zone team, sorry, to pick out the Oceania drivers, the American drivers, it can be a strain. And that's why you see a lot of the American teams, or Australian teams even, probably go for like one of the earlier time slots just because it just works better. But it's the main time slot, and yeah, if I had a team right now, go on.
The problem for Australians picking this time slot, at some point it's going to be night for you in a 24-hour race. That's how it works. It's a 24-hour race. But the problem for some is that this time slot, the checkered flag will wave at like midnight Sunday night. So it starts getting too close to Monday when this time slot ends in Australia. Checkered flag will wave at 1 a.m. in Auckland, New Zealand. So that's why some of the earlier time slots become preferable, so that you don't call off work to see out the end of the race.
Yeah, I can imagine someone has done the old phone call. Sorry, I can't come in. Yeah. I'd probably just put like cricket or Aussie rules as an excuse. I don't know. You probably could do that. You probably could just say that Hawthorn won a game and sorry, I was partying too hard. I don't know if that works, David, but I'm pretty sure there'd be some people that would probably believe using the Aussie rules excuse over the sim racing excuse, because no one would believe you if you said, sorry, I stayed up until 1 o'clock to watch my team win the 24 hours at the Nürburgring, because they wouldn't understand what you were saying. But I don't know. I'm sure someone's pulled that as an excuse before. I'm not condoning it, though.
Yeah, you just got to find out what sport your boss is a fan of, and then leverage that. Like, oh, sorry, boss, I was up all night watching the PGA Tour, watching EPL, something like that, watching the Pittsburgh Pirates in the MLB. You got to pick out something like that. This is our GT4 lead battle, by the way. Love it.
I thought you just picked that up, being that that's what I'm wearing right now at the moment with the jersey on. As we're seeing Sim RC, this battle has been brewing as well. I tell you what, this summer you could almost say, sorry, I was watching the cricket. I was watching some English players play cricket, but
no, you can't, because all of those games ended too early.
Thank you very much. I was waiting for the Australian insult at the cricket, but here's the GT4. We just saw those, and we're going to see as well the GT3 battle. As there you see the Verstappen M Sim Racing car, Sebastian Joe did get past, and a lot of that was just due to the momentum. The Slipstream there had no choice really to go in, and Isaac Price there in the number 11. Yes, Motorsport's just going to let them by, and then he get past this. So this is actually better for the two leaders here, the Falcon Sim Racing and the Williams F1 Team Gaming, because if they just let Sebastian go, they don't need to worry anymore. And he's done that basically in the virtue of the dotting Ahoa and then the start-finish straight, and it's not affected these drivers. That's the best case scenario for those drivers. I don't know if that's going to help Verstappen Sim Racing out, but well, the key thing is no one's going to get involved in them right now, and that's basically now their own battle. They've unlapped themselves with two of the top three. Can't get themselves close enough to their sister car, however.
Well, what I noticed going into turn one just there, so we take a little bit of a look at the replay of this swap, that Matteo Coenza could have followed the Red Bull Verstappen car through towards turn one and didn't, elected to stay behind the car that they're racing for position. So yeah, Falcon back to second, but Coenza not actually fighting it as hard thereafter compared to what we saw initially on the outlap on the Grand Prix circuit. That confuses me, that they've really had a change of heart about how hard they want to fight for second on track. So this is what I'm talking about. They've got an opportunity to go to the right here and follow the draft of the faster car, but they don't.
Is that as well just a case of, I think that's just playing the percentages more than playing for the winning shots per se. Just make yourself there, because it's still 5.5 hours to go. If that was the final hour, I could see that move definitely happening, but right now we're still in there. When you think about it, we're not even at the length of a regular NEC race, a regular Nürburgring Endurance Championship race on the sim. So you're almost now at the length of a global endurance series race, you know, a 6-hour race. So for most people that don't understand when it comes to endurance racing and iRacing, apart from this, you have your 6-hour races, you've got your 4-hour race of the course. This is something different, and you start to put everything into quarters, and we're in that final quarter now at 6 hours. So you can almost say this is the first half hour of a 6-hour race. Granted, they've been sprint racing for the last 14 hours. So play it safe, and I wonder as well is that the strategy might also be fuel. I don't know if they'll be able to save enough to go an extra lap or save a bit of fuel in the pit stop, but Williams got past Falcon on the pit stops last time. That's a sign that they're pretty much happy to do this, because fuel save fuel, less fuel to be put into the pit, into the tank. Bob's your uncle, and you'll get the lead again, and that, or the lead of this pack again. So that could be the strategy as well. Let's not attack, let's just conserve.
Yeah, I think they're happy to just repeat that, and so instead of needing to take 40 seconds of fuel at the end of every stint, I'll take 39, 38 and a half, make that jump on the lane. Bit of TCR, Honda congestion up the road here. Luckily the road's pretty open and flat out in this part until it tightens up a little bit going into Metzgersfeld. Here you've got that kink before the main braking zone going into the left, and then downhill into the double apex Cullenhard. Sometimes you can get down the inside of someone here, and then it squeezes a little bit as they're aiming for that late apex, and what looked like a bit of space at the first apex tightens at the second.
It's always a corner that catches a lot of drivers out when they're learning. Well, every corner when you're learning this track will catch you out, and you've just got to put yourself in repetition. And thankfully, the two TCRs that they were fighting or getting past were both Sure esports cars, so that also was a little bit handy that you had two teams basically almost communicating with one another that, hey, we've got some cars coming up behind us, let's just play it safe. And communication is key. I know some teams do try to get some communication between each other to let them know what their strategy is, and I wonder if that what happened there with Sebastian in that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car when they came on by. But traffic's hindered the 150 here at the moment. That's not a big deal around here. You just got to make sure you stay within 1.2 seconds for the slipstream, and see on that timing tower, that's what's happening in that GT4 battle. Nothing's happening there. These are the two main battles on track at the moment as they head on up to Bravery. And well, we've seen some moments here already today, but the tyres are warmed up. Most of these moments have been on the cold tyres. Right now, it looks like it's just going to be a plain sail through here. The last thing we want to see is another cold tyre moment.
Yeah, I was watching the speed races as they came up the hill, and Falcon Sim Racing peaked at 249, but Williams F1 following them got 251. So from the left-hand kink at the bottom of the hill, from then on rising up the hill, the following car on the slipstream was about 2 kilometers an hour faster, and that will just, you know, close down one car length, close down another, and you'll get into the next corner just that little bit closer.
But those speed differences aren't going to be a big factor in making moves right now. And I do wonder if that's also the driver. Could it be possible they're not even going full throttle right now? When they're on those straights and following someone, they're not going to be bump drafting because they're not teammates. If they were teammates, I could probably see some bump drafting. But it almost feels like that with that speed difference, because usually at slipstream you can probably get 5 to 10 at best. That sounds like it's a little bit of half throttle, but almost 80% throttle, would you say?
Bluntly, no. The slipstream for the GT3 cars is looking like it's worth about 3 kilometers an hour. It's about 5 or 6 down the Dottingerhor at full throttle for the 992 cars. So while the slipstream's there and some traffic gets in the way, it might break the slipstream.
That was the Falcon GT4 as well. I think just caught a bit too much on the curb there.
Oh, you think that's what happened?
Well, I mean, you can say what you want to say. I can say what I want to. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here.
Yeah, I'm saying what I'm seeing, which is a GT4 car isn't obliged to step aside but they can sometimes make it easier. So the Falcon Sim Racing GT4 probably isn't giving out Christmas presents to GT3 cars that are pursuing their teammates, but I don't mean that to say that the Falcon GT4 did anything wrong. They did everything right. They just didn't extend any generosity beyond that.
I don't think they'll be getting a present for May Day tomorrow. I know that much for sure. No, remember the blue flags are advisory, as you were saying. So yeah, it probably could have just been that. Just look, I'm holding my racing line. You've got to get past me. You're the faster car, and that's usually what happens. But you can see what it's done right now. Williams losing a little bit of that slipstream. They're still within that 1 second, that magic 1 second, as they like to say, as they would say in the old days of F1. Old days now, DRS, but there's no DRS in these cars, and anything can still happen. The ebbs and flows here, and we know that Williams has the pace out there to catch up to Falcon, and they have been doing this, the little bit of the fuel saving behind the Falcon car. So that 1 second, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue on a race like this. On a sprint race, you start worrying, but it's a 24-hour sprint race. A little bit of a difference there. So that 150, I don't think Mateo's going to be too worried in the car. He's going to have a little bit of frustration because he'll probably be saying that was the Falcon GT4, and he's got every right to, as these drivers don't need to have any talk about that.
He might have pronounced it slightly differently when he said the Falcon GT4 got in my way.
Are you implying there might be some expletives in there by any chance, or
the L? The L might have just dropped off and shifted the vowel a tiny bit.
I'm with yes. That could be true. These drivers don't need to worry about that. They'll probably be saying something at the end of the race, definitely. But at this moment, they're pretty much happy to go on. And this has been a fantastic drive in the last few hours for this car, for the Sim RC, because from what I understand, 40 seconds they've made up over time. And since I've been watching back again. I woke up 2 hours ago. Don't ask me why. It was about, they were lapping almost a second faster, and now they're basically matching with Stacia Esports 190. So I do wonder now if they've just neutralized their pace, but they were going a second faster. Both of these cars going a second faster than any other GT4. And it does feel like the pressure should be on that 190 right now, but well, SimRC's not responding to it.
So 4 drivers have driven in the SimRC GT4 there. Jürgen Frank's driving at the moment, but Kieran Harrison, Corentin Ganay and Marvin Strehl have all driven in it. For Shazzy Esports, obviously driving right now is Balázs Pala. They have also had Mate Varga, Martin Pajor and Mate, this is too small on my screen to be able to read it, Mihaldesh. So it's 4 driver lineups from both, and I think it introduces just a little bit more variability. If I had to pick which SimRC driver I reckon is the quickest in that lineup, I'd probably say Corentin Ganay, and so he's probably got a bit more drive time coming up later in the race, and in fact he's driven the most laps of anyone in that car. He's done the most seat time.
Yeah, Kieran Harrison not in the sim either, so probably also suggesting that Kieran needs a bit more sleep. He's probably been burning midnight oil. I've not seen the lap stints or the stint time for those drivers, but 4 drivers gives you that flexibility, especially in this GT4. I feel the last time I did this race, David, was in a GT4. It's challenging. Usually I like being the slower class in a field. It is challenging around here being a slower class, because you have to be a little bit more alert, as both teams coming into the pits now. This is the only time you get a nice breather when you're in a GT4.
It's interesting that
look around.
It's interesting that they're both coming in on the same lap here. There was an offset, but SimRC and Jürgen Frank are following Sheza in. They've got pit stalls not too far apart from each other. And they keep an eye. By about 10 seconds into the stop, it's clear whether or not they're changing drivers. And it looks like probably not. It looks like both drivers are going to stay. This could be a shorter timer stop from SimRC though.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on him, who's going to be going not off the jacks first, but moving away, because they'll be taking the fuel, taking the tyres, and Now they just wait. It's a long old time in the box. It's about a minute, over a minute, cone to cone. As I think the Sim RC might be getting ready to go first. They might even be coming out right in between one another. That's something you see. And yet, actually, that's what's happened. It is a little bit of a jump there for Sim RC, but they are merged in. And I don't know if he's just going to give it up there as Frank decides, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do anything here. He could not get the run out there. And I think that was a strategy to go in early. I don't think they burned too much fuel. Probably could have also been a fact that they burned too much that they couldn't do the extra lap. Let's try and do the cut. They'd saved time, but it not gained them anything apart from just being right on the bumper, and that's where they were about an hour ago. So it's ebbs and flows. They're still there, but I think that those drivers in the 76 would have loved to be ahead.
I think that's what they were aiming for, and it was just a slightly quick stop from both. I've seen other GT4 stops be between sort of 45 to 48 seconds, but what we had was 44 for Sheze Esports leading and 43 for Sim RC behind. So either both of them were carrying a little bit of fuel, or one of them may have short fuels slightly.
Yeah, just a second in between it when they were cone to cone as well, so I do wonder if that's a little bit of strategy. And Ballas, if we see the 190 give up the lead, and I mean give up, not fight for the lead, that could indicate that, yeah, we need to do a little bit of aggressive saving here. It's, oh no! No, as the 76 gets into the back, and that was P2. That was Sim RSO in the M2 Cup. They're rolling again. They're going to be losing a bit of time. Thankfully, not into the barrier. That's a lot of gravel trap to use there. But that could have been a little bit dangerous for both drivers, and that said to me that Sim RC, they really want to get a go on here.
Yeah, getting clumsily into the back of Team RSO's BMW M2. We've seen contact made here before, but I can't see how that's anyone but Sim RC on that one.
Thankfully, the RSO car just coming to a stop before the tyre barrier. So that any damage they're going to have is just a little bit of frustration more than damage. It was just a very light tap, and the car went around as they were going through the Ravenel curve, as they used to call it, around here. But here's the P2, P3 battle in GT3s. You've not missed anything, of course, as you've been able to see on our timing tower. As they've continued on, the traffic's actually opened up a little bit for them as they'll get ready to go around the dotting very shortly. But interestingly enough, I don't know if you paid attention to this. That car is driven by Sebastian Job ahead of them. Is now 4 seconds ahead of these cars. So is this a little game of we want to do a little bit of fuel saving, or is that BMW M Verstappen sim racing car just literally taking more pace out of them? Because that's quite a difference over what, the last 2 laps to gain that much time.
Well, the number 4 is just really quick. Sebastian Job is really quick. This was, at one point, the race-leading car before an incident and damage gave them a meatball flag that required 8 or so minutes of repairs, and then leaving pit lane a little while ago, what seemed like an issue either being stuck in first gear or unable to disengage the pit lane speed limiter seemed to, again, cost them another sort of minute and a half. So there's nothing about that number 4 car that doesn't say speed, except for the fact that they've been delayed by 10 minutes. So them getting past, driving ahead, doesn't surprise me, especially combined with the fact that they're further along in their stint. They had their tyres warmed up earlier when these two were on cold tyres, and they'll also be a little bit lighter as well.
Yeah, I think they pitted, well, technically 2 laps before these cars, but they're a lap down, so kind of a de facto 1 lap difference. But I was just wondering if we were going to see a little bit of a lunge there from Matteo in the 150, but deciding against it. And I always love that old section there, the old Yokohama S, as they used to call it back in the F1 days. As you don't see that a lot nowadays, only in this category of racing, as they use Mercedes Arena. But through they go down the GP circuit, and this is where they've been making, I feel this is where they've been making the time up, because you can't really make a lot of time up on the Green Hell itself. You just have to look for opportunities. I say that different lines coming at that almost double apexing hairpin there, the Dunlop hairpin. And it's interesting as well. 2 BMWs, the top 5, all BMWs, of course. And I do wonder if this is just also going to play into the fuel strategy game, the air game, everything going on with traffic. Very smartly driven as well. But they've got what we got now, lap 138. They've got about another 3 laps, I think it is, on this fuel stint before they come in. And then comes the game again. Can Williams go for the jump once again? And we saw it last time. I think that's what they're just setting themselves up for. It's almost like a game of chess out there right now.
Have also, as they battle each other, got to not lose too much time. Drago Racing White are flying along after their pit stop, currently in 4th place, and only 15 seconds behind. No, 23 seconds behind. But more than a second quicker than Falcon Sim Racing on the last lap. So Drago Racing White are slowly playing themselves back into podium contention after a bizarre issue they seem to have, where I saw, and I do not have confirmation of this, them put wet tyres on, drive 1 lap, and then come back into the pit lane again and put slick tyres on.
I've not heard that. I've not seen that. I can't confirm it. I can't even confirm it, sorry. I'll take your word for it. That does sound it, because people have been asking about the forecast. It stayed dry. It's almost like you're having a day out at Bondi Beach. It's just absolutely bone dry out there today. We did have a chance of rain. It did not materialise. I think it came here in England instead. We had the rain yesterday, so sorry about that, people. We took the rain away from the sim. It's been a dry race, and to be fair, how close it's been, as much as we would have loved to see rain, because I always think that's a fantastic equaliser, this has been quite an interesting race. It's been a very close race in terms of Nürburgring 24 races. When you look at it, basically every class, bar one, it really feels like, is having a close battle between at least 3 or 4 different cars.
Yeah, and it's never sealed until you take the checkered flag on that final lap. There's basically no amount of race lead that is enough to protect you from crashing out on the final lap. So you can position yourself well, but you've got to be flawless all the way for the full duration of the race. And we've seen just little things for everyone. So the BMW and Verstappen sim racing cars losing time in various ways at different points. Drago Racing also dropping back. WSR Esports Ferrari crashing out of a podium position. Drago Racing White somehow hitting themselves twice in 2 laps out of the podium positions. And there was a time these 2 cars were battling for 6th and 7th position. And then cars in front of them kept losing time, crashing, being crashed into, technical problems, and now it's a battle for 2nd and 3rd. They need to continue their run.
Yeah, like I was saying, I was watching last night just as the number 3 car had that black flag for speeding, and that was a very big shock. And I think a lot of people thought, well, that could be the deciding factor. And then the night time, the dangerous time happened, and they always say that's the important time here, and that's what we always talk about. When you're a European, you don't want to go to sleep because you're worried what's going to happen in the middle of the night. And we've seen it IRL in the real world. We've seen it around here. There's no fog out there today to provide a red flag or anything like that. They're able to just keep on driving. But I don't think these cars, when you think about it, Falcon, they're plus 10 for the day. I know there's only 17 cars in the GT3 field, but that's a huge achievement. At the start of the race, I don't even think they would be thinking they'd be here right now into this big battle for basically what could be the finals, the top spot of the podium, because they're only a minute behind the Verstappen sim racing car.
Absolutely. So this is my favourite part of the track here, through Vipperman. All of this fast flowing third gear, fourth gear stuff. A couple of little curbs you can get over, a lot of corners that you're blind turning into. You just got to know how tight it is on the exit and where the curb is here, and then positioning yourself to the other side of the road. Double left-hander where you want to stay left on the exit to open up the right-hander where the car behaves a little weirdly with the elevation change. Another one that sort of tightens late as you go over the crest. The car gets loose and wants to push wide, and Teo Kunze is just managing this and just trying to stay within a second of the car in front to repeat their last stint where they burned fractionally less fuel, needed to put fractionally less in the stop, and brought a 40-second stop down closer to a 38-second stop.
I'm with you. This is the part of the track that they've just been through, which I love. A lot of my teammates love. It's one of these parts that it feels like a real driver's part of the track, and especially then you've got to factor in the old school raised curbs. And there's some curbs you can cut. There's some curbs you can't even touch, and you can just run on the exit there at the second carousel, or before the second carousel, and come out there. But there is some in that area by Whipham, and you have to be careful. And well, they've managed to navigate it. They've been navigating it for the last 19 hours. You've been picking up as well, and I've just started looking at Drago Racing. They're slowly catching. The gap's gone down a little bit, and in all due fairness, Falcon's not holding anybody up. There is Sami Matti Trogan, and he is only now 23 seconds behind. This is going to help as well. That's the 018 Commander car, the Porsche Cup car, that's in second. He'll get a little bit of a boost here with the Slipstream. This is actually an interesting development here, because give it a couple hours, I reckon we could be looking at a three-car battle here for the last two spots at the podium.
What I'm noticing and hoping we can get the data of is the last two laps, Sami Matti Trogan has been more than a second a lap quicker than Falcon Sim Racing, and that around a lap this size isn't that much, but it's significant enough, and it's consistent 2 laps in a row. Jonas Rutten, Falcon Sim Racing, crosses the line now, and he's picked the pace up to an 01.7 from 2 consecutive 8:03s.
Well, let's see what Sami Matti has out here when he comes by. He did get the Slipstream from Mitchell de Jong, who now just darts into the pit lane for his pit stop. Both Commander cars into the pits for the Porsche Cup car classes. He'll come across the line. It's an 8:01 flat, so that's almost another second taken out of the lead. And well, you think right now there's 40 laps to go, give or take, and roughly, I think if you look at the calculations, going a second faster, if it stays like this, well, yeah, I think that 2 hour could be true there, or 3 hours time. So this is some real good driving, and when you look at it, they've had quite a clear track out there. They've not had to have any pack racing like Williams and Falcon's been doing. They've been on their own, using the traffic, and looking at the track map. A lot of the traffic they've had is either GT3s or Porsche Cup cars, so they've had a pretty fair run through the traffic.
Yeah, Drago Racing being quicker that lap and having 1 lap more of fuel on board is very promising. That the pace of this car, the number 1, is good. They've just got a distance of 20 to 25 seconds that they need to just methodically haul down to get on the podium in this final couple of hours. Both of the Coanda cars, first and second in Porsche Cup, have just pitted and taken fuel only, no driver changes, no tyre changes for the Coanda double duo leading the way in that class.
That's it. That's interesting, because I'm not used to endurance racing with the Porsche Cup car, and of course we've now got the endurance special event for the Cup cars later this year on iRacing with the 12 hours of 12 hours or 24 hours of Spa. Not used to these cars. I don't know if you know, is changing the tyres a better strategy? Is it just also a case of, well, the tyres are fine, they're up to temperature, let's not get putting on cold tyres?
The Porsche Cup car is the only class of car in this race that doesn't take fuel and tyres at the same time. It's the only class of car in this race that can therefore save time by not changing tyres. So that's the strategy everyone opts to employ. And what we've seen most teams look to do is when they take a driver change, they put a new set of tyres on, and that's about a 1 minute 5 seconds stationary pit stop. And then the stop afterwards, you leave the same driver in, you take fuel only, and that's about a 43-second pit stop, like Xander Reed just had. And then I would guess, next stop, they'll probably take Xander out, put someone else in, and put a new set of tyres on. So you're alternating a full service stop versus a fuel only every other stop.
This man's going to love that noise from you there when you said they take tyres not with fuel, because that's old school when it comes to me, when it comes to endurance racing and sports car racing. You go up on the jacks to get the tyres, then you put the fuel in. That's how I used to love it when it came to endurance racing, and it adds that strategy to your battles. You have to factor in, right, do I double stint a set of tyres, or in the case of Daytona back in the day, can I quadruple a stint of tyres at night time because they're not going under the wear? So if the tyres are good, and these are the best of the best in the Cup car right now, you've got to feel that they know what those tyres can do, and they're pushing on. But personally, David, that's how I love to see endurance racing. Let's add that strategy to the mix. We've got tyres, let's take them when we need them, because it's going to add another 20-25 seconds. So that is, I'm in heaven right now hearing that.
3 people have driven this 08 Coanda esports car so far this race. So Xander Reed right now is doing his 58th lap of the race. His teammate Alejandro Sanchez has done 46, and Elvis Rankin has completed 32 laps in this race. Elvis Rankin, the American, might be asleep. It could be Alejandro Sanchez time soon, if the driver with the flag of Spain is just waking up or just getting ready. So on board with that 992 leader. It's a good car.
It's a challenging car, I tell you that, and that's why it's called that's why it is called a Cup car. It's quite a handful to get used to. First time that we've also got the I believe it's the ABS on these cars as well now on the sim. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but they have now got a bit more aids out there with this iteration of the Cup car, and been a very well loved car. And of course you've got the Porsche you've got the Porsche Super Cup going on by, as well as the Porsche Cup North America just finished up, and it was the Coanda boys who basically almost sweeped everything. They finished first and second in the North American series, but it was Sean Campbell in Grid and Go colours that finished in third. But the last race of the season was a 1-2-3 for Coanda, so makes sense. You got to feel, David, if they've just literally just been dominating in the Cup car in competition, why move to a GT3? You know what you've got right here.
Yeah, also in that championship was Michael Polasek, but he's not in a Porsche Cup car today. He's in the WSR Esports white TCR car, challenging for the win of the TCR class. So we've had a driver swap at the last stop, I'm pretty sure, for first and second in TCR. Sven Winter gets into the Shura Esport car, Michael Polasek in the number 23. It's Honda Civic Type R versus Hyundai Elantra TCR. I had to pause for a second there because in the Australian market, and only in Australia, it's called the i30 sedan.
I don't understand why manufacturers have to do that. I drive a Honda Jazz. When you go to America, it's called a Honda Fit, and I know some other places in the world it's called a Honda Fit. I don't understand why manufacturers have to change names just for the area they're in. What was the old thing with one of the Fords in America? It was a Cortina or something over in Europe, but then they turned it into a Mercure or something in America. It's a Ford. It's a Ford. This is the Honda. That's a Hyundai. Sorry, you get the idea. And that's just, why change things up? I don't know. But Michael Polasek, last time we saw him on a special event, he was winning in an Audi GTO. So, well, it makes sense to go from an all-wheel drive to a TCR car, must feel.
Yeah, he's always enjoyed the TCR cars, asked for more TCR racing, and I'm looking at the lap time comparison. The gap to the leader actually opened up by 1 second on the last lap. I don't know what the overall trend is, and I think the TCR cars, as one of the middle children of this race, engage with a lot of traffic. They sort of catch the M2 cars and then have to try to get around them. They're often battling with GT4 cars that are on the same lap as them, and they've got the Porsche Cup and the GT3 cars coming around. So I think they're very much, more than any, at the whims of all of the traffic coming and going. This is a car that was in the lead not all that long ago, and now Sure Esports have that.
Yeah, that's another thing when it comes to these classes, because I think I saw earlier one of the TCR cars getting bump drafted by an M2 Cup car. So you got this idea that the Porsche Cup cars, they've almost got the same top speed as the GT3. Feels like the TCRs are now with the... remember, this is the first special event since the TCRs have had a little bit of an update, a little bit of a refresh on the sim, and very, very favoured refresh there. I have heard some things that the drivers really enjoying the new changes to these TCR cars, and really has just put a new life in these TCRs. And I know Michael, almost a proponent, almost like an advocate for these cars, and well, you can see why. Look how he's just really attacking, and it's one of the only times you get to see TCRs out in a special event. You've got your Fruxton special event, Fruxton special event as well. Not Fruxton, sorry, Knockhill special event. 2 different tracks in the UK, but this is the only time you really get to see them open their wings, and in the toughest section, and this is where you get the best of the best driving them, and you can see why they're the best of the best.
Michael Polisek's also the reigning 2025 Champ Car iRacing Series champion, for which he won a drive in a real endurance race, and he's going to be racing the... what's the top proper name of this? The Silicon Sky Twin Sevens at the Glen, at Watkins Glen, May 22nd to 24th, in a Porsche, I believe, with Rockwell Autosport. I haven't double-checked that with him, but he does some racing, and he's going to be doing some more later this month.
I just remember when he was on that special event there for the IMSA Classic 500, his shifter broke. His paddle shifters broke literally on the formation lap, so pretty sure he's had a few weeks to get that fixed, so he'll be on that. What I always love when it comes to these sort of cars, some of these older TCRs on the sim, when you look at the onboard here, and you can just see it, it's a full rim. Some of these cars do full rims, and some are the modern day Formula style, or GT style as you can now call them, but that doesn't bother sim racers. They prefer the Formula rim to drive because of that feedback you get. If anything, I don't know if you felt it yourself, David, when you're on a full rim, you don't get that same feedback through the force feedback on the rim compared to a Formula car. So they really want to feel it, and they want to feel every bump here and every little nook and cranny of the car. So he'll be driving on a Formula rim, where some drivers will be happy enough just to go a full D-shaped rim.
I like a full round wheel. I was kind of sad when the Porsche Cup car went away from that. The more recent ones have sort of the cutout at the top, as does the Cayman GT4, which there's at least one of out on track. We crossed the start-finish line with both of the leading cars in TCR, and Michael Polisek was 1/10 quicker. So 25.95 kilometres later, he slims down the margin by 1/10 of a second.
And as we cross over to 5 hours to go, or 4 hours 58, 20, 19, 18, do my Hindor impression there, we do have another hour crossed off, and we've not lost any cars in the last hour. And in fact, we've only really had one incident in the last hour, which we did see. So it's been a quieter time, as everyone's probably just woken up, had their breakfast, or whatever they need after a wake up there, had their caffeine or drink responsibly, of course. Paul was saying he had a Monster. I wouldn't want to be drinking any sort of energy drink right now, I'll be honest. But 5 hours to go, and the battles, the positions are still the same as when we first joined, as both of us first joined you an hour ago. BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing still leading the GT3. That Falcon-Williams battle still brewing. Drago has lost some time when it comes to traffic. It's watching the 415 of the Sure Esport. A 25-second gap to WSR Esports White in the TCR field. It's opened up a little bit, but that's coming down slowly, and that's going to be a pit stop battle. And that GT4 battle we were looking at, that's extended a little bit. SimRC losing time in the GT4s, and that Cup car battle we were talking about, it's still Coanda 1 and 2. 5 hours ago, I think this is now where it's crucial. 5 just feels a little bit more significant than it is for 6 hours or 4 hours, especially now when we're going to have the in-laps from most of these GT3 cars.
Yeah, running the 7th lap of the stint is our top 3. They'll pit in, and Drago Racing White will have that temporary jump up into 2nd place. Cooper Webster has been with this number 3 car for a little bit. It might be time that he swaps out and we get a different driver. In this car, though, the bulk of the driving has been done by Diogo Pinto. I think it says 83 laps for him, 49 laps for Luke McEwen, and only 29 for Cooper Webster. So actually leave Cooper in. He's got some catching up to do to the lion's share of work that Diogo Pinto's done.
I did see Luke McEwen was back in the sim as well, so I wonder if he was just doing a quick, as some drivers like to do, just restart the sim, get back into the car, get back into the sim, make sure that everything's working well. That suggests to me that he's probably getting ready to jump into this car. So yeah, Cooper's got a little bit of time left to do, has the old Aussie, but he might be able to get a little bit of a break now, get himself ready to wash his face or just clean himself up, because that's a lot of time in the car, definitely, especially around here. It's full concentration. He'll come down through the Dottinger up to what was used to be Tiergarten. In theory, this should be his pit stop, and we'll watch to see if there's a driver swap. I'm betting yes, David, by the looks of what I say. You're probably saying, now we need more representation from the Oceania region, but I think this might be Cooper's time to take a break.
But if there's no Australian leading the race, then what Ewan O'Leary said about my country is right. We're washed up frauds. Cooper Webster's done okay here, and when you look at the 3-driver lineup in this car, very competitive, all of them. There's a reason why they're in contention for the win. They were a bit behind, and maybe not quite as pacey as their teammates in the number 4 car, but they've been more fortunate, or perhaps more cautious. In about a couple of seconds, we'll know if Cooper Webster's in or out. He's out, and Luke McEwen is in. And then in a minute, we'll have that other pit stop where we think Matteo Kunze could be looking for a slightly quicker stop and trying to jump Falcon Sim Racing again with the fuel save.
Yeah, and he has been fuel saving. Traffic's not worked for him. An Aussie handing off to a Brit. You don't really see that every day, I've got to be brutally honest. I think the only time you'd be seeing that when we were watching Super League, when we get an Australian coming over and passing the ball over. We don't get that usually. We don't like the Aussies handing over to us, because the only time is they hand over the Ashes, and that's going to get my one cricket one in today.
When was the last time that happened? Tell me, when was the last time an Australian...
we don't talk about that.
Raced into the lane, and Matteo Kunze has attacked that pit entry to get as close as possible. They were about a second apart going down the straight, but they were only 0.7 apart as they triggered the alarm at pit entry. So this will be close. And if you're 0.7 behind, but you've managed to save a second of fuel, you'll be 0.3 ahead on the exit.
Yeah, and also here we go. Changes in. I wonder if I was thinking, Sotomuto is into the car for Williams F1 Team Gaming. I did see him getting ready in the sim, so I did wonder about that. Damon Woods goes in for Falcon Sim Racing, so it's a swap for everybody. It's a change places for all the cars out there, as now we get to see what is going to happen on this exit, because remember, when you look at the pit lane, Williams, they've got to go a few stalls ahead of Falcon, so they get that small advantage. The cars are pointed in a very aggressive way. In fact, that's a big jump there for Damon. I don't mean that as a jump in the gun. It's got that lead back. Sota is going to have to work on this, and unlike the last time they came in for the pits, there's not going to be any fireworks on the GP section, but around them, on worn tyres, comes Sebastian Joe, and he's just going to split them up right now as Muto's trying to get those tyres warmed up.
Yeah, so the difference there, having let the Red Bull Verstappen car go in the previous stint, They've then gone and overcut him again on warm tyres, as Sebastian Job has put a new cold set on, but he'll get past relatively quickly here. But no change of order for second and third through that pit stop phase.
Nothing yet, and we don't expect it, and now comes that treacherous cold tyre moment. And this is the important part. I know that the drivers will have been practicing in every single condition, so they've got an idea of what to see. But this is where you get to the changeover, and you've got to tell your teammate, right, this part of the track's a little bit sketchy, you know, it's not rubbing in as much as we thought it would be, or, you know, just make sure, here's your track temperature, here's what's happening. You know, sometimes you'd be saying, watch out for so-and-so out there as well. So you're getting your messages right now, and all of a sudden, head down, cars on the road, you've got to start driving. All that memory just goes to the back of your head, and you keep on fighting. I wonder now if that's going to be interesting, because the track temp is rising. David just reminded me, I did look at that. I thought it was a bit warmer. It started 24 Celsius when we were starting on the broadcast. It's now up to 29 Celsius, or 84 Fahrenheit for those over the pond. That's going to be a little bit of a difference here. They're going to have to start changing just the micro changes, because they do like to practice in all those conditions, as I said, so they'll be aware of what they need to do. Now they're going to have to put it to practice.
Yes, and the other thing you'll have noticed is that the sun has come out at about 6 to 7 a.m. It was very overcast. We had mist through all of the trees, exiting out of the forest, and it was near enough to fog, but the clouds have parted a little bit. We've gone from overcast to only partly cloudy. You can see blue skies. The sun is hitting the racetrack, and as we get towards 11:30 a.m., there's a bit of power in that sun too, and the track temp is rising, which is good for tyre warm-up, but bad for tyre longevity. The class that I expect that to most impact is Porsche 992 Cup, where we know people are double stinting tyres.
Yeah, oh, hang on, Soto's had a moment. Soto's just had a moment on the track, and he's into the gravel. He was trying to get around one of the GT4s. There he is. Sorry, I was just watching that on my screen. He tried to go around the outside of the Sweden cruise there, and the reeds just left, did a small tap, caught the car into the gravel, only, and I say only, lost 5 seconds. But what has that done to the car? That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment, and we worried about cold tyres. Here it is again. You can see he needs to get past his car, and there's no grip there around the outside. Small tap. He's lucky not to get any front damage there, but that could have been very treacherous. And like I said, I think that was one of the GT4 cars. That was actually P3 in the GT4s. That looked to be the Sure Esports car.
Did it? Yeah, Fiercely Forward Red are third in GT4, so that's who it was. And Aiden Matas will be thinking, hey, what did I do? And it does go to show, not only is marbles and dust building up offline out wide there, but also these GT3 drivers, they come out of the pit lane and they still feel $1 million on their new tyres, but the tyre temperature's not quite there, and I think that's kind of where the issue came from. They didn't have enough tyre temperature to really pull that move off, and it's reminiscent of the mistake that WSR Esports Ferrari had on their outlap with cold tyres, where they thought they could go as fast as normal through flood flats, but they couldn't, and they had a bit of a slide and a snap in a high-speed corner.
Yeah, I just saw the overhead there, Fiercely Forward. Not a lot they did wrong there. Well, they didn't do anything wrong at all there. They were holding their line, and they would have heard the car right, and then all of a sudden, a 4X, and well, thankfully, probably wondering what on earth happened there, and got told what happened. That's a bit unfortunate there, as they are, unfortunately, I'm just looking as well. I didn't see any incidents, but the Blue Mercure car, the number 32, they've been in the pits for 4 minutes. I've not seen any incidents there. We'll keep an eye on that. There must be a problem with that car, but they were close up battling there for the Status Esports for P5, is keeping our eyes on Williams now. I'm wondering, is there going to be a moment here through bravery? We've seen other cars have moments here through bravery on the cold tyres. Nothing yet, and everything's all safe. I think you're allowed one cold tyre moment, and Muto's used that one moment up there. Now he's going to try to fight back 5 seconds.
The other thing I'm reminded is that it wasn't just Cole's tyres, it was a new driver on Cole tyres in the case of WSR Esports Ferrari. I hate to drag him further down by specifically name checking him, but there was a driver change. Kamil Grabowski got in, and then just a couple of minutes later the car was in the wall. So I think when they get their next stint and their next stint, if they stay in the car for 2 or 3 hours, that you see slightly fewer mistakes out of their next pit stop than you do when they've been on the sidelines and then arrive in the heat of the action where you've got to make those split-second decisions like that.
Yeah, and you've also got to remember that some of these drivers would have driven in the night where it's colder and there's probably not the same grip because cars have been driving around for a few more hours. So there's grip, but there's a little bit more grip. And that the idea, I go back to my Sebring 12-hour race this earlier this year, where, well, I drove in the hottest parts of the track of the day. I was driving really good at the hottest parts of the day, but there was no grip there because, you know, it's almost 50 Celsius track temp. Then you get put into the car in the middle of the night with like 3 hours to go and you realize, oh, there's grip now. You're afraid. You're afraid to even get there because you don't know the grip is. Kind of the reverse here. The grip's there, but it's a warmer track, so you have to be careful. And since we mentioned the track temp, it's now 31 Celsius. Here's the M2 in P3 right now, the Blocco Motor on their own. It's a lonely drive down that road, and they won't be having to worry too much about the traffic at this moment. But right behind them, there's a couple Porsches going up right there, but very nicely down the road they go. And this is the car that first time in the N24, I know that Paul and Ewan were talking about it earlier, first time in the N24 on iRacing. Most people did use the Toyota last time, but it's still a fun little car to get into. It's a rookie car as well. You can really get the grips of trying to do production car racing in these cars.
Yeah, I believe it's free content, base licensed iRacing content as well, which is always nice. And into pit lane comes Impulse. I think that was there. They're 8th in class, 3 laps behind Scherer, who stay out and are 6th in class. And again, I'll say it. I've said it already, but it was hours ago, so I can say it again. The ignition system is the same as the road car. So for the push to start to work, the key fob has got to be in the car. Well, in the center console of the race car, there is a special nook to put the BMW key fob and then Velcro it into place. Every BMW M2 competition racing has that, the road car key fob, strapped into the race car so that the engine will turn on.
I'm learning something new every hour, it feels like. I did not know that. And I remember watching Jimmy Broadbent and his team drive one of those cup cars around the Nords in all his videos. I never realized that. And yeah, I think Velcro is a little bit helpful there, because the last thing you want is if you're having a bit of a slide, it falling out, and then, well, the key fob's in the car. It won't turn itself off automatically, but pretty sure the system won't be very happy if the fob's not where it's meant to be. But don't need to worry about any key fobs here for the number 32. Finally out the pits, 7 minutes in the pits, and did not see what happened there. Not entirely sure why they're in the pit for so long, but 7 minutes. Usually on iRacing you get an idea of what the time can be or what that is, and that usually points to, I would say, a little bit of suspension damage there. So not sure what they hit or what they touched, but had to have been something to be in the pits for that long, because they did drive it back to the pits.
Yeah, the last significant damage I saw on a GT3 car was the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing car number 4 that's currently in 8th, and they seemed to be cornering just fine, but then losing an immense amount of time on the straights. If there was, they'd accidentally engaged a parachute or something. So most of their repairs seemed to be involving trying to get the straight line speed back, and if there was some kind of aerodynamic damage, that might have been their case here. Both these cars are their outlap, by the way.
Yeah, Tim Kern there for the 313 Stint 1 Motorsport, and Manuel Oliveri in the Bleu Mercure 32 there, getting by, and yeah, not where they wanted to be, because they were in a chance there to battle for a top 5 finish. And Well, granted, because of how long the Nürburgring is, 7 minutes is basically a lap, so they're a lap down, but they're only, I say only, they're only 4 minutes and 50 seconds-ish behind Stacey Esports. So never say never, but they're going to need a little bit of help there, but they're still running. I think the last count we had was, who was saying it, the last count we had was 36 cars still driving from the start of this race, and realistically everybody is, you know, it's only about, what, 4 retirees from each class, it feels like.
Yeah, there are other iRacing special events that have fewer classes, but here, with 5 around the Nürburgring, it means that each class is of not many cars, but there is lots of classes. So we started with 17 in GT3, 11 in Porsche Cup, 11 in GT4, 11 in TCR, and 10 BMW M2s. We get to some other special events, and particularly Bathurst 12-hour and Spa 24, where you often have only one class, and it's just all GT3, 60 cars in a class, and that has its appeal as well. But I do like a race with sort of 3 classes or so. We get some different looks at the racetrack.
Well, I came into sports car racing from endurance racing. My entry into sports car racing was Le Mans. So you've got to. So and I'm not talking 3 classes like it is in modern day. I'm talking back in the late 90s, where the prototypes were like 5 different classes. You had 2-3 different classes of the GTs, and they all tried to bunch them together. So having this multi-class aspect, I love. I do agree. 3 is like the wonder number. It's like that golden ratio number that you like to have out there. Is otherwise, if you have any more, it does throw up the issue. And it's a very tough strength of field here today, because you've got a smaller class size. If it was 3 classes, you'd be looking at about 20 cars in all 3 classes, roughly on average, if you're trying to do the maths. It would be different on iRacing. So smaller class category. Oh, hello, Emmanuel, having a moment out of the carousel, and Kern's going to say, can we get a move on? But the tyres have warmed up. Don't really have the opportunity to do anything up here. So going to have to accept that. Well, I'm back right behind you, and that could mean a move down the Dottinger later in the lap.
Now, these two teams could very well be racing each other all the way towards the end, now that they've been lined up on strategy, exited pit lane together. They're both probably going to run a 7-lap stint, and then calculate it all the way to the end. Now, saying that, vis-a-vis calculating it all the way to the end, I'm seeing 35 more laps in the race, where your GT3 leader is 2 laps into their stint at the moment. That means they are going to have to take a 2-lap splash and dash at the end at the current pace.
And then, actually, let's think about that for a moment. Does that mean Drago, are they going to be safe? Well, they should be getting an extra lap each time. Drago will be safe, but I don't think they'll be battling for the lead because of how far away behind. Dare I say it, I think Drago might be in contention here for P2 with this alternate strategy, because no other team is going +1 on each fuel stint right now.
Well, they ended up +1 with the tyre fiasco, and they're remaining only 1 lap ahead. So they haven't done any 8-lap stints. They're doing 7 like everyone else. It's just that 7 is offset by 1. So if the calculation, oh gosh, this calculation keeps changing, down to 32 laps to go, but it could still be an advantage for them.
Yeah, we're going to have to be doing some, get our calculators out here and remember how to do trigonometry and all that stuff, to sine and cosine, whatever it is, find the value of X. And no, they'll be working it out. They've got their little strategies there. They're looking at their telemetry. They'll find it, but to find an extra 2 laps, it's tough around here to do fuel saving.
I have to take that back. I've done a sanity check on it. There's no way it could be 35 laps still to go. I think it was calculating based on the leader who hadn't completed a flying lap in this stint, and it was calculating based on their outlap lap time.
But that's still a thing. You're still having to work out, because even at this stage of the race, you don't know what that number's going to be for fuel. You don't know, or it could be for the last lap, sorry. You don't know that BMW and Verstappen, who's leading, they could have a moment, and that could bring that number down again. Yeah, knock on wood, they don't have a moment. You know, or they could keep going faster and do another lap. Until you get to that final pit stop, you don't really know what that number's going to be. So they can do kind of the figuring out right now, but it's going to be all for naught until they work it in, until they actually get there. As I always say in an endurance race, you never know who's battling for the win till the final hour. Well, in this, when you get to the final 2 hours, I think that's when we're going to be working out exactly, okay, you, and you, you're there, you're going to be battling, you're going to be short, you're going to be short, you might be okay. That's when it gets squeaky bum time, I feel.
And as we've settled into this stint, we saw that Sotomuto lost time on the outlap, trying to pass that GT4 car, but then on the next lap that they have just completed, Damon Woods has taken even more time out of him. And then Drago Racing White get even closer to that 150 in third place. So there's still a three-way fight going on, second, third and fourth, as they sit now.
I think that's going to be crucial, though, as well. And again, having that one lap fiasco means that if it's a splash and dash, Drago would only need enough fuel for a lap. And of course, with how long a lap is around here, with a lot of the fuel that you have to use, that's going to be quite a bit of time they save in the pits. I'm not saying they're going to save 20 seconds in the pits. That's the gap between them and the Williams F1 Team Gaming car at the moment, driven by Soto. But it's still something to keep an eye on, because if it keeps driving like this, yeah, they might be able to do something, because Kern continues on. And since they caught right up to the back of Blue and McCure, they've not been able to catch up there. That just goes to show the pace that Emmanuel's been having in that 32 car as they're trying to push on. And, well, they're still hoping a top five there. As I always joke, it's the most important position on a racetrack, because iRacing tracks your top fives.
Yes, there's lots of iRacing achievements as well. Seen some videos lately about people hunting for the weird little achievements, like I think winning a race in every discipline. So, you know, your dirt and your rallycross, as well as sports cars and ovals and such. And there's one for being in a race with an iRacing employee and beating them, beating the iRacing staff in that one.
There's unofficial ones as well, as you said, winning every race. There's I think it was the Dunkathon, where it was win a race in every series, every car class. It was unofficial, it was just a community pride aspect. Every series, every car class in a season. Which a couple drivers have done, of course. I know of other one. There's the vintage Triple Crown, where every weekend there's vintage races that have got broadcasts, and they're straight for field races. You win all of those, and only 2 people have done that, and one of those drivers have done it twice. And it's just the little things that you've got the achievements there, then you've got the little things that the communities make, because sometimes you just want a little bit of competition. They don't have achievements here. And they don't, from what I remember, you don't actually, on the top split, you don't get little PDF printouts if you win. And last I heard, they get a little trophy if they win some of these races.
Just gone and looked at my own profile, what awards I have. And on the 16th of May 2018, about 8 years ago, is when I got the Beat an iRacing Employee in an Official Road Race award.
I'm jealous of. I've only been in one race with an iRacing official. It was the staff car at Daytona 24 in 2020. We didn't finish the race, so we couldn't actually get it. So I've not had that one. I'm jealous. I haven't had that. I do have winning the Spa 20, the Spa 12, the Sebring 12 last year. Not the top split, of course, but still got one of those. And I don't know about you, David. Some people do. They like to print those PDFs out and frame them. I haven't done it myself. I thought about it as a bit of a joke, but I even know somebody went as far as they won the Nürburgring Endurance Championship in the Mazda MX-5, took the image and printed it on a mug so they could drink with the certificate every time they took a sip.
Okay, how many top 5s do you reckon I've got? I've just found that.
If you've been racing since 2018 or longer, it's going to have to be... I'm going to be favourable. I'm going to say it's about 300.
Thank you. It's 716.
I thought I was being kind there. Wow. I don't even want to look at mine, as the last few years haven't been very favourable to me. I will be brutally honest. And overall, well... Oh, wow. It's actually, my guess of 300, probably what mine is overall on the sim since I started back in 2018. So I guess my guess was guessing for me. Can I use that as an excuse?
Absolutely. I've never won a race or top 5 in an Aston Martin Vantage, though. We've got one on track here in GT3. There's at least 1 or 2 in GT4. What I love about this GT3 is that at night it's got the big light bar in the grille, but now that we've gone into daytime, they've switched off the endurance lighting and you can't see it. But it was a sight at night. This is a Vantage that knows where it's going.
Yeah, I've never driven the Vantage when it comes to endurance racing, so I've never seen those headlights, and I must be honest, I can't remember seeing them when driving, because when you're in the nighttime, you're driving at like the Daytona 24, all you see is just lights behind you. So unless you see the relative, you're not going to see what the car is. They did drive an Aston Martin GT4 around here a couple of years ago. We don't talk about what happened in that race. Would love to drive one of these around here as well. That's something I'd love to start doing, is one of these cup cars, one of these M2 cup cars, sorry, or the BMW GT4 Cup car as well, because they're really nice to get your handles on, just to drive around. And there's the Aston Martin. Yeah, I've got nightmares of what happened to me on this track in an Aston Martin GT4, David. Flew Platts and a GT3 did not agree with me, so I tend not to look at the Aston here. I get a little bit of PTSD.
Well, you close your eyes and I'll watch as we work our way around the lap. We're going to see where the pace difference exists between a GT4 and a BMW M2, and I think we've seen that M2 is the slowest car in corners of every class, but compared to GT4 and TCR, it is pretty good in a straight line. So in places like the Dottingerhöhe and some of the other really long straights, it just keeps pulling. But traction out of slow corners, braking and any of the medium speed corners, it just can't quite keep up with a GT4. We're able to get by before we work our way up towards the highest part of the racetrack. Did you know that the highest to lowest point here at Nürburgring is more than the elevation difference at Bathurst, but Bathurst has more than Spa?
Yeah, I would have thought Bathurst had more than Spa, but then you're saying that the big elevation changes here is more than Spa, which does actually blow me, because I've been to Spa in person, walked down the. I have not actually walked down Eau Rouge and Radyon, but I've walked along the side of Eau Rouge and Radyon. I've walked up the banking to get to the vantage point over, as they say now, Double Gauche, but it will always be Pouhon to me. So that does surprise me. I never actually realised, and you don't. And that's another thing. Until you're actually at a racetrack, you don't realise just how different the elevation changes are. You see it in sim, you feel it in sim as you're going down these bumps, but until you're actually there in person, you don't realise just how big those elevation changes are.
Yeah, every year that I go to Bathurst, I walk a lap of the circuit, and it's not outrageously challenging, but you do look at it and go, some level of fitness is required, and probably a good pair of shoes too.
Oh, always. Like, no matter where you go when it comes to racetrack, always make sure you've got a decent pair of shoes. In fact, I actually use my work shoes because they're walking shoes, and that helps me out definitely when it comes to that. We did see just quickly the GT4s.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And there's a driver swap. I did notice that there's a driver swap there for SimRC.
So you think back to the last pit stop between the GT4 cars, and we talked about how it looked like a bit of a short stop. Well, both of them have only done 6 laps before they've had to stop again. A normal stint is looking like it would be 7 or 8 laps in GT4. 6 is definitely on the short side. They definitely did both short fuel at the last pit stop, and I think they've done it again.
But what's interesting is the last lap there by Jürgen Frank was 2 seconds slower than what the Sacers esports car was doing. So I don't know if that indicates traffic or maybe too little fuel and had to do a little bit more aggressive lifting and coasting. But that's an interesting development because I don't think the other teams are actually doing the short stops as well, and they're a bit too far behind now. The 54's Reds just come around again. You can see they're definitely not doing a short fuel because they would have come in at the same time. So this could be an interesting development for the end of the race, and well, they have to get the calculators out again, David, because this might be a strategy for the rest of the race.
Now, Team Bennett are 10th in GT3, but they have a black flag. They have gone over the incident limit and will have to serve a drive-through, and it happened simply by running wide. I think this is the first part of the Flansgarten. They've gotten airborne on the little jump. The car has slid rather than gripped as it's come to the landing, I think. I think they've got the part of the curbing or ridden the dip poorly.
Yeah, I wonder if that was also just that jump as well. I wonder if it was just the tyres just not gripping up, or I'd say not gripping up, not slowing down in time. Maybe a small lock up there on landing. Somebody will know for sure what happened there. As keep on watching the Fiercely Forward. The gap's 1:24, but they'll have to take the pit stop, so it's going to extend again to another 2 minutes. But I'm also now looking because remember, overnight SimRC really closed the gap there in GT4, and all of a sudden the gap's starting to pull ahead again. So give a shout out to Pala there in the 190 for Sacers Esports. That's a real good recovery drive because it looked like when I woke up and started watching again that it was going to be a little bit of it could be a position battle here, but extended that gap now to 9 seconds. New driver in the car as well for SimRC. I'm surprised that Pala is staying out there again. I think that must mean he's on a triple, I believe.
Every hour, it seems like who's winning the arm wrestle changes as they change drivers and the weather changes and all the little things. One will look stronger, then the other will come back and look stronger. And at the moment, it does seem like it's Shezer's advantage at the moment. It's just a bit over 8 seconds in their back pocket, but we remain to see when the tyres come up to temperature and Marvin Strel gets into his work, what he can do and which direction the margin will go for him.
Yeah, once you get these tyres warmed up, that's going to be the times to watch out. We've got another 4 hours and 23 minutes and 51 to go. So still got time, and this could be what would be the stint that defines the battle of this GT4 race, but it could go a long way to deciding it. So we continue to see the BMW, the lovely BMW with that lovely design on the side of the car, continuing on. Down they go. That gap's extended a little bit, 9.7, but remember SimRC still needing to get those tyres warmed up. And again, it's that same thing we saw with Williams F1 Team Gaming. New driver in the car. That's just going to be, make sure you've got it as well. And also, David, you just picked up about that Bennett black flag. They're going to have to do 2 pit stops, it looks like.
Well, the penalty ordinarily is a drive-through, which here, at the pit lane speed limit, costs about 25 seconds. But for Team Bennett, they got the black flag on the last lap of their stint. So they had to come into the pit lane anyway. And what has happened then is they've had a bit of damage repair to take as well. So it's extended that stop to over 2 minutes to take their fuel and repair their damage. But it doesn't clear the drive-through penalty that they now have to come in again next lap and take their drive-through. So we saw, the black flag come up, that's bad for Team Bennett because of the penalty, but in fact the damage has cost them even more than the drive-through that they're about to serve.
A little bit, that's interesting. I've actually had that myself. Well, we've all had it ourselves. You get the meatball flag for an incident, then you realise it's a 4X, you have to take a drive-through. So you spend about 2 minutes in the pits getting repairs, and then you go back into the pits to get some more repairs. So, I mean, they're not battling hard, but that may take them, well, they're already a lap down. They could go 2 laps down. Overall, could Team Bennett when they come in, because there is Luke McCohen for the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, continuing to hit the marks. And one thing as well, we talk about pace. Well, this car's been doing most of the time sub 8-minute lap times when they've been getting out and free of traffic. No other team at the moment has been doing that. I don't know if that's a pace difference, a traffic difference, a fuel difference, but the track temp has dropped a little bit, 27 Celsius now. Could be a little of everything mixed in together, but the key thing is just keeping those lines, keeping the pace, keeping it clean as well, just knowing that they don't need to go too hard right now. It almost feels like every lap they're just extending that lead.
They have a good last 5 laps average, but I'd say between them and their teammates in the number 4 car and Drago Racing White, those are the 3 quickest cars in the last hour or 2. So it has been slowly extending the advantage for the number 3 car. And with more than a minute in hand, they can't be outfoxed on strategy. All they need to do is be clean and consistent.
Say that, I just saw on my little tower there, that was another off track there cutting the chicane just a little bit. It's easily done around there, and we can't see what the incident points are. We know we've seen one team have to come in for incident point limits, and I'm not saying other teams are close to it because we don't know the numbers ourselves. It's an official series, we can't see that, but every now and then I do see some drivers really getting off tracks in some of the usual spots. So you do that over and over, you could fall foul of a black flag. I'm not saying any of these cars will, but they'll be aware if they start getting close, because usually that's when you start to see not the times drop, but just the way the drivers drive. They drive a little bit more safer out there, and I'm pretty sure right now the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing are looking at that and going, we're fine. We don't need to worry at the moment.
Yes, so it happened to Full Risk No Push in GT4. They got a drive-through. It has apparently happened to Team Bennett, and the rule is 100 incidents before a drive-through, 20 incidents to the next drive-through. So it's 100 incidents first and every 20 thereafter.
And I believe now iRacing has brought back the disqualification as well, because it used to just be a drive-through and then another drive-through and another drive-through and another drive-through. But
oh yes, sorry, and then it says incident count DQ at 200.
Yeah, and that's something that iRacing have brought back, starting to look at that again, because some drivers, not in these splits, but some drivers in other splits, take liberties. I haven't seen it myself, but we've heard of the stories of drivers taking liberties, and I think that's one thing that iRacing want to do, is say, look, you're here to have a good time, but you also want to have a long time by making sure you don't get disqualified. So, and just abusing the track limit, because the last thing you want to do is take that hit, and not many people really care when it comes to a special event for safety rating, but safety rating shows that you're a safe driver, and if that's down, the last thing you want is people worrying about your standards.
The people worry about my standards, but it doesn't bother me. The most egregious example is at Silverstone, where a drive-through penalty might be as little as 12 seconds of delta and loss, And so if you're getting a drive-through penalty every 25 incidents, you can begin to tally it up and go, well, hang on, if I gain half a second taking this off track, then it works out quicker to take 25 off tracks and serve a drive-through than to stay on track. And you don't want people gaming it that hard.
No, and then on the other hand, you've got Spa when it's the Spa 24 using the endurance pit, which I believe is the longest pit lane on iRacing. And if you get a drive through there, well, how long have you got? You got about a minute. You can't really game the system at Spa because you can't really game a minute in time. Yeah, you can't. Well, a pit stop at Spa is about a minute 40, I want to say.
So it was. The pit lane speed limit was 60 kilometers an hour at Spa, and the transit time, cone to cone, was 60 seconds. But the pit lane speed limit's now 72, and the transit time is correspondingly a little bit quicker.
Okay, it's still a long time in the pits though, because when it's the endurance, you've got to get into the normal way. You've got to go and round down the classic pits. Then you've got to go up alongside. Granted, that's when the pit limit is off, but you still got to go alongside Eau Rouge and Radion. So it's still a long pit lane regardless.
It's not what it once was. A very long pit lane is the Bend, Shell V Power Motorsports Park at the Bend, because the pit lane speed limit there is 40 kilometers an hour, and it's quite a long lane. So the just drive-through transit time there is, I believe, 40 seconds or so.
Well, I know one driver that will have to take a drive-through. I see a black flag for Henry Moore. I know
it's still there. We were talking about that.
Yeah, still talking about that. Still going to have to get that done, get that under control. But that is actually for incident points, not for speeding penalty. As there he is for Team Bennick, and that's a little bit unfortunate though. But last thing you want is a crash and then the black flag. And I think I'd rather take the speeding penalty for a black flag around here rather than that damage penalty.
Yeah, so 2 minute 5 second stop last lap. This is the out lap where they're going to have to come around and at the first opportunity that I think is practical, take the drive-through.
Yeah, you've got 3 laps to serve it, but they've already lost 1 lap because they had to go in for their normal pit stop. So technically they got 2 laps. So would not be surprised if Henry decides, all right, I need to come in this time by, and yeah, I think that's them coming into the pits this time. As see him coming over the crest, and yeah, they're coming in for that drive-through. The lonely drive down the pit lane, as if there were people in the pit lane for real, you'd be having all eyes on you going by here. Put the speed limit on, just go slowly down, way to the virtual pit box, hide your head in shame that you've done the speeding penalty. Well, that's what I'd be doing. I don't know what these guys would be doing, and just get back out there on track. You still got 4 hours and 14 minutes to go in the race.
I'm serving a drive-through penalty. I don't look sideways at my team. I just keep looking forward. And with the drive-through complete, the black flag is clear. No more black flag displayed for 537. 22.5 seconds. Cone to cone. Delta will be slightly less than that because you're still moving forward just at a reduced pace.
Well, a lot of these battles have kind of just split open a little bit. We started about an hour and 45 minutes ago with a lot of these battles really close to one another. They've kind of extended now, and just goes to show that I think a lot of that is due to this whole changing of the drivers. A lot of driver swaps going in, a lot of fatigued bodies getting ready to go into the pit lane out there. So I wonder if that's just causing it, drivers needing to just rest up now, as I think I did just see on my little thing, I think the number 16s had a moment out there. I believe that's one of the is that the shirt? That's the shirt esports 142, sorry, has had a moment out there. There it is. What is the number 16? Sorry, coming over. A lot of air through the going down to Stefan Belov into the barriers, doing almost a 720. This is scary. Look at it there. Oh, you could feel. I'm not even got force feedback on. I could feel that car getting air.
Yeah, I think they get very close to doing that every single lap, and this has just been the wrong side of the line there, carrying speed into Plansgarten there. A little bit too far to the left, gets a little bit too much of the curb, gets you just a little bit more air over the crest, and then they've lost control as the car has bounced back down. If you pay attention to the line that all the 992 Cup cars are taking through there, they take a very straight line that sends them wider of the crest, and then they bring it back to the left-hand side going into Stefan Baloff S. They're all taking a line to try to minimise the air time. It is, this is a weird comparison to make, incredibly similar to the lines that Trackmania players take trying to minimise airtime between jumps in that game.
Well, I never thought I'd be hearing Trackmania on here, because I have been watching a bit of Trackmania, and yeah, the idea is to make sure you keep all the tyres on the ground, and kind of the same thing when you come to here. You've got to make sure you keep those tyres, all 4 tyres on the ground, keeping the speed up there. As I do know myself, the load is 49 around here. I think that's the only car that gets more airtime than around this track than the Porsche Cup cars, and even then, when they land, it's basically making sure you're pointing the right way. These cars, you got a little bit of recovery, but that's the issue with that corner that they caught air on. It's one of the last major high curves, and race cars nowadays really want to attack the curves. That's why you've got a different height limit here on regulations when it comes to the Nordschleife. But even then, it's still too high, these curves, to attack, and well, you give it too much, and sometimes it's going to bite you.
One thing you do notice is the difference in the height of the curbs on this FIA Grade 1 Formula 1 track of the Grand Prix Strecker versus some of those much higher curves around the Nordschleife. You couldn't bring those Nordschleife curves to this part and have F4, F3, F1 cars racing on them.
No, but I would prefer those sort of curves over to like the likes of Miami International Autodrome, where it's just painted on curves and you don't feel anything. So at least you get a little bit of feeling over these curves. And I do wonder, I don't think there's 3D curves on the sim. Can we get them, please? This would be really good. I know they're a little bit raised, but can we get some full-blown 3D curves around here just to help out? Because I think that would actually neutralize a lot of the racing here, because drivers love to attack those curves. If you've got 3D curves around here, don't think we'd be seeing that a lot.
Trying to find the list of which tracks do have 3D curbs. It's been something they're rolling out. Not every track has got it, but the very, very popular ones, Spa has definitely got it. I think Sebring got it.
No, Alton Park does, because I was got caught crashing out by somebody else running over the 3D curves this week in the Formula Fords on that series on iRacing. So I know they definitely got the 3D curves, and I'm pretty sure something like Red Bull Ring's got them as well. So it's the rollout of the 3D curves, and it would absolutely change things on a track like this, because if you just catch them the wrong way, the tyres really react to them differently, and it's like it really just you grip up the tyre, you spin the tyre up, and the tyre's on a different contact patch of asphalt, tarmac, or whatever you want to call the curves, and it would just grip up and just throw you round. And it's an equalising factor, and maybe one day we'll get it here. But I know iRacing, as we were saying, they're rolling it out, and it's a great little addition. I know something else they added, rain, and I can confirm. I know people keep asking if they've not been watching overnight. No rain came out overnight, and some drivers will be happy for that. Some drivers won't be, but right now it is still just a sprint to go with 4 hours and 8 minutes.
Looks like Grid and Go Esports 002 have just completed a decent feat of fuel saving. I'm seeing 8 laps in their stint. Oh yeah, no, that's typical. That is typical of the Porsche Cup car, and 8th lap of the stint for Coanda Esports in first and second. Grid and Go are offset by 1 lap on them. I did forget, as we take a look at the Maniti racing car in the same class, and Radix Racing Red 808, one of the punching bags in this class, take another hit.
Oh, that's not good. I didn't see which car that was. They just got caught
Bennett,
up there.
another 4X.
I thought it was Bennett. Yeah, I just looked and I thought that looked a little bit like an Aston Martin, and they've taken a tow. They were running in 5th, and they are 6 laps down from the leaders. One wonders, are they going to call it? But you're so close to the end of the race. Why call it? 4 hours to go. You're here now. Come on, let's finish the race. That's what my team would be saying. Even though we're out of contention now, it's in the morning. I think you've got to try and look for that go. But yeah, it's not nice calling in the punching bags. But I did say when we came onto the start of this, David, they're almost like moving chicanes with just a speed difference out there.
So, unsurprisingly, Radix Racing Red 808, the BMW M2 Cup, has a meatball flag. You did see them tow to pit lane. They were aware exactly how damaged their car was. That's disappointing for them. They currently remain in 5th place. 6th place is 1 lap behind them, about 13 minutes, Tech Sport Sim Team. So sometimes, with large margins like that, it might be possible that that car tows, gets some repairs, and keeps that 5th spot.
Usually the strategy will be, okay, what's the optionals? We got to take the required, and what's the optionals? Take the required, see the gap between the optionals, and if it's only like a minute, try and just decide, right, let's just take the optionals as we go. If the car's drivable, let's just take a little bit of optionals on this pit stop, a little bit there, because usually you can take on a fuel stop about an extra 10 seconds of optional repairs. So it could be a case there, but for Tech Sport Sim Team, they probably just seen that on their dashboard. They've probably seen that the Radix Racing Red has had an unfortunate crash. They probably look back at it as well, and now they're thinking, hey, we could unlap ourselves. We could have a battle here for P5. That would give us something else to just look for, because it's lonely driving on your own with this much time left in the race. At any time you can get somebody helping you out and having a little bit of a battle, well, that's the best thing you want to have right here, a battle to the end of the race.
So, the race leader in outright terms begins the 7th lap of their stint, which will be the final one, presumably, that will take them to the other side of the top of the hour. And they will very unlikely need an extra pit stop or a splash and dash from there if all goes to plan thereafter. Approaching 4 hours to go is about the point. I think it becomes a lot easier to count back who needs what pit stops and who's in trouble or might need to fuel save.
Yeah, I think we'll be getting to that stage now where, all right, get your calculators out. It's time to do some working. 4 minutes ago to the top of the hour. The GT3s will be getting ready to do their pit stops. I know Sebastian Job has jumped into the pit, but they're a lap down. They're on a different strategy after all the incidents, and it's crazy to think everyone's basically back on the same pit cycle per se after what we've had overnight. 4 hours to go. Of course, it's been a very eventful night, but the night is gone. We're into the daylight now for definitely, but just a reminder, if you haven't been watching or you haven't been seeing the catch-up, the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Team number 3 leading the race. They had a black flag for speeding as we went into the night. They had a crash with the number 4, their teammate, that also took out the WSR car, WSR Esports Red, who's the number 6 car, who's retired as well. They had some moments as well. Drago's had a couple slides as well under the cold tyres. Blue Mercure, well, they had a crash overtaking an M2. They almost ran into the back of another M2. Williams has had moments as well. No one's kept it clean, you could say, for the whole 20 hours. We're about to hit 20 hours here. No one's been able to keep it clean. Just goes to show why this, David, is one of the toughest sim races of all.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal, and it's versus the track in the 24 hours before. It's against any of your rivals. They're sort of the third of your worries when you come to this racetrack and this race. Both leading Porsche Cup cars are on the lane, first and second. Coanda Esports locking out those spots and making some driver changes.
Yeah, Elvis Rankin has come into the 08, and it's Luke Leckie will be in the 018. And this is something I've noticed this year when it comes to special events, is some teams have started to use the number 0. They're not trying to replicate James Bond or anything like that, but you see that Grid and Go, they started using 005, 001, the 003, the idea. Now Coanda's also incorporating that with the 08 and the 018. Feels like people just want to get their preferred number, and they're happy enough just to go with a 0. I don't think anyone would be using my number in this sim at the moment. No, they're not. I'm glad they wouldn't. I wouldn't be putting a 0 in front, but feels like the drivers, they just want to have that number. It's almost like a lucky charm all of a sudden.
Yeah, if you do that, you're unlikely to have your preferred number automatically assigned to someone else. Whereas if you wanted the number 20, you might not get it, and it might end up going to the technically assign a number with a leading 0. So it's like it's a number that exists outside of the regular space of iRacing assigned numbers, and therefore is even more likely to be unoccupied when you request it.
I'm not going to be saying what my number is, because people will be then trying to find me and taking my number if they see me in an endurance race. I know who you are. You probably do that. There's no one there that would do that. No one would be copying my number. But regardless, people do like having it. It is that superstition, and it is also just how the teams know, and also how to also identify each other. Because when you come to endurance racing in the real world, you've got deciding factors. You've got different coloured wingtips. You've got a different wingtips or wing mirrors. In IMSA, you've got different windshield banners, and you'll be able to tell who is who. But as we get ready at the top of the hour, because it will be my time to run away for a little bit as we head to 4 hours. David, I believe you're going to be dropping or staying in for a little bit longer as we head over to 4 hours to go. Everything is on as even and nothing has changed. But I'm going to be leaving you in the capable hands of a one Jake Sperry for the next 2 hours. So thank you very much, David, for joining me in the booth. And Jake, it's all yours.
Thanks, Craig. And let's just say the morning after the night, well, actually the afternoon in sim now, after the morning before, has now put together a moment where we got a little bit of clearance out there, a bit of daylight that started to show, but still all important running that is needed. Your race leaders currently on screen. Luke McEwen here for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, number 3, a minute 12. The margin out there over Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Dare I say it here at the moment, David? It feels like an endurance race once more.
Well, I've known you a while, Jake. You dare to say quite a few things, and yeah, I'd say so. We had a lot of sort of 3-car fights going on for some podium positions across a bunch of these spots, and that had remained for like 12 hours into this thing. And then it has spread out a little bit. Eventually, little crashes claim people and technical problems in the case of your leader from M2.
Yep, so they've got their margin that they're quite happy to hold on to at the moment, as they have walked through a lot of, a bit of adversity to get to where they are. Williams F1 Team Gaming currently in 3rd, Drago Racing White in 4th, and I'm going to say that I've had to do a little bit of research on the team in 5th place, because I don't think anyone truly has said their name correctly. It is Caesar Esport who are there in 5th place, the number 26, who are out there. And their name derives actually from who they represent, because they are representing the Seceni Isfahan University in Győr.
I've got great respect for their art, their gorgeous livery, and their great drivers. it's a pronunciation beyond my natural abilities.
It is very tough. They can see Unicure there on the banner representing as they go through. It's the official esports team out there. They've got some wonderful talent that has put themselves up together saying, look, we are based as a Hungarian-based team that is looking to go forward. They're actually currently live on Twitch at the moment, streaming their POV the same way that Verstappen Sim Racing are. So it is very wonderful to see the effort that they've been putting together. So a lot of love for them. This is Daniel Olar, who is currently behind the wheel at this moment in time of that Mercedes. And props as well to see the AMG Mercedes out there, German brand, German track, but not the one that has been the most popular. That's been the BMW. That AMG Mercedes has been, in terms of regular running on a lot of these races that we've seen, a go-to GT3 spec car over the last 3 months or so for just how good of an all-rounder it is.
The other Mercedes out on track at the moment is Solpec Precision Racing, as the BMW that leads has just completed a pit stop. Luke McEwen stayed in. Second, third are about to come in. Fourth place has got one more lap of fuel. That's Drago Racing White's advantage that could see them challenge these two GT3s and get on the podium.
So, into the pits. Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue with Damon Woods. Lovely driver. I think, David, you and I both know possibly the best GT driver that Australia has come and gone with. It's very difficult in the realm of Australia to say who the best driver full stop is, because you get very partisan in terms of, well, you've got the best, GT style driver, and you've got the best V8 style driver, and you've got the best open wheel style driver, and I think it's 3 different drivers in Australian sim racing for each different category.
Yeah, we've also had Cooper Webster driving that race-leading car, and he's done very well for himself. Hey, the repairs are also done in the M2, just in time for our GT3s to leave. We had a driver change in both of these cars at their last pit stop 7 laps ago, so it makes sense that those drivers are staying on to continue their service.
Yeah, so Amar Dizdarovic is in for Radix Racing Red, the only non-Estonian in the Estonian team. Sotomuto leaves pit lane, then the Japanese driver out there working through and trying to make some good progress. It's a thriving scene actually at the moment in Japanese sim racing. They've got some wonderful drivers that if they moved over more internationally, they would be absolutely charging. I mean, back in the day, we talked about how important it was to see Yuta Saito and Kazuki Umeshima out there. There's drivers like Sotomuto, who's lightning quick. Shoma Shintani's also been a part of that Williams F1 Team Gaming team in the past. But there are guys like Yuki Shirakawa, for example, who really impressed me in a Super Formula sense. And there's a lot going on, actually, in the Japanese scene, which includes the likes of the All Japan F4E Cup.
Just up the road from this, we've got something that's happened a couple of times within the last few hours, and that's that the lap down, number 4, Verstappen sim racing car, always gets a little bit overcut by these cars in second and third. So Falcon have come out of the pit lane ahead of them, had to let them unlap themselves, but might eventually come back towards them.
Yeah, and there's no harm in letting a driver unlap themselves like Sebastian Jobe. You know he's quick, you know he's going to be trying to hunt down Stint 1 Motorsport, see if they can get 7th by the end of the race. So, you know, if you're not fighting up against anyone, there's no point really letting it go or letting there be too much of an argument for it. Sotomuto just getting the clearance there on JD Rodriguez for BZR Racing. So out there and looking to prove right now that they can mix it up at the moment. 4th place currently with them sitting about, well, almost exactly 2 laps down on the Scherer Esport 416, which is currently being piloted by Martin Aschert in that 416. So for the moment, Scherer will be very happy that they've got 2 on the podium in TCR.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at some of those gaps as well to see if Ross McFarlane was closing the lead back down. It's gone back and forth between this Hyundai and the leading Honda a couple of times across the last 6 hours through the very early morning and now into the heat of the day. McFarlane quicker last lap, but the margin out to 15 seconds.
So, it's not over. You can catch 15 seconds in 4 hours. That's definitely not impossible, but you're looking to do so at a rate of which it's being done right now. Last lap, 8:49.1 for Ross McFarlane. For Eric Noy in the 4:15, it was 8:50.9. So that's the difference of 1.8 seconds over that last rush over. So that tells you a lot about where this pace is going to ebb and flow. It depends on where traffic is, and there's less traffic than there was. So you're going to see the longer that this race goes on, the more representative, I think, here, David, the times are, with Noy and McFarlane, the battle, the final car inside the top 5, the number 18 of LMR Esports, which has been in the wars quite a bit, trying to fight through. There is still maybe a hope for Yes Motorsport. They've got to close about half a lap down if they're going to get themselves anywhere near with Isaac Price over to Jason Henrique.
Yeah, not the widest variety of TCR cars on show like we've got across GT4 and GT3. Sort of a Honda or a Lantra type situation. It will seem pretty equal amongst each other. 11 started, but it seems like only 6 running at the moment.
Yep, only got the 6 there, and hoping to look to push and say, right, it's been tough for them. Almost half the field wiped out. We've lost the likes of Burusud plus Hybrid, Capybara, I'll correct myself there. Sart X MC Detail Effect Simulations. That was with Mia Rose behind the wheel. That one went astray. So you also had Arette run into trouble, and Slow and Steady find themselves there. A little zoom in on the iRacing graffiti, the mark that is there with all the graffiti that is across this circuit and is there in the real world as well. So you absolutely love to see how much detail goes into a circuit like this one. Working through with Isaac Price, a wonderful professional when it comes to sim racing. He's been there, he's done it, you could pretty much write a book on what it takes to be a world-class sim racer as he works through the middle sector now over towards hit, miss, hit. And he knows that while it's not going to be the overall end result that he wants, he knows that any time he steps into a sim race, he is a name that garners respect.
And now down into Verzeith and one of the tighter corners, really challenging braking zone as the track drops away right as you want to turn in, and it almost invariably leads to like an inside front lockup if you're not careful, and if you're too ambitious, and if you haven't taken the correct line into the corner. Mostly cloudy is the official weather. We've seen the sun come and go. The track peaked at 30 degrees Celsius. Clouds came over. It dropped down to 24 again. We're back up to 28.
Yeah, so it's obviously getting hotter now, and there will be consensuses on how you build around for it in terms of your setup. Now, if you're running most of the time in evening or cold conditions, surely, David, you'd look to build for the cold.
Yes, I think so. And then the point I've made previously is that 4 of these 5 classes get to change their tyres at every pit stop for no loss or compromise. So those you certainly build around maximising lap time and less worried about trying to preserve the tyres quite as much. 992 is the outlier where building the car for a hotter track at the end of the race might also help you keep performance in the tyres in the double stints even through the night. And then, if rain came, you throw all of that out anyway. So that's why I could see building a setup for hot weather and slippery conditions in the 992 class.
Hammer, I think you understand why I'm a commentator and not a sim racer now. The fact that I can't get the order of miss, hit, miss correct. Because I have it as miss, miss, miss. I never hit the apex.
Look, the same thought occurred to me, and I nearly said it, and I thought, let's move along. Jake does his work well. There's no need to pick at his driving, but someone else has done it. You've acknowledged it. Yeah, it's we had a pretty big hit there earlier on as well. A little bit of a miscommunication of some of the GT3 cars trying to work their way around a BMW M2 who was trying to stay off the line, I think. The GT3 cars didn't realise that until it was too late, and they'd committed to it, and we saw some contact there at that part of the racetrack. Drago Racing White have just completed their pit stop. They rejoin in fourth.
PZR, JD Rodriguez, half spin, just getting banked out there on the carousel. And we've seen it that the TCRs are the ones that have the biggest struggle around there. Because they're front-wheel drive, they don't have any help from the rear of the car when you're in that bank section. The inertia's trying to pull the car around, and basically you're having to rely on just the front to hopefully keep you pointing in the right direction. Really tough, but it's a small spin. It'll only cost them a handful of seconds.
Yeah, not that long ago we saw Damon Woods in the GT3 car carry too much speed in there, pop out of the groove, almost lost a spot to Williams F1 Team Gaming. So everyone is pushing the limits of exactly how much the banking of the carousel will keep them in before eventually they get spat out of its orbit.
Yeah, so that is tough to deal with in any sort of respect. Drago
I'll tell you what.
Go ahead.
What I've noticed this year that I don't remember seeing as much in previous years is through the carousel, a lot of people are treating it like a double apex corner, kind of like how they treat the hairpin on the far end of the GP circuit here. So you see them go into the carousel banking, down low on the banking, push a little bit higher up the concrete in the middle, and then come back down low again to try to straighten up the acceleration and the leap out of the carousel, rather than just staying in the one sweet spot, if that even exists, of the carousel banking.
And to that point, I argue here then, David, are they taking more of a bobsled line?
There's so many good ways to analyse it. Yes, it's possible.
I would like to think that, a bobsled or a luge can't hold on the long sweeping corners that they have in the Winter Olympics. So you're trying to make sure that you're getting as much lateral movement down so that you can just jump off of the ice and into the next corner. I think you're getting something very similar here on the push. Up over to Flugplatz with Drago Racing White. Now, this has been a car that is very off sequence compared to some of the others. So when we see Falcon pit, when we see Williams pit, we see Drago, not so much. They're a little bit later on in that stint. If that's going to save them a couple of laps in terms of their final stop, they're looking at still challenging, I think, Williams and Falcon. I think it's going to be very close between them, whether it's going to be a race for second or a race for third, as they try and go by the race-leading BMW M2 there, of Mark Perez there at Simify Esports Orange.
Yes, so in a simplistic scenario for Drago Racing White here, they're going to need, across their remaining pit stops, to take 1 lap less of fuel. It's 40 seconds to put 7 laps of fuel in the car. Hang on, I've got the calculator.
It's time.
Okay, so let's credit Atse Kalpinen as in fact being 5.7 seconds closer to third place than the stopwatch currently shows. I think that is one way of thinking about the advantage that Drago Racing have got by being 1 lap offset and carrying more fuel at the moment. Eventually, that's a difference they'll be able to cash in to their advantage.
So they have work to do, because they will come out behind Williams F1 Team Gaming, but this is the time where they've got to start really hunting that time down, really making this strategy play in part. We note that there have been almost every team running into some form of trouble. When I left Falcon and Williams, for example, David, at the end of my stint at 9 hours, just about to start hour 10, that was the battle for the top 5. Now it's the fight for the podium.
Yeah, when I joined, it was the battle for, I think, 5th and 6th. And then a few of the cars we've lost along the way, or that have dropped behind, include the number 4 BMW M Verstappen sim racing car. WSR, cold tyres on the outlap, had a tough lick. And all of these things together have put Falcon and Williams further up. Drago Racing, I swear, they put on a set of wet tyres, drove 1 lap, came back in and put slicks on. I swear that's how this happened.
How do you even do that? Like not being funny, but as a professional esports team, how do you accidentally click wets?
I don't know.
I hope they get on the podium so we can chat to them.
It's the sort of thing that I see on my timing screen here, and I go, I don't trust that. That seems like weird data. It told me they were on wets. And I was like, I'm going to try to ignore that. It's probably wrong. And then they pitted immediately. I was like, well, why would you pit, go out, pit the lap after if that isn't what had happened?
Well, I think we have to just assume that it's correct. They put on a set of wets and it's put them behind the 8 ball, having to have made an extra stop to get those tyres off and really push on now and try and just get anything that they can out of it as they push. There is Cesar Esports and, this is Team Bennett.
Car's already served a drive-through penalty for going over the 100 incident points. They already had a bit of damage they had to repair. Then they got another 4 incident points, I'd imagine. Contact with another car, that's probably 2 for a loss of control and off track right there. But they have gone up into 9th position. Despite all of that just there, a Solpec Precision Racing have towed to pit lane.
Oh, that's Alex Gal, who is behind the wheel, and so that is going to be a drama that they didn't want to try and deal with there. So I'm just looking at their stop. Oh! So Marcus Soholm got behind the wheel. They just pulled out of the pit and immediately had to tow. So something happened at the stop that said, look, that doesn't work. I wonder whether he just dropped coming out of the pit, and then they had to put Alex Gal in, and they've got to wait the entire tow time of a full lap around the Nordschleife.
Yes, so do we know how much that is? Is it 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
I would say it's more to the realm of 15 minutes.
I would think so. I'll wrap up what I was thinking about earlier about how Drago Racing White may have inadvertently gone to wet tyres. Now, the same driver stayed in. They went to wet tyres. They did 1 lap. They came in and they changed driver. I think their next driver wasn't ready. The first driver tried to take 3 laps of fuel and no tyres and accidentally took 3 laps of fuel and the wrong tyres.
Well, this is a team, Drago Racing, that should be, 3rd best team in the world and cannot afford to be making those mistakes. Henry Moore currently on screen right now. He is the reigning FIA F4 eSports World and British champion at the moment for Team Bennett. He is lightning fast in a car. He's from my neck of the woods, or near my neck of the woods, in Wiltshire, and he's looking to try and push on through. Just got by the Tech Sport Sim Team car of Brett Gardner, but Henry Moore pushing around 9th position, and understanding that Team Bennett have had a really hard day at the office here. This has not been the way that they've wanted this to go, and they've got a lot of work to do if they want to be a consistent threat out there in these style of races. I think they've come in, they've said, let's try and do the best that we can from it, and they have struggled out there in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's a shame, but I have said that the Aston Martin looks super cool at night with that endurance light bar that it's got across the grille. Now that we're in the daytime and they don't have it no more, things are falling apart.
Yeah.
Style is speed.
Style is substance. so we see that here, that they've got a lot of substance in this race, carrying one too many points. That is a lovely view of a Michelin tyre there for the likes of the TCRs that are in. Michael Polisek is going to get into the car. Sven Winter is there behind. Love the joke here with Sven Winter that he's done. His surname is Winter, so he represents Antarctica.
Yes. Neither of these drivers have taken their flag selection particularly seriously. Michael Polisek lives in New Jersey, not South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands.
Well, I'd quite like a sandwich at this point in time, as we are in sim time heading over
A
towards
beach
1
club
o'clock.
Sandwich?
Yes, that would be what happens if I end up in the gravel.
Yeah, so for WSI Esports White, McFarlane out, Polisek back in. It wasn't that long ago he was in the car. It doesn't seem particularly optimal time of day for North Americans. I would have thought McFarlane might have been slightly more rested, but they've made this swap and still work to do in that battle for the race win. I think it's one of our closer classes, isn't it? GT4 is also pretty close. Porsche Cup, I struggle to count because they're teammates, although, you know, teammates will still battle at the end of a race like this, but there's slightly less tension to it with 3 hours to go. You have to wait for an hour to go before it really boils over.
Yeah, you really do. And Elvis Rankin and the 018, they've basically kept the 018, currently piloted by Louis Beilicker, at an arm's length. And I think Louis Beilicker, William Chadwick was saying yesterday, was actually running last week with some great action out there in the Ginettas, I believe, and potentially podium there. I don't quite get the result, but has done very, very well. As Coanda Esports are proving. Oh, Impulse in the background. That is a big old spin there. Coming through the Bilstein curve and needing to get the drive off and away. Look at that. A huge amount of gravel dumped from the tray. Then and out from the rear. And off and away going. Pascal Costa.
Pascal Costa spinning on the out lap after the pit stop, having only taken 2 tyres. Every pit stop I've seen since the night to now was either 4 tyres or no tyres, and that looks like a 2 tyre stop. Which 2 tyres might be cold and cause you to spin out?
I would assume it's the 2 tyres that have the least amount, or the cold tyres would be the ones that get the most amount of wear. So on a clockwise circuit, it's the left-hand side tyres.
I'd guess if you were going to take 2, you'd probably take 2 rears.
Oh, actually, do they change lefts and rights, or do they change fronts and backs?
You used to be able to select any of the 4. You used to be able to change 1 tyre or 3 tyres, and I don't think it's quite like NASCAR set rules. It definitely used to be a free reign across any number of tyres between 0 and 4 in any orientation.
Either way, the end result is that Impulse car has had a spin, and it has
Poor
now
impulse control.
Yeah, it just a little bit too impulsive for them, and they've got a lot to try and get back now in terms of where they are. They're 8th position, and they are last of the cars running. They are 3 laps down on the 003 gridandgo.com car, which is being piloted by Noah Adair. So this is just purely trying to find the finish here and hoping that their result is going to end up the way that they want to in these late stages of the race, knowing that these are the hours that when you go into an endurance race, you do find a silly mistake from time to time.
There's always a good reason for a silly mistake. Early in the race, it's nerves and it's the close racing. In the middle, it's the darkness, and now it's the 20 hours of fatigue. The trick to being a professional is to always have an excuse.
Yes, you know, it's never your fault. It's always someone else's.
You know, tough day out there, tough game, full credit to the opposition. You know, they brought their good game, and, you know, we'll just have to take our learnings and dust ourselves off and go again for next week.
Yeah, at the end of the day, game's gone. All of the rest of the cliches that you can start putting in. There's your leaders, and holding still a margin, but the margin is coming down. It's now to a minute 9 out there for Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, so it's just being managed at the moment by Luke McEwen. Nothing silly, nothing dangerous right now. Still very much in control, and just have to work through the laps, say this is what we're going to be doing. I do note, though, that there is a driver change over at the 190 at Caesar Esports. So for SimRC, they've got Marvin Strell in the car, and over then at the 190, they are currently with Martin Pahor as their next driver who is in and pushing.
Just incredibly surprised that the tow is complete for Solpec Precision Racing at 8 minutes 50, and they have maintained 9th position. So as I said, Team Bennick were going to be up into 9th. However, the tow has completed after that duration, which credits the car towed with completing the lap that it was towed on. Solpec have rejoined in 9th, not 10th, after a tow minutes quicker than you or I expected.
And how long was that tow?
8 minutes 50.
Oh, that was quick. 8 minutes 50 for a tow. That's exactly the same pace that we've seen from the GT4 category out there. They haven't lost much at all.
Yeah, so I don't know who's making a GT4 tow truck, but good on them, because
I tell you what, if it's a GT4 tow truck, it has to be the Ford Mustang.
And then up the road for the next position, you said BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing stand a chance of catching Stint 1. I think they have. Sebastian Job's the fastest car on the track, 4.5 seconds quicker than Stint 1, who he is bearing down upon for 8th and 7th position.
Tim Kern, your days might be a little bit numbered in that 7th place, and I think it's going to be soon a case of Sebastian Job hunting down and chasing. They're about to go on to the Nordschleife as our focus is on 9th place as it currently stands. There is Sebastian Job, a wonderful sim racer who has seen it all, done it all in the world of motorsport. They've just got to get by the Grid and Go M2 here of Petr Zuba for position, and that will be him in 4th in his class, and Job elects to go to the inside, heading over to Hudson Back. This left into the right, the toughest skill in motorsport, to turn and brake at the same time.
Oh dear, that's off the track, just into the grass a little bit back there for the M2. The battle continues from GT3, and yeah, last lap, Sebastian Job multiple seconds quicker. If he doesn't get this done early, at worst, he'll put himself into a position coming onto the Dottinger Hua to look to seal a move and move this car that was once in the race lead and fell to 10th position back into 7th.
Yeah, it'd be a great recovery. 3 spots to gain from being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Getting caught up the instant there with Gustavo Ariel. It made them with a 19-minute lap. Oh, not much help either into Arenberg as they tried to work away past Jason Henrique there for LMR Esports. Job now closes right up as they head to the Fuchsröhre, the foxhole, and over to the likes of Compression and up to Ardenau first. Thought about making a move. He's definitely got the pace of Sebastian Job, but he's also looking at where's the right place to get this done. If you hold the middle of the road, it is very, very tough to find a place to make a pass. I think he's going to be looking over to Klostertal and the Moot Curve as a place to go, and I think we understand this here. Sebastian Job is faster. This doesn't look like a how, it looks like a when.
Blue Mercure only about 20 seconds up the road from this as well, and they'll think that they can get that spot, get this car into a top 6 too. Into Cullenhard, looking for the inside.
Oh, it's just brilliantly opened up at Cullenhard corner, and Sebastian Job making light work of Tim Kern. to say, look, that is what we're all about. They don't have their quickest driver in at the moment at Blue Mercure. They've got Emanuele Olivieri, who is currently piloting the BMW. The only way they're going to hold on to 6th place, in my mind, is if they force for the last 3 hours here, David, Vasilios Belletsiotis in the car.
Poor Emanuele Olivieri being besmirched by Jake Sperry, as he only has 10,800 I rating.
Just the 10,800.
Yes. Of course, 4 drivers in that car. The other one was Gabriel Moretto and Thibaut Prévost. So one of the 4 driver teams. GT3, a lot of them are 3 driver teams, it seems. But it's 4 up there for Blue Mercure.
It's not to just besmirch a driver who's got nearly 11,000 I rating. It's more of the fact that you get these specialists around here. And Belletsiotis has proven in the car. He's been the fastest in that Blue Mercure BMW. He is someone who has won before here at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring here on iRacing. And so if you understand all those points together, what would I want? I want a driver who is both fast and experienced in the car to take it home.
Oh, snap through bravery corner for both of them as they attack it massively. You're right, there is an extent to which the Nürburgring Nordschleife almost should be its own I rating, its own license class. It is a unique beast in many ways, and some drivers who are outstandingly consistent and quick at every other track can struggle here. And there are some drivers, David Haynes, slow and terrible everywhere else, who just seem to click with this place and find pace and consistency and results.
Oh yes. And I'm sure we've seen a lot of great results from you, David, around here. I know you've had a lot of fun back in the days with the MX-5 when it used to be run around here. So there's been some amazing running and action that has made this circuit so great over the years. We've had over 10 years now, or I think this is the 11th running of this in iRacing. So there's been a lot of different categories that have formed together, the results that have been needed to perform in order to make it all work. And it has been the one consistent race that we have seen over the years that we go, right, winning here is truly a toil and an effort. And I think this is one of the few circuits out there that changes drivers after they run it.
Rewires your brain a little bit. 170 corners to memorize the flow through so many of these. You feel like a downhill skier, or perhaps even a tobogganist, or a whatever other winter sports Jake Sperry knows that I'm less familiar with. I did 24-hour races here, and you'd do your stint and you'd go to sleep and you'd dream about doing laps of the Nordschleife, and then you'd wake up and have to do laps of the Nordschleife.
Yes, and if you have to consistently find yourself in that position where you got to wake up, you got to realize that this is a track that, you know, you just keep on going through the corners, you learn, you understand, you try and find a way through. It is daunting, but once you set in and you got it sorted, you know, it's very difficult to adjust back to regular circuits because of just how different this place is and can be, and how much of a difference maker it has been from time and time again. And that's why you have to say, anyone who drives here consistently and has to run here, you respect the work that they've done, you respect the level that they sit at and go, look, this has been wonderfully run, and you put all the time, the effort, the dedication in, and if you go and get a result, you take the hat off and say chapeau.
And at risk of sounding like I'm glazing here, Max Verstappen, multiple-time Formula One world champion, undeniable elite global talent. You know the respect he has for this racetrack and the unique challenge that it presents. You've never heard him grumble about having to get a Nürburgring permit. You've never heard him talk down the specialists of this track. He knows what his skill set is and his skill ceiling, but he knows that there is something special and different about here that requires its own little, you know, extra course and certificate.
Yes, and so there's the understanding that this circuit commands the respect out of the driver rather than the driver taking advantage of the circuit.
So we saw first and second a lap ago make their pit stops in GT4. Now third and fourth do so. New tyres for Nicholas Laubish, fiercely forward red Aston Martin, and is everything okay? RDV Competition Unity, they're rolling in their BMW, but I don't think everything is okay for Nicholas Laubish.
I don't think that's just trying to get tyres up to temperature. I think that's maybe a little bit too much play in the steering wheel or something of that ilk. Something doesn't feel right. He's gone out of the way.
He lost 3 seconds of lane transit time compared to his stop time. So the stop time's very similar, but the lane transit time for Fiercely Forward Red, 3 or 4 seconds slower than it should have been.
Well, they stopped further down the lane for a half a second before going again, which indicates to me with where they lost that time. That was a case of, right, let's just mount something on a little bit better or adjust a setting or something that made the, I would have said, physical hardware work better in the regard for Nicholas Laubish.
Much better to do it there, off to the side in pit lane, than to do it halfway around the GP circuit here or anything else. So if there was an issue, the earlier you sort it out, the less time you're carrying it and the less effect it has.
And that just shows you how much you have to sit and look and watch and go, right, how do we deal with all of these elements of adversity? Oh, and they're going to pull off. So obviously something has happened again for Nicholas Laubish, something definitely not right with the way that the car is sat, and again has pulled off to the side of the road before going again. Now I just want to see where they were. Oh, I think they've got steering wheel issues. So you see them pull over to the side of the road, and the wheel doesn't actually hang straight when they're stopped. It locks over to one side, completely goes. So that's a full disconnect, reconnect to the steering wheel to get it out and sorted again. So something hardware completely wrong. Look, pulls over hard all the way over to the left-hand side. Disconnect it, reconnect it. You should see it snap back into line there. Yep, and recalibrate it and go.
Yep, you're right. Exactly right. That is unplug, replug the steering wheel, give it a couple of turns. Is it the force feedback doing what I expect? Is the wheel rotation mapped 1-to-1 like I expect, or whatever setting you're used to having? Seems okay now, I think, but absolutely wasn't happy with it. And before you said it, that's what I was thinking. They've unplugged the USB and plugged it back in.
Well, it's the things you have to do. I imagine that if you're out there and driving, you know, it's kind of like you haven't got your steering wheel set in straight, and so you have to pull over to the side, take your steering wheel out, realign it with all the bolts, and shove it back in again. That is the real-world racing equivalent.
Yeah, seems confident enough through Flugplatz here. Tyres will still be cold, of course, on the outlap for these GT4s, and the number of times I've had, gee, is something a little wrong with my force feedback in this stint? And by the time you complete the outlap and your tyres are warm again, you're like, oh wait, no, it was just the cold tyres. But certainly the problem was bigger than that. You know, imagining a phantom problem like that and giving up track position for no good reason.
No, I wouldn't imagine that that's a nothing issue for Nicholas Laubish, and we'll know that RDV are there and trying to deal with them, and in fact they've lost the place, I believe, now to RDV, so they've now fallen to fourth, so it has cost them to Paul Geoffroy over at RDV Competition Unity, and they've really had to work with that number 86 team with what they've been having to do. It's been a two-driver effort there between himself and Baptiste Jimenez, who has been working hard to say, look, this is what we're as a team capable of. You don't see many two-car efforts, and I think the reason why they're only a two-car effort compared to a higher car effort, like a three-driver, four-driver, five-driver team effort, is because they wanted to keep the I rating up to reach the top split.
Yeah, taking a look, they're the only two-driver car on track at the moment, and yeah, they were the only car with two drivers registered. It's three drivers registered for most. We pointed out a couple of four-driver registered teams earlier, and there are 4 cars, 2 of them still in the race with 5 registered drivers. It's Radix Racing Red, 5 drivers. Williams F1 Team Gaming, 5 drivers. Soda Muzzo, Matteo Kunze, Parker White, Alessandro Bico, and Benedict Vida. Marino Sorica is also registered to the car as a spotter, but not as a driver. So there's 6 of them.
Yeah, it's so often, David, more than just the drivers that are there. The drivers that don't jump in the car have the opportunity to look, but a dedicated spotter as well goes a long way. And I think it's things like iRacing that has opened the European mind, or the mind of everywhere else, to say, actually, the American spotter system is incredible and probably needs to be adapted into more motorsport.
Yeah, depending on the size of the circuit, it can be challenging to have it be useful rather than distracting. One of the things, of course, that is so helpful beyond a spotter in your ear in real motorsport is the radar rear-facing camera systems they've got now that really help you as well. So lots of things and ways to make a driver, and in some cases well-funded amateur drivers, gentleman drivers, etc. are more comfortable.
Yes, and that level of comfort when you're out there and driving, any tools that are going to help you basically avoid more incident, keep yourself on the straight and narrow, are huge. And that, I think, is going to be really important to note as, racing progresses. More and more of it is going to be about how do we get the best out of this car while improving the safety for all of the areas out there. And, this has been where the works in these cars over the last 10 years. We were talking about, 15, 20 years ago, LMP2s that were still open cockpit. Now you look at what you've got in the world of motorsport and the amount of work that continuously gets done to say, right, we want these to be even safer. We want to make sure that every car has the ability to protect a driver.
I think Ewan and Paul were talking about the old roof cars on iRacing, the track version and the C-Spec and whatever, and that was a real flashbang to my memory because I had totally forgotten about those, and they haven't been relevant for the better part of 10 years now. But then you think back how far all of this goes.
It's incredible, and those were the RT12Rs, I think they were called. And they were absolutely great. It was a chance to say, look, you could drive it in 4 specs. You had an all-wheel drive version, a rear-wheel drive version, C-Spec, which was there effectively as a cup version. It was a time before Porsche jumped in and said, wow, we absolutely want into sim racing and going forward for it as we focus on this. Not going to want to yield there is Sim RC, and why would they at that section of circuit? Because Marvin Strel is trying to keep the pace up to catch Martin Payot, who is over at Blue Flats corner for 8:45 last lap from Strel, 8:45 from Payot, so they're matching at the moment, and Luke McEwen just getting the wrong end of the stick.
Yeah, absolutely worth keeping an eye on that towards the end of this race as well, that there's only 10 seconds for the lead of GT4. It's out to about 19 seconds for the lead of TCR. I think last time we spoke about it, it was 15, and then it had been less than that previously, but 2 battles are worth paying some attention to. And SimRC have been around for so long, they live for this type of racing. To win an iRacing Nürburgring 24 would tickle them, I think, more than almost any other race, being that they're predominantly Germans.
Yeah, and the team came together as part of the online racing scene in Germany. This is what we call a forum team, where they all jumped up on a racing forum in Germany and basically banded together and said, hey, look, we're going to want to form a team together and make it work. And it's actually one of the ways that you see German sim racing be very different to almost every other element, is that, you get these styles of teams that form up. It feels very old school. It feels very early 2000s in the way that it's created.
Yeah, almost any German could have raced for SimRC at any point. We've got one tame German on our team who used to race with SimRC. Almost the closest thing to a national team, really.
Yes, it's one where you get an understanding that everybody wants to drive for a team that gives them a little bit of help out there, and SimRC is that sort of team where, you know, if you haven't been through SimRC as a German driver, then I don't think you've quite done sim racing correctly out there into some respects. But there are other teams out there like GermanSimRacing.com, very much the same, and all of these teams that are coming through, you know, I'm looking around right now at the field that's being run. I'm just counting in the Porsche division right now. There are 5 German drivers in the Porsche cars right now. Louis Beilicker, Adrian Gericke, Nicholas Last, Daniel Longerich, and Noah Adair. And you go, wow, this really has been the national esports race of the German nationality. And they have come out in force to say, look, we're out there, we're running, we're racing. And you look down, SimRC, of course, with Marvin Strauch. Fiercely Forward Red have Nicholas Laubisch. Team RSO have Alexander Langer behind the wheel. This is their race. All grid and go in third. They've got a penalty.
I was just looking at that as you were speaking about the 992 class, and you were speaking about the Germans in it. That one of them has a drive-through penalty that I'm going to assume is that 100 incident limit.
Oh, grid and go. No, that's not what Adrian Gericke wanted to see at this point in time. They're probably going to have to serve it right now, and they will elect not to because they've got 4 laps to put that into play as they get by JD Rodriguez. Oh, dear me. Now the question will be, how far back is Der Esports by SX? And I would say not far enough to really make a dent in on it.
Yes, on a drive-through penalty, the lane-to-lane time is 22 seconds, so the delta loss is about 20. It's bad, particularly if you're in a wheel-to-wheel battle with someone for position. Yeah, so for grid and go, the main frustration of that is how much further it takes them away from the Coanda cars locking out first and second. It's not enough on its own to put them closer to Door Esports, who are clicky 2 minutes 22 behind.
Well, all the twos. But that really does hurt and sting because you want to try and do it as clean as possible around here. And 100 incidents is very tough to pick up sometimes around this circuit. You've got to remember, if you've got to divide 100 by 24, you're allowed, 4 instant points an hour? Seems very tough, but you realise if you overcorrect...
You're only doing 7 laps an hour.
You're only doing 7 laps an hour, so effectively you've got 1 incident point to play with for every 1 3/4 laps. But normally as well, if you go off at the Nordschleife with a 1x instant point, you're normally in the barriers. This is the moment, heading up over the Schrabenschranks and just over pushes on the curb, gets into the gravel, and they'll ding you for that.
Interesting. That's not where I would have expected. My history of racing here tells me that the 2 places you're most likely to get incident points is either the Vidal chicane just as you exit the Grand Prix circuit, or in between, just before Brunchen, there's a place with a flat curb where you can push out wide, gain time, but get an incident point, and that's just the front tyres giving up. It is a new set of tyres since the last pit stop. It's not the second set, not the second stint on that set of tyres.
So maybe just over pushing out there on a new set. They can see the travel as the nose goes light and it jumps up onto 2 wheels and runs through Flugplatz. Now heading over to Schwedenkreuz, which will be the next corner on circuit of note. And then you have that heavy braking zone for Arenberg that says, right, got through that section without too much problem. This is Schwedenkreuz. So easy to spin out here if you're not careful, and you've got to immediately jam on the brakes here for this long, slow right of Arenberg. You try and carry the momentum through under that Xiaomi-sponsored bridge, and then you make the charge over for compression, and Ardenau first.
So still that drive through to make, but this is the last lap of the stint. So they are going to come in probably for fuel only, unless we see a 2-tyre stop, and then the lap after serve the drive-through penalty. Perhaps they see some advantage to that.
Well, psychologically, I'd look at that as an advantage, because what you do, instead of going through the stint, breaking your rhythm, and then coming back in again to make the stop, what you do is you make your stop and then effectively reset your rhythm by taking the penalty after the pit stop.
Yeah, and then I was also going to throw in something like, is there less delta loss taking a drive-through penalty on cold tyres at the start of a stint than hot tyres at the end with a light car or something? But I'm not quite sure it applies to this class, and if it does, it's probably like a half a second type of difference, but something to think about.
Yes.
A drive-through penalty is a less costly penalty in a wet track than a dry track because the delta is different. Cars on track are going slower. You still do the pit lane speed limit. The difference is less.
Yes, so I would turn around and say that a penalty at night is better to have than a penalty... a penalty during the day is better to have than a penalty at night because the track's slower.
Penalty at night, Shepherd's delight. Penalty in the morning,
Shepherd's warning.
I don't know if that actually makes sense to what you were saying, but it's just what entered my head as you were like, but in the day and in the night and in the morning, I was like, oh, yes, okay. We did have a red sky this morning.
Oh, so it is a warning. So for those who don't know the fable, that's normally the significance of rain if you get a red sky in the morning. But unfortunately here, we have seen 0 rain, but we are currently erring over to the overcast or mostly cloudy conditions out here at the moment. So they are still having to navigate through that as over to the Caracciolo Carousel. Working on through there. Always looks like they're going to fall out the other side and jump up over the top, and they just managed to pin that through, use the inertia through the corner and absolutely fly along with it. But they're pushing, and they know they have to because they are nearing now 3 hours to go here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They'll just have 1/8 of the race remaining.
And as you watched this Porsche Cup car go through the carousel there, I stand by my assessment of the way that they're attacking it is in line with the bobsled.
Yeah. Up to down to up to down to get yourself out the corner, really pushing to try and take that style of line in that says we're going to carry the maximum amount that we can, working out over S-Bark now and hoping that this is going to be a lovely charge on forward. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for making us a part of your day over the last 21 hours worth of running. Here is the view right now from Adrian Gericke through Flansgarten and now over towards the Stefan Beloff S that is next. It is almost flat out through this section. You're just trying to hold on with everything you've got. Now you try and pin. You can see the lights flashing saying, please let me go to 6th gear, finally allowing so.
This is where the mistake happened before. The front didn't grip in that change of direction to the left. It's fine this time. You got to mind this Kleines carousel because its banking ends a little bit earlier and ends in a little bit of a slide, to be honest, and this is likely to be the in-lap for the driver we ride on board with. Think the Coanda cars will be able to go 1 lap further, and indeed they have. So the offset that has been baked in for the better part of 8 hours now continues to give the Coanda cars first and second, pitting 1 lap later than Grid and Go, who was contending for that second place, has dropped back and will drop a little bit further with a drive-through penalty for the incident limit hanging over their head at the moment.
Just in front of them, the target is Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal. That is Nikolai Perlison behind the wheel of that number 33, and he will be someone to note about as he hits the brakes, and they will get nose to tail, and I wouldn't expect him to go and make a pass by. We'll go over to the right-hand side. This should be scheduled, and down into pit lane to go and get that one on the slow. That was very, very deep in. Try and make sure that one all worked out, but Adrian Gereka now will be looking at this race and trying to understand what there is to do into the box. That is service being taken.
Yes, and this won't clear the drive-through. They'll have to take it next time. The only thing I'm curious about is what service they do take. 42-ish seconds would be fuel only. A minute 5 is fuel and 4 tyres. And then the pit stop time we saw from Impulse Racing of 55 seconds is smack bang in the middle, which suggests only 2 Michelin tyres. Hello to Monsieur Bibendum if you're watching.
Gotta love it. A company out there that says, we're going to make some tyres, and we're also going to decide what the best restaurants around the world is.
The only thing they're missing is if they had a big blimp.
Oh, you are correct. Sort of one that would also allow you to get the naming rights at the bottom of this circuit.
And give you a great view of races of the World Endurance Championship. So there's room for multiple tyre manufacturers in the market, and they can all bring their different facets. Just over 40 seconds for Gereka. Fuel only. He's going to need to come by next time to serve the drive-through penalty.
Yep, so another trip around the circuit before jumping back in again. This would have been planned by the team as they all focus. 3 hours, 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's run through where everyone stacks up at the moment, because BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 3, they do lead this race. The gap is coming down slowly, but by no means is it coming down enough here from Damon Woods. It's fluctuating between about 107 and 109 out there at this point. So this is going to be Damon Woods trying to hunt this down, but Luke McEwen more than enough of a margin at this stage. They come in for their scheduled pit stop. Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue have pulled out a gap. It was nothing about a couple of hours ago. It's now up to 15 seconds over Williams, which is now down to 12 at the moment with Sotomuto, as Drago Racing White effectively are 5 seconds closer than they are at the moment, which is 18 seconds. So they're about 13 seconds net behind, and they'll have to chase their way back on. And then you've got Seisha Esports then, as Seisha are going to be currently the last car on the leading lap at 4 minutes adrift as far as this one goes. In your Porsches, it is a Coanda 1-2 at this moment, with Elvis Rankin and Louis Bailicker, who are there piloting for their respective teams at this point, and they have got a gap of about 23 seconds between them, and Elvis Rankin just holding Louis Bailicker at an arm's length, as they have done all race long. Gridandgo.com Esports 002 have taken their service, but they have a penalty of the form of a drive-through that they will need to serve next time they come around, as they have a little worrying moment there. They are ahead, though, by more than enough over Lewis Woods and the Dur Esports by SX number 20, which will be the last of the cups on the leading lap, as fifth position currently is Maniti Racing with Nicholas Last, who is currently piloting around that number 9 machine. Over then to GT4, where it is a close fought battle here between Martin Payot and Marvin Strel. 10 seconds is the gap now down to, it was an 8:45.432 compared to an 8:45.423, so 9 thousandths quicker on that last lap was Marvin Strel. The gap's coming down, ladies and gentlemen, as RDV Competition Unity find themselves then in a very good third place. They've got 6 seconds over Nicholas Laubish at Fisley Forward Red. The issues that they've run into was having to unplug and replug the steering wheel over at Fisley Forward. That's why they've dropped the third place position. and Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal through Nikolai Perlison is currently a further 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes down on Laubish in 5th place, looking to find that secured finish. In TCR, it's still a close battle out there at the moment between Shara Esports and WSR Esports White, but Sven Winter has pretty much said, right, it's a cold snap for WSR. The gap now has gone out from what was 15 seconds now to 24, and they will be incredibly happy with the fact that they are pulling away here are Shara Esports, WSR Esports White second, and the second of the Shara Esports cars being piloted by Martijn Aschert is then currently in third, the Dutch driver out there. 2 laps then. They got a lap on Aschert, they got 3 on Pablo Bleda, who's running for the BZR Racing team, which has seen the likes of JD Rodriguez and Oye Samayoa also in the car. And LMR Esports right now with Jason Henrique then makes up your top 5 as far as they go. But they are going to be a little bit alert to what Yes Motorsport might be able to do. It's almost a full lap now. It's a 6-minute margin here for Mark Perez and Simify Esports Orange. It is a team largely comprised of drivers who once upon a time found themselves at the Iberica Racing team, which used to be an establishment of Spanish sim racing. They're up at the top right now with Team RSO, specialists of the Nürburgring, in second. They were 6th last year. They've got 4 class victories in their history. Still looking for number 5, which would be huge for them as a team. Blocco Motore find themselves in third through Ian Lawrence Brown at the moment with gridandgo.com esports, who were formerly your race leaders over the opening 10 hours worth of running. Petr Zuba currently then in 4th, and finally it is still Radix Racing Red, who have been a little bit in the wars over the last laps or so. They are still in 5th place with Tech Sports Sim Team trying to hunt them down. Currently we've got 36 cars running from 60 that started, which is a rough attrition rate here, David, of about 45, nearing 50%.
We got to take a look at this. Oh no. It was on the in-lap, the final lap of the stint for Damon Woods. The Tiergarten chicane, he's high-sided it on the curb, spun into the attenuator of the Nordschleife Industriefahrten layout, and it's caused significant damage. This car's in the pit lane now, has been for 3 minutes. It's going to point out a driver change at their rivals, Williams F1 Team Gaming. Alessandro Bico got in, but that's less consequential than this, a car that was holding down 2nd place.
James Boumet is going to be the driver to get in, but that is going to absolutely sting in terms of that. And that probably would have been, for Damon Woods, the final corner of his race.
It was a monumental stint up until that point. He was lapping sub 8 minutes. He was leaving 3rd place in the dust. He was covering off any strategy advantage that Drago Racing White might have. He was eating into the lead of BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing up front, just making sure that they don't get too comfortable or think that they can coast at home. And sometimes it's the last hurdle, isn't it?
It's the final one. You switch off. You've done that corner many times before. They've done over 155 laps in this race, and then you get a moment like that, and it is just going to kick you when you're down. It will promote Caesar over to 4th position. With that change, Blue Mercure will be hoping that they can get back into the top 5. And Blue Mercure have lost most of their time generatively that they were fighting in the early parts of the race, David, for the victory. Was right up there, but then had a disconnect at about hour 8, and that put them way down the order, and they've been fighting to get back ever since, and they've been just finding a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah, so as I begin to try to analyse the strategy on the run home, my prediction for the outright race leader was 23 laps to go when they made their last pit stop. Well, we are making 7-lap stints here. 7, 7 and 7's 21, and that leaves you 2 laps short. You either take a 2-lap splash and go somewhere, or you try to find a way to extend to an 8-lap stint. I think most teams would rather take the splash with 2 laps to go than try to magically pull 10 litres of fuel out of nowhere to extend one of these stints.
I would agree with you on that. I don't think you can sit in GT3 spec there as we take a look over to Arenberg Corner with your Porsches out here right now, and Elvis Rankin, the leader as far as things stand. I don't think you'd sit down and say, I want to be in a position where I'm potentially lifting and coasting 200 meters each and every single corner to extend, when the time that I would save, or I would gain by saving to that level, would be mitigated by just doing a quick splash and dash and driving full out.
The team that would benefit, though, if the race went 1 lap shorter than that, be Drago Racing White, because they were 1 lap further into their fuel stint. It really could have helped if it fell in that margin and it allowed them to cut out a pit stop that everyone else had to have. I was going to say that that's the kind of thing that could have put them onto the podium, as they were within about 15 seconds, definitely splash and dash range behind Williams F1 Team Gaming. But then it all got tossed on its head with that problem for Falcon Sim Racing Team, who still haven't left pit lane.
No, because they got the damage on the front of the car that they are looking around at it and saying, right, we've got to get as much of this repaired as possible to have a safe stint on home. So that's probably where they're eyeing that up at the number 44 team. You can see the front. It's not as bad as it was. They're definitely getting the panel beaters out on it, and I would say for the way that's pushed in, and look, you can see it there, a little bit of change that's done for it. You could get the same achievement done if you have a kettle of boiling water and a plunger.
Yeah, so the beak is getting straightened out. Remember to support your local wildlife rescue. A little bit of rhinoplasty happening.
Yep. Case there of, let's get it into a fully operational position. Belletsiotis into the car for Blue Mercure, almost as if I predicted they needed him in the car at Blue Mercure, and so he's off and away. And noting some Kaitert in at BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 4. Did just get a question in on what happened to car number 4 over the course of the run, because they were leading going into the night in the way that they were running about. Gustavo Ariel ran himself into some heavy traffic troubles with one of the BMW M2s that put them in for a 10-minute extra pit stop compared to what they needed. So they've dropped the lap in this race and realised that after those 10 minutes were lost, they have been on the back foot trying to chase forward as much as they can. Their next chase is to the French-based team, Blue Mercure.
Falcon Sim Racing Team are rolling. 8 minutes and 25 seconds stop. So about 7.5 minutes of repairs required, after also probably losing about 30 seconds engaging reverse gear and getting the car out of the wall. They rejoin in 8th place. They are only just behind Stint 1 Motorsport. There's a chunk of this race still left. It still says hours up there. I think they've got the pace across all of their drivers to catch Stint 1 for 7th. But other than that, it's tough of your own volition to make any more happen.
Yeah, it is tough because this is a team that I would say at the highest level, Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, that's been around, I think is a fair statement, but to the level and the degree that they have been pushing, I don't think they have been up at this sort of height before, to this sort of level. They've got amazing drivers with them. James Boumet is their newest driver in at the roster. He came over at the start of the year from Altitude Frame Esports, and that is going to be the Williams F1 Team Gaming car behind. I think they're going to take that as a note of resignation. We were fighting with you for second. You're now exactly 1 lap ahead of us. We'll see you go forward ahead of us, and we'll see how much of a car we've actually got to go and work with, and maybe we can do something saving the fuel out there between now and the end of this run. But James Boumet, their newest driver in there, I think they are still one puzzle piece away from being that challenging team all the time. but they are putting in some wonderful building block work right now to say, this is how far up the order we can go, and we are going to be challengers at these special events.
It must be so demoralizing to take the repair, exit out, and then right with, but a lap down to who you were contending with. It's a stark visual reminder of the cost. Basically a whole lap, just over 8 minutes lost to all of the aspects of that, the spin, the crash, and the repairs.
They've lost a lot. They're still in this race though, and they're still going to try and garner something from it. Say, look, we can get anything we can at this possible moment in time. And they will note that they fall behind BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, for example. They remain ahead of Solpec Precision Racing, but still a lot more to try and uncover for them, hoping that there will be more dramas to befall out there. Over to your M2s. We haven't really talked much M2 out there at the moment. Or sorry, we'll go to GT4 instead. This is RDV competition out there, and they are in that 3rd place, and I think they'll be very happy that they are holding their ground at the moment with Paul Geoffroy. Nicholas Laubish on that last lap though, took a full second out, so that is the hunt behind BMW being chased down by the Aston Martin.
Yeah, and if I wanted to see an Aston Martin bringing up the rear of a race, I can't imagine any other racing category that I could watch, but that was a great lap. From Nicholas Laubish when I stopped being silly and also probably unfunny. Yeah, an 8:46.2 makes him the fastest car in class on track. And a little bit of traffic woes there and a slide from his rival. That's the kind of thing that puts the pressure on. And there are multiple times here with a long shot, you can see that Aston Martin in the background, and it means that every time Nicholas Laubish exits a corner, looks up the straight, he can see the rear of this BMW, and each corner he'll be seeing it just a little bit closer than he did before, it seems.
Yeah, and so with that, you get that visual cue and target that says, look, I'm going to be able to start closing in that gap. I'm going to be able to maybe say, look, I want to see the black box relative time start to creep down. I want to be able to challenge later on, maybe even get to the end of the stint and hit in a very similar mark to what the number 86 is finding out there. So this is where Paul Geoffroy, I think, is going to have to be looking behind and has to manage his race from this point onwards, because there's no guarantees that this one ends the way that RDV are looking at, and they were probably going into this race looking at the caliber of teams that were here that have found the wayside. Was Cooking Racing Adventures have won category before. Thibaut Courtois Esports are in here. Grid and Go, Team PGZ. RDV are not as big of a team as those teams out there, but they are currently on a podium at this moment in time with a 2-driver effort, and that is well sorted out there. As in comes then from GT4 Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal with Nikolai Poulsen.
The feeling like this is one of the teams that have been doing a little bit of fuel saving, trying to extend their stint. I see 6-lap stints from a lot of their rivals, but they've just completed 7 laps this stint, and the previous ones I can see as well. So that's a noble cause in these trying times to try to save a little bit of fuel.
And that noble time we see right now out in front. This is the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team. No Max Verstappen driving. He's got his driving duties over in Miami, and especially because they've moved that race forward 3 hours, he will be definitely unable to jump into this car if he even was available to do so. But for the moment, Luke McEwen out there, and this is a team that has been all conquering in Sim Racing Sphere before. The team of McEwen, Webster and Pinto has been magnificent, but they will note, as far as this goes, a massive turnaround from where they were 12 months ago. pushing through then to the end of the lap. No real worry, no real drama, no real qualm out there at this point in time. And so they have managed to get through, and they haven't really had too much more to deal with. Fiercely Forward Red we go on board with. We also note gridandgo.com esports 002 did serve their drive-through penalty, and so they are continuing on in third place, now looking to get the drive down in the hills. And this is now a 5-second margin that is just ever so slowly creeping back into play. So, we'll get David back in a moment. We've had David have a crash, ladies and gentlemen. But Nicholas Laubish then holding his ground and saying, right, as this now sits itself, it's all about this run through. A gap of 5 seconds. You're going to do most of the damage through the next section of circuit here as you come out then through Bergwerk. This is the Lauda Links. This is where Niki Lauda had his 1976 crash that left him on the brink of life, and basically he fought back 3 races later to go out there, race at Monza and try and fight for a championship, and ultimately came up just short against James Hunt in that year. But this is a fast section of circuit. You just got to make sure that you are flying about, you're not getting yourself caught up, you're not involved in anything untoward. Watch out there as the Seisha Esports car with the 6-time European truck racing champion there of Norby Kish moving by, just about avoids any drama or dramaticism going through into the next right-hander. This is where Laubish will be looking at that, and he's clawed half a second, and most of that would have been down to the toe, letting through the car in front. Now into the left then that pushes off the carousel, and you're looking to try and jump up and over now as you head to the highest section of this circuit, which is Hohe Acht out there. Balázs Pilar is now back in the car in GT4 circles. Jürgen Frank also down in the pit. So your 2 leaders then will be looking at their service here as Seisha Esports then are going to see them off of the jacks and away, quickly jumping away. And that's what you got to chase down in the distance, Jürgen, who has been a wonderful deputy out there in sim racing. But look at that stop, 4 seconds shallower on the pit stop. They are managing the fuel maybe a little bit better here at Sim RC, and Balázs Pilar is being reeled back on strategy. It was a 10-second gap. It's now 7 seconds, 8 seconds at the moment for Jürgen Frank. So they are doing exactly what they need to here. They're just trying to manage the fuel level, hit a mark. They're understanding what they've got to do in order to get it round at the lap count that they need, and they are forcing the 190 to think about the way they drive this, because by the time we get into the final hour and further on from that, that is going to be where their struggle streak maybe over at Seisha Esports is going to be in the in the balance heading through to the final stages right now. So a lot that is being uncovered at this stage in terms of where can I go and get a little bit more from it. Taking the run then through the Schumacher S, named after Michael Schumacher, the 7-time Formula 1 world champion, and on into the Xiaomi corner, which is a Chinese-based EV manufacturer out there that have 2 areas on this circuit. They sponsor the corner there as you go through Bilstein, and then of course they've got their signage over out of Arenberg to go and set up. David, critical here, an underfill by Sim RC of 4 seconds.
I wish I had clever things to tell you about that at this moment. Come back to me in a moment.
Okie dokie, I will come back to you in a moment then. But as far as it goes, it has brought the gap down, and that is going to be a very important chase in GT4. But if we want to talk category out there, David, and why it's been so interesting to watch GT4, BMW leads the category, followed by AMG Mercedes, followed by BMW, followed by Aston Martin. It's 3 manufacturers in your top 4.
Yeah, and you're talking about that fuel strategy in GT4, and we've seen this a little bit previously as well, that they're in this awkward little... The restricted fuel tank does sort of 6.5 or 6.6 laps. So either they push and they do 6, but then there's this leftover, like 3 or 4 litres sitting in the bottom of the tank. And so you go, okay, well, I'll take a little bit of a short fill and I'll only put 6 laps in the car. Or you go the other way, like Falcon, who are really saving, stretching it out to 7. But either way, it's a little halfway house, halfway in between. So once you're committed to 6 or counting back how many laps there are in the stint, yeah, sometimes these GT4 cars are only taking on board 90-95% of a tank of fuel. That's fine, because that's 6 laps of fuel, which is all they could do if they completely brimmed it anyway.
And I am just noticing on that Sim RC AMG Mercedes, the front left of the splitter is actually curved up at the moment, so it's not a 100% race car at this point in time. They are losing a bit of aerodynamic benefit on the front.
Yeah, despite this being a track with 170 corners, it's also a track with 4 or 5 serious straights. So from the Hutzenbach down to Flugplatz to Schwedenkreuz, really high speed. Down through the Fuchsrohr, also really high speed. You see the GT3 cars getting up into 6th gear there. The Dottinger Höhe as well, but I think about from sort of Bergwerk up the hill, another place where it's a long time at full throttle and the aerodynamic efficiency matters.
There are places where it matters and there's places where maybe you don't get as much help from it. So I would look around and say, yeah, you need all the help. You need as much as you can to say, this is what I need to be gaining out of it. I need this amount per lap in order to feel comfortable by the end of the race. But really, this has been a great GT4 battle out there as we got the 111 in and another penalty now for Team Benik.
Once you get one, other ones become even easier because it's 100 incident limit and then every 20.
There you go. That would do it. Just trying to work away around what looked like Yes Motorsport there. And you're going to pick up another one. And, you know, it's like falling out of a tree and hitting every branch on the way down, isn't it?
Yeah, they've had some other problems other than just the incident limit as well, so they must have had some damage at one point. They took a long stop, did one lap, came back in, and I think took more repairs, and that happens sometimes. You look at your required repairs and your optional repairs, and you're like, well, we've got to take the required repairs. And that's a lot of optional repairs. Let's see how the car feels. Oh, no, let's bring it back and take those optional repairs that we should have done the first time around. So there's a couple of different shaped sticks in the tree that they've hit on the way down, both damage and drive-through penalties, incident limit.
This is the worst game of Kaplunk I think they could have possibly played today, and so they will not be very happy about their version of Sim Racing Kaplunk around the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But still on. They have dropped time here over this outlap of Sim RC. So Sesa Esports have been very happy with Balázs Pilar really looking to attack this outlap and say, look, this is what we've got. Remember, it was 7.5 to 8 seconds out of the pits as Team RSO pit from the M2s. It's now almost 10 seconds. That is an indicator to me that Pilar feels very comfortable with the car and happy to push.
And as I compare GT4 and TCR, both of them have leaders pitting on the same lap, but in different models. And I'm seeing that the outlap often has a significant variation, and then the pace kind of converges a little bit closer. So we're talking BMW versus Mercedes here in GT4, and Civic versus Elantra there in TCR. The pace from both cars and both teams broadly similar. That's why they're close together after 21 hours and a little bit of change of racing. But that first outlap from a pit stop, it just seems like the dynamics of the different cars on cold tyres might create a bit of separation.
And so you get that early separation compared to maybe how it will slowly pull itself back together once the tyres are heated and up to temperature. Pilar really pushing here through the Klein's carousel. There you could see how early it jumped off there of the concrete banking, and now through the Goldenkoff corner you take a big wide line early, try and gather it back through the middle, let the car just naturally pull out towards the exit. And this long Dottinger Herd straight. They don't make straights like this anymore.
No, and back when they did, then they have to, cut them with the inferior stuff, like in France where they went and chucked some chicanes in the middle. But this is proper, proper old stuff.
And speaking of proper old school circuits, I had the opportunity to do a classics race at the old school Pescara circuit. And I was amazed at how long the straights were and how the understanding of what racing used to be in an era back at the 1950s was, it wasn't we're just going to build a dedicated small racetrack. It was, I'm going to race you to the next village, the next village, the next village, and back again. It's why we saw all of the Belgian villages of the Ardennes being challenges, like going out, for example, from the town of Spa to the town of Francorchamps, all the way across through Master over to Stavelot. And you get the understanding of racing was more about the communities back in the earlier days than it was about, say, just having a dedicated circuit that races well, drives well, and is interesting to drive.
Glad you said Spa. That was exactly what I was thinking of, one where it's sort of, okay, let's go 6 kilometres down this highway to that town, 6 kilometres across that highway, and back and forth. A lot of old French circuits of the 50s and such were a lot like that. And still was for the longest time, because you got Rennes, for example, Clermont-Ferrand, very much the same. Pau that they still race. Yeah, and then the thing that throws me for a loop is Imola used to be public roads, and then if you look at it, you go, oh yeah, that road into town used to go alongside the river here, and now you have to go around because we've turned it into a permanent racetrack. Yeah,
this is a permanent racetrack in the sense that they can't really do much more with it, but they will know that they have wonderful racing out there. They generate their money actually from the circuit by using all of the tourist laps out there, by saying that this is a toll road and it is the longest toll road to nowhere.
Fantastic. Make it longer, do more. Another BMW M4. This is the updated version as well, so the facelift headlights coming to the M4 GT4. A lot of money in Bosch dashes there. One for looking backwards at the GT3 cars coming at you, and one for telling you your lap times, oil temperatures, RPM, and everything.
It's a lot of information that a driver can have on their dashboard that they can just look down and work with. And in sim as well, it's more than just looking down at the dash. It can be all of the external tools that they use available through the likes of the third-party software that they have available that says, look, I get this information, that information, knowing what the car is exactly doing in real time. Things like, for example, the Pi toolbox that we see from Cosworth, I think has been a really cool integration into sim racing.
And it's still got a normal proper mirror too up there.
In case the camera fails.
Exactly. Or in case you need to fix your hair.
How would one fix their hair under a helmet?
Mate, I've no idea. I'm spitballing some ideas here.
Love it. Right, Charles Mikel here for Undercut, the 009 team. They have been looking to try and get things sorted out with their work out there in GT4, understanding that they are the last car running in GT4 at the moment, with full risk, no push out about for them 30 laps ago by their comparison, and really have been looking to try and just find that consistent finish. And it is something across all the splits that we'll be seeing. It's so critical to find a finish to this race. The joy of finishing a 24-hour race often outweighs the result.
Yep. Yeah, you get this far in, you're like, let's take this thing to the finish line. And my goodness, how has this gotten so close?
Well, we've been talking about it being about a second a lap, was roughly what we were expecting between these two, RDV Competition Unity and Fiercely Forward Red, an 850.8 and 851.7. So again, another second on that last lap. And Adrian Gericke just moving through there for gridandgo.com esports 002. Not going to get much help there through Bilstein. That's a missed apex there from Nicholas Laubish. Got to be a bit careful about that through Bilstein. And now running through, I would like to claim best corner name in all of motorsport, the Falkenbogen.
You're really going to overlook Zolder's Haarspeltbocht.
Yes, because you've got to remember everything that says bocht at the end just means turn.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like a good Haarspeltbocht, don't get me wrong, but the Falkenbogen sounds like it's a cool corner name.
Yeah, indeed. So what we saw back there, the amount of marbles and debris that have ended up offline. Once Laubish was a little bit offline, and he kept getting trapped way offline, we saw a moment for Sotomuto in a previous stint where he tried to go round the outside of a GT4 car at Schwedenkreuz, a place where not many people had made that move, and found quite a dirty racetrack out there. Now, we're multi-class racing, so the GT3 cars are quite often stepping a little bit offline in some places, and same for all of the cars as they meet each other. But that was one place in particular where cars don't seem to be commonly running side by side, and a car width wide of the racing line was filthy.
Yes, and you'll get that because there is legitimately here no time to sweep up the marbles on the outside extremities of the circuit, and so all of that clag and discard that comes off of the tyres is nightmarish to go and deal with. And when you're looking around and you're trying to drive on it, we call it a marble because imagine that you've just thrown a bunch of marbles down on the floor. You try and walk on it, it is very difficult to go and walk without finding yourself in any form of pain, discomfort, or slipping about out there. That is Share Esports leaving the pits, and Sven Winter staying within the car. Ross McFarlane jumps back in for WSR Esports White. They're not out of competition, they're not out of range at the moment, but their job is getting exponentially harder here to chase down the work that Share Esports have been doing. They have been doing a very, very good job of pulling this gap away at the point they've needed to most to say you are out of range here, WSR, from taking a TCR crown here at the Nürburgring.
An increasingly competitive category now that it's had a rework. iRacing have given it some new physics, people finding it way more alive and engaging to drive and not sort of pushy, numb and boring. It's an exciting and dynamic vehicle to drive now, and really working to try to build that tyre temperature in as well. I notice a little weave here and there, and just quicker you can get that temperature up, could be one of those things that creates the difference on the outlap that we've been seeing.
Yes, and so that difference I think is going to be really critical. And so if you can see, some drivers will elect to weave, other drivers won't. I think when you've only got a front-wheel drive car, you're less likely to see the need of that. You're just trying to work through the stint and through the Sabine Schmitz curve to start the lap, and your descent down the hill into the chaos that the Nürburgring Nordschleife offers. And you know, you're never truly given too much to work with off of the start. It feels gentle to begin with, but then this is the first real braking zone over at Hutzenbach, and you start wondering, oh, okay, this is what it's all about. And you basically get a sense of, okay, it gets a little bit more difficult, a little bit more difficult, and then you get to Flugplatz, and then I think you do the internal scream of terror.
You're trying to estimate how much you've got to back off on this outlap compared to, in Sven's case, the laps you were just doing previously. You're like, I can't go quite as fast as I did last lap, but I'm not trying to hang around here on my outlap. Navigates that well.
Over, of course, onto this run towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. Through the left, going at 250 kilometers an hour, dropping down to 230 before hitting the full power of the brakes, down to just 110 before getting the turning rotation through, and up then the hill for this next part of the lap through the Fuchsruhe, which is the foxhole section, and then over towards Ardenau first through this compression here left, which drops your head down into your lap with the negative G that you feel through that section, and up through the right, then the big left over the top down to 85 kilometers an hour. You can carry more speed off of the exit here through at about 100, and then you're just jamming the throttle down to the floor before you reach Megetsfeld, this next section.
Tell you one thing though, all my G's stay positive. That's word to them. Sven Winter doing a really good job of this outlap, and there was a moment it was so much closer in TCR until the gap went from 5 seconds, that's nothing, to 10 seconds, bit of an advantage here, 15, 20, and now it's sort of take it home type stuff for the 415, who have another team car in the class, and I wonder what kind of advantage that's given them.
This advantage here has certainly been built on hard work and toil and sweat and just keeping the lap time up. At the moment, they've got nearly half a minute. It is now down in your Porsche category, by the way, between Louis Beilicker and Elvis Rankin. It's now down to 17 seconds. So that's been quietly being whittled down here, and Elvis not getting much help out there from Balázs Palá. He'll say thank you very much as he goes by up towards Flugplatz, but that won't be enough. Oh, that's going to be important here. Nicholas Laubisch then has dropped way back off of the back then for Fiercely Forward Red, so he's had a moment out there on track.
All right,
somewhere.
that's here,
Doesn't look
sorry.
like he's got damage, he's just dropped back.
No, I'm getting my BMWs confused. I'm the problem, it's me.
Oh dear, David. Oh dear. But they were about a second back, and I don't know whether it's because they've just had a poor lap this lap or not, but they are further back to what they were.
Yeah, with the Solpec GT3 Mercedes in between them as well. So very often your GT4 battle can, you feel like you've almost got them, and then you get dive bombed by a cup car or a GT3, or they get past an M2 and then you get stuck behind that car through the carousel or something, and you can be right on the tail of your rival, you'd be about to pounce and then have something, either your own mistake or many factors beyond your control in multi-class racing, just drive a little bit more of a wedge amongst between.
Well, if you're trying to go betwixt and between out there in a sim racing sphere and hope that you're going to just make sure that every lap hits the way that you want to, it's not as easy as you think. It's a 950.1 on that last lap from Nicholas Laubisch, just to put it into comparison on what his lap prior to that was. That was an 850, so that would have been a very, very strong lap then to look at when considering it's an out lap. And then he was doing around the 845s, 846s before that point. So Baptiste Jimenez here will be keeping note of this as he's got into the car. Yep.
Then I wind back to what I said about maybe on the cold tyres the BMW is slightly nicer than the Aston Martin. We saw Laubisch have that that snap when we were on board, and then we started talking about marbles, etc. And while Laubish, I reckon, might be a little bit quicker in total, it's waiting for those tyres to warm up to then have an advantage versus the BMW.
Yeah, there is that as well. Just trying to get some temperature in, maybe struggling a bit on the outlaps, and that could be where the Aston Martin just needs to gather it back into play. Leader's in, though. And so, sorry, that's not leader. That is the number 4, coming in. So some Kiter then, who is still on the chase here, trying to get to Blue Mercure. That gap has certainly plateaued in terms of that looking around for final honours inside top 5. Kiter stays in the car for the moment. He came through at Urano back in the day before he moved over to Verstappen Sim Racing. He is a lightning fast driver and someone who's really dependable, I think, behind the wheel, knows how to get one of these cars over to the end of the race. I think that's his strongest skill.
Yeah, tyre change is done. We're seeing the pit stops just going beyond the 30 seconds, and now at 34.5, I think that's a slightly short fill, is it not?
I would say it's a little on the shorter side. They jump out just in front of the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal car, and I think they're trying to do something to give themselves a platform to the end, because if you know you're having to make one more stop compared to everyone else at the end, if you're looking at your short fills or of that ilk, surely you can ratchet it up in a certain way where you get maybe a third, and a third, and basically that stop adds up instead of having the small splash and dash. Try and get the time back now instead of later.
So we've officially reached that point of the race where we're doing count back stuff. I think that's what's happening in the strategy for the number 4 here. Again, monumentally quick car and team. Lost the better part of 10 minutes. And now we've been looking at the timing columns going, well, they got enough time to catch and pass that team, and probably that team, and this is the kind of thing they've done. We're like, ooh, is the top 5 possible? They are currently in, well, they were 6th when they came into the lane. And they're trying to make sure that every position that is possible, they have covered off on their strategy, and they're trying to find a bit of clear track and hot lap based on that light fuel load that they've taken. Which would make it an undercut type of strategy, wouldn't it?
It would do, and they're looking to try and keep that car light, keep it moving about, and with less weight in the car, you can travel a tiny bit quicker. But what the weight does give you with a full tank, and why it can sometimes be risky to do this, to go out on a in a car that isn't quite at full tank, is that when you leave the pits, you have an understanding, basically like wearing a nice pair of shoes that you've worn all your life, basically. You understand what that feels like. The moment you change that and say you're going to come out of the pits and you're going to be on a car that's on a 70% tank, a 60% tank, say, for example, you're going to be dealing with a car that is lighter, and you're going to push the same way you did at the start. But you've got to have to remember, you've got less downforce because you've got less weight.
Yeah, so I'm not completely clear on what they did at that stop, but at 35 seconds is what our on-screen graphics said, and in that type of time, you'd go for 4 new tyres, but rather than taking 7 laps of fuel, which is your full stint, that's probably more like 6. So just cutting 1 lap off the fuel load taken.
Tim Kern in Stint 1 Motorsport is also being hunted down in the GT3 field right now. James Boumet is eyeing up 7th place for Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. Last lap by took 1.1 seconds out and is about 6 or 7 seconds back, there or thereabouts, give or take.
You know, taking a look, and we saw the damage getting repaired, and I think all things can be repaired in enough time, and this car's looking pretty pristine right now.
Pushing through and looking around and saying, look, let's go and make something happen. 2 hours, 13 minutes, 45 seconds. Yes, we do read chat. Yes, we do see everything that's going on out there at the moment. Hi, hope you're enjoying your day. I'm going to ask chat a question out there at the moment, as now up to 7th they go, or now looking for their runners. BMW, Verstappen, M Sim Racing have already come in and made their stop. I'm going to ask chat here a very lovely question. What has been the joy of you watching this 24-hour race, and why do you all love the Nürburgring out there as a battleground? I'm going to ask chat that and see what comes up as the consensus pick. We'll go and look at it in about 10 minutes' time. What do you think, David?
So you want me to expand upon the same question and poison the minds of our viewers, or you want me to hypothesize somewhere else?
Whatever floats your boat. If you want to poison the water supply, you can poison the water supply.
I think the option I'll take is I'll also float a question out there. What's your favourite pizza topping?
Oh, it's an endurance specialty, isn't it?
I think I've gotten this far without talking about food. Me and Lorenzo might have vaguely gone in towards beverages. I think I've gone this far before asking the engagement bait pizza question.
Yes, and so we'll keep an eye out on that as far as you go. For me, I guess the answer is, well, whichever one I'm eating, I guess, is very, very nice to go and have. To take the defense option in that regard. Boom, absolutely chucking it over the curbs here. And you have to drive that style of driving style in the GT3. It's made with the express intention of being able to attack some curbs more than others. The increased ride heights that you get at the Nürburgring also helps to that extent.
Yeah, and if you think when Mercedes AMG and BMW M Motorsport and Porsche Motorsport are designing these GT3 cars, that they, as German manufacturers, don't put an extra little special emphasis on how the car will do here at the Nürburgring, I think you're kidding yourself. Like Ford, oh, they'd love to win here. Ferrari, they've won here and are happy about it. But I don't think that their testing programs would be quite as skewed to Nordschleifer competition as BMW, Porsche, Mercedes, Audi back in the day when they still knew what sports cars were.
I think it goes with an understanding here that if you don't win in your own backyard, that's a problem, and it's something that everyone turns around and looks at and goes, well, you got to win in your own backyard. If you can't win in your backyard, how are you supposed to go and win anywhere else? It's the same philosophy in football. If you can't win at home, you can't win away.
And if you can't win the Nürburgring 24, how are you going to sell GT3 RS road cars with the Nürburgring stitched into the headrests as an option package? Follow the money.
Yeah. You put a Nürburgring badge on it, it's because it's been tuned, it's been there, it's got that history and heritage around it, and so you understand, look, this is a car that you want to be out there and buying, and ultimately, we see it a little bit less than we have done in previous years. It used to be a case of a format out there that cars were a drive on Sunday and then you go and buy it on the Monday philosophy. But right now, as far as it goes, there is still a little element to that of you've got to build a car that if you're winning motor racing, people are going to want it. That's why you're seeing cars like the Toyota Yaris, for example, how successful it's been in a rally sense, why it is still one of the most important cars out there in motorsport at this moment in time, for example.
Ford obviously pursuing putting the Mustang in every racing category they can possibly imagine, and that's a car that they sell in very large numbers globally. Don't know if Aston Martin are selling many cars in large numbers globally, but they are selling cars for large numbers. If you've seen that single-seat Valkyrie that's a one-of-one going to a customer who spent maybe $10 million for it or something. And so we ride on board with the GT4 Vantage, quite a good-looking shape of car. What I love in the dash there is I think that's the car's best lap and last lap that I can see, 8:44.6 and 8:45.15. Definitely now that we've warmed up our tyres across both GT4 cars, I get a sense Laubish is getting a little bit closer. He'll get a little bit of a tow if he's lucky as well.
Yeah, Blue Mercure making their way by, so this will certainly be helpful. Wasn't there also a time where Ferrari had a car out there that you could buy for like $250,000 and then you wouldn't own it because Ferrari would have to drive it to a test track of your choice to go and drive it?
Yeah, the XX or FXX or whatever that was called program cars were interesting. What you're insinuating about the value proposition of them is certainly a fair comment, but they are also a manufacturer that says, why sell, 1 million cars with a $500 profit margin when I can sell 500 cars with $1 million profit margin? That really cultivating and providing really unique things to their most high value customers, and that's one of the places that they seem to find value in their World Endurance Championship program, is they then went and sold the track day only 499p modificators to 20 or 30 of their favorite customers and made a tidy little bit of money there. And that means maybe Ferrari will stick around for another generation of car if they can make a special customers only, track day only version of whatever comes next for the next rule set of WEC, if that's a way to make a program like that pay for itself.
Yeah, so keep an eye out on that as far as it goes. Have been reading your comments here, ladies and gentlemen, and of course all of the pizza comments have won out over on anything I was going to try and add then in terms of what racing action that we have seen. Everyone loves the fact that it's just a 24-hour survival event. It's a warm-up for next week in the real-world Nürburgring 24 that'll be coming around. And big fan of Ate Kalpanen in the top three. Finns being very happy that Drago Racing are having a very good run of things out there at the moment in third position overall. Pepperoni has been the choice there. Canadian bacon and regular bacon out there, the difference between the two, and all-you-can-meat pizza being happy as well in terms of choice has gone through. Car 4 was leading out there at the 10-hour mark, but Gustavo Ariel over the night ran into troubles with one of the BMW M2s out there. It necessitated a 10-minute extra pit stop to get repairs sorted, and that's what put them behind the 8 ball right now, as they are waiting for cars around them like Stint 1 and Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue to make their stops to get back into position to fight with Blue Mercure, as we sit with 2 hours and 5.5 minutes to go out there in this race. David, it has been a pleasure to be alongside you and commentating and noting just how wonderful this Nürburgring 24 has been. I said it at the top of 4 hours to go. I'll say it again here. The way that this race has developed out in some categories out there, in more categories than others, this has turned into more of an endurance than a sprint.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good Nürburgring 24 as far as the closeness of the competition, the battles we've seen, and the field obviously spreading a little bit, but then we check in on a great battle for a podium position, late stages of the race like here. So to answer both of the questions that we've floated out into the ether, my favourite thing about the iRacing Nürburgring 24 is that it feels like the challenge is against the track and the environment first, and then your competitors in the other team second, whereas some other endurance races like 24 hours of Lassat or Spa or any of those others, it's 24 hours of competing against all of those competitors, which is still a thrill, but the challenge of the circuit and the environment kind of comes after the challenge of the teams. And then pizza. I had a pizza this afternoon that I put together. Extra cheese, red onion, mushroom, ham. That's it.
That's a pretty solid pizza. all things said and told. I haven't had pizza in a little while, actually. I must get on that at some point. I've got a little bit of a hankering now after all of this, and lunch hour for me is not a million miles away either as far as this sits. 2 hours, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Focus currently on screen is the battle for third in GT4 as RDV Competition Unity are being hunted down by fiercely forward Red and Nicholas Laubish. This is an all-important battle for that last spot on the podium, as they note they're not going to be close enough to the top two in their own scrap out there as they are heading towards the end of this race. In comes now Luke McEwen for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 3, your leaders out there overall, making their pit stop. They should be joined in about a minute and 20 seconds out there as they set and go, right, this is going to be all for it as they set. So up on the jacks, getting tyres, getting fuel, and getting that stint sorted. Doesn't look necessarily like it will be a driver change. Sorry, it will. Diogo Pinto is going to get back in, and this is probably Diogo to home.
Yep, and note the time remaining on the clock. 2 hours plus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A 7-lap stint is only about 56 minutes. We are going a little bit shorter than an hour on these stints. There will have to be an extra splash and dash somewhere in these final 2 hours for Diogo Pinto. How he manages that, and whether it's a 1 or a 2-lap splash, is what's of most interest for me, and it also defines maybe where Drago Racing White finish, because if it's only a 1-lap splash, then they have that covered. They get to cut out a pit stop. Second place could be theirs.
It could, and I think they'll be looking out at that and saying, if we can get this to sort and we can save the stop, and that's the aim, I think, for Drago Racing White. Save a stop, get happy. It is Alessandro Bico. I think that you're looking around at the likes of Williams F1 Team Gaming and BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 3. I think they're 5 minutes shy of what they need. They're 1 lap shy. If Drago can go around, do an extra lap, which they are, they might be able to save the stop. This is going to be very close for them, but if Drago can save the stop, they're second. If they can't, they're third.
Yeah, if they can't, then what they've got to do is be blisteringly quick on track to close that sort of 15 or 20 seconds it is that they've got. The question becomes, for the race leader, who we right on board with, do they think it's 16 or 15 more laps? Their pace affects how many laps everyone else in the field has to do, because that's what decides when the checkered flag comes out. If they're leading by more than a minute, it's a possibility that, you know, other cars that are sort of 4 minutes behind them, the clock has expired and they're still starting their final lap. When that time expires, there's still easily 10 minutes before everyone gets around to see the checkered flag, sometimes potentially more.
Well, what a pleasure it has been to cover 8 hours at least for my stints of this iRacing Nürburgring 24 here in 2026. It's one of the great endurance races on the iRacing special events calendar, and there's so much great special events to go through. That will do it for me and David Haynes, but bringing you on home for the final 2 hours. Take it away as we head through this Eiffel Tower over to Craig King and Ewan O'Leary. Ewan?
Thanks very much, Jake. It's good to be back and good to be here for the final 2 hours of the 2026 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. This year, Verstappen Sim Racing have, I want to say dominated, but they have led the majority of this race, the vast majority of this race, and they are still leading. Only 40 seconds at the moment, but as Jake and David were discussing, the Drago Racing car is an interesting one in here. In second position at the moment. Williams F1 Team Gaming, though, to my mind, are the team really in second position. They're now a minute and 25 behind Diogo Pinto, who probably is going to bring this BMW home now. That gap has grown from, by the way, 50 seconds the gap was at 8 hours to go for Williams when they were running with Falcon Sim Racing. It's up to 1 minute 25 now over the course of the last 6 hours. Other cars that have fallen by the wayside in the last 6 hours, by the way, other than the Falcon Sim Racing car, which is now down in 7th, although they're closing on Stint 1 Motorsport for 6th place. Maybe a fight to keep an eye on for the remainder of this race. In the last third of this race, we've seen the Capivara racing team finally pull the plug. They've had so many incidents in the BMW M2 class. Full risk, no push. Peter Buddha had a big crash at the Muck Curve with one of the Coanda Esports Cup cars. They're also out. WSR Esports and Fizzy Forward from GT3 finally pulling the plug as well, leaving us with 36 cars still in this field from the 60 that began this race. It's been very high attrition, I think even higher attrition than what we saw in the rain last year or so. Craig, good to be alongside you for this final couple of hours of the race. We're at that stage now where some battles are converging, and this one for third place is definitely one of those. Fiercely Forward Red were pretty comfortably in third for large portions of this, but have been caught and passed at the moment by RDV Competition Unity. One of the teams who are running this race with only 2 drivers. Baptiste Jimenez must be very tired now, but they're only 2 hours away from a potential brilliant podium finish for them.
I gotta be brutally honest, I'm kind of tired, and I've only been up for 4 hours or 5 hours. However long it's been. Is it 6 hours now? Oh, I can't remember. I'm tired. How are they feeling right now? Because you always want to make sure you've got somebody with you, beside you all the time, in case you've had an internet drop or something. And 2 on their own, that's really challenging, and it doesn't cut down on the times when it comes to, you know, when it comes to the whole factor of having to have driver swaps. You still got to factor that in. So it's just a game of fatigue, and they're having to just keep it clean for these final hours. And this has been a really interesting battle, because I came on after you, and the lead of the battle for GT4 we thought was going to be really close between the 190 and the 76. That's kind of gone away, and this other battle started to brew, and it's great to see all these battles now coming in. We're at that stage of the race. Calculators that come out to work out the lap times. We know where we're going in terms of stints. I've got the pen and paper out ready to see what they need when it comes to fuel stops here, and this could be a game of who has to do a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, indeed. There's no chance you're going to be able to save the fuel round here. The lap's far too long for that. So it is going to be a case of where is the strategy going to land you. These are the moments where all of the decisions you took much earlier on in the race are now coming to fruition. I mean, talk about the 3 car at the front of the field that had that damage that was costing them 6 or 7 seconds per lap earlier on in the night. About 14 hours to go at that stage when the number 4 was running away with the race lead, and they were leading by 1.5 minutes after that episode for the number 3. The decision that they took to continue running with that really severe damage for so long is now coming to fruition. To be fair, now that I'm seeing the strategy play out, I'm not entirely sure why they wanted to persist so keenly with the strategy as it was. They wanted to get to the 7-lap stint, even though it was costing them so much time. It cost them about half a minute in the end, but I don't really see the point as to why. But anyway, this is where those key moments, even last night, even before the night fell last night, these are where those decisions really play out, and that's what's going to be so interesting about this. Drago Racing going 1 lap further at the front of the race. What does that mean for this race? Are they going to get into 2nd place? Is it going to be 3rd? Even if they need a splash, are they going to get ahead of Williams F1 Team Gaming? Very difficult to tell at the moment, but that's going to be the interest in GT3.
It will be, can they just, on this stint, or even the last stint, can they just go an extra lap? Whoa! Quick tap there from the number 1 car, tapping LaBouche off the track. Thankfully, it's one of the slower corners of the track. Not really a serious impact there, but that had put all that hard work out of the way, and now Fiercely Forward are going to have to do it again.
Wow, that was coming down the hill, across the drop, across the jump at Flansgarten. And, well, have a look at this again. There's just a slight bit of contact. It's just the urgency at this stage in the race from the Drago Racing car that just meant they pushed on, and just a little bit of contact with the Fiercely Forward car, and off they go. But these are the moments through traffic as well. The GT3s feel like they can't afford to wait. The slower class cars don't want them to pass in certain moments, and you get conflicts like that.
I'll tell you what that does show. You know, I was just saying, well, maybe if Drago could just do a fuel save, go an extra +1, that would probably give them the fuel save. if they're making that move, they're not fuel saving, because most people would probably lift there and just take a little bit of the fuel. They're just still going for this. So whatever that means, it could be a de facto one lap splash and dash for them if it goes. And these guys still battling, and well, you've got to say what could have been for both teams here. You've got the Stint 1 that are now coming into the pits themselves, the 44 of Falcon Sim Racing coming in. Falcon, last time I was on the booth, they were actually battling for those podium spots, and in that small moment I did see the incident. I think it was with one of the M2 cars just catching them out, and well, now all of a sudden they're trying to battle for P6 instead of P2, and not where you want to be, but at this stage of the race you just accept it, and you know that you're going to have to just get there to the end. No point quitting right now. And I think we haven't had a retirement for what, 6 hours now? I think it's the last time we had a retirement, so we've still stuck with 36 cars for a very long time.
Yeah, the last retirement I think was the Capivara Racing Team car, or maybe the Full Risk No Push team, who are 36 laps off their class leader. That is probably 4.5 hours, maybe 5. So yeah, it's been a long time. Anyway, anybody who's in the race at this stage, even with a bit of damage, will probably continue on now to the end, even if they get a bit of damage. Here comes Kistner, and he will stay in front of Falcon Sim Racing. So we'll continue to let that battle play out on your screen. The actually battle is for 9th, for 7th place now, as Sam Coiter gets through. That should be the number 4 finishing in 6th place. Don't think they've got enough time to... Well, maybe they do actually. Maybe they do have time to get to the top 5. We'll wait and see. Got a couple of people asking in chat though, what's happened to the number 3 and number 4 over the course of this day? Well, number 3 is still leading. I'll deal with the number 4 because it has been a bit of a topsy-turvy race. They were given the race lead when number 3 had a penalty earlier on. Diogo Pinto speeding in the pit lane just as night fell last night, and the number 4 led. Then with the number 3 getting that damage, the gap grew to 1.5 minutes when the number 3, number 1 and WSR Esports also were fighting in a 3-way fight for 2nd place. Excellent fight coming towards the halfway mark last night, but then after the incident for the 3 of them, which delayed the 3 the least, the number 1 the next least, and then the WSR Esports car the next least, and then the 1 car the most, then the trouble struck for the number 4 as Gustavo Ariel was in the car sort of toward the latter stages of the darkness really. Got a meatball after contact with an M2, and that dropped them off of the lead lap there and then, and at the time to the bottom end of the top 10. They've climbed back up to about 6th now, and as I say, have an outside chance at a top 5. But this race has shown once again, I was talking about this earlier with Paul Smith, this race has shown once again just how many things can go wrong around this circuit, and you can still get up towards the front and get a good result, because the number 3's had far from a perfect race over the course of today, with that penalty a little bit earlier on, and and of course that damage that they had earlier that cost them so much as well, 30 seconds or so. They were 1.5 minutes off the lead at one stage, and now they're leading by 1.5 minutes in the number 3, so it shows just how you can come back from these bits of trouble.
Well, I was watching last night, just getting myself ready to call it the day, and Diego had that drive-through, and I thought, that's it for the number 3. You can't recover from a quick pit stop like that. You're going to lose the time. But in this hot and tight field, it's very tough to basically gain that time back, and then fate handed them a lifeline, and well, it's been handing everybody a lifeline today, it feels like, and they've been able to just utilize that to their best advantage. And well, if people drop beside you, you just keep on walking, and that's what they've been doing, and they're into the business end now, and all they got to do is just keep it clean. They could, I don't want to say it, they could afford a drive-through, just a drive-through, not a damage. They could afford a drive-through for incident points, still keep that lead. That's important. They wouldn't want to do that. It would really catch them out a little bit. So one thing they're going to have to work out for. There are battles, though, on the track in the GT3s, because remember we were talking about Drago Racing? Well, I think that little send on the Fiercely Forward car might have helped them. Because if you see on the timing tower, even on the cold tyres, they've been able to jump ahead of the Williams F1 Team Gaming car, and they have that P2. That was something we weren't expecting to see for the final stop, and they've done it right now. Well,
it's because their shorter stop has come now already. So only 23 seconds in the box. They've effectively covered the tyre change with fuel, but no more. So they're only going to do 4 laps on this stint here at Drago Racing. Very interesting call. They've decided that, no, they are not going to be able to go to the end. There's not 14 laps to go. There must be 15. So they're going to do 4 laps this time around. They might do 4 laps next time and then a 7, or 7 and then a 4. But they're effectively doing this so that they can change tyres each time here and not have to not change tyres with a splash and dash very late on. So interesting call there, but they've got track position already. Patrick Kalpanen in front of Alessandro Bico. They're over a minute, well, they're about a minute and a half off the lead. They've got 3 minutes 45 back to 4th place Chesney Esports, so they can probably fight it out at the bottom of the screen there. This is the moment in the race where finally we do away a little bit with all of the patience talk that we've been having for the last 22 hours or so. It is very reasonable to expect these two now to fight at the bottom of your screen and maybe the top of your screen as well.
Well, about 3 hours ago or so, the Williams team was having a little battle with the Falcon team. They both came out the pits and they got their elbows out, and we weren't expecting to see it that early, and now I think we're going to see this going on as much as we can. You've got the battle for P7 on the top, the battle for P2 on at the bottom, as that's going to be a very interesting effect here to see what drivers are going to do. Look at the speed, and keeping here though for Drago, they've got the cold tyres and they're having to warm these tyres up, and I'm surprised that Bico in the 150 hasn't looked at a chance to make an overtake on some of these straights. You've got the run up to Bravery, you already had that run as well at Arenberg. We know Williams has had some moments there earlier today. Soto Muto having a small slide trying to overtake, funny enough, the fiercely forward car. I think it was around the outside going into Arenberg. So that has played havoc as well. Both these teams have had those moments, and well, the moments haven't cost them the race. It probably cost them the lead. They're still there battling for the podium, and they're able to just keep on fighting. I'm looking around as well. Another battle that could be very interesting down the line. The Coanda battle in the Porsche Cup. They've both taken tyres this time. That should be the last set of tyres with both of them. But the 018 has been lapping faster than the 08. We don't need to go at them right now. The gap's 16 seconds, and if it is 16 laps to go, I know it sounds crazy with an hour and 45 to go, or 46 to go. If you need to do a second a lap faster now for the next hour and 46, it's not unheard of, but it's going to be a tough challenge for that one. So just keep your eyes. We don't need to go to it, but at the moment, keep your eyes on that Porsche Cup car timing tower, because that could be very interesting with an hour to go.
I think that one of the best drivers, though, in this Porsche Cup race here over the 24 hours has been Alejandro Sanchez, and he is in the 08 for the final stint here. I think he's going to be difficult to catch for Tristan Iglesias. They've often been driving together, actually, those two, and I've noticed when I've been on and they've been driving together, Sanchez, to me, has looked a little bit quicker, but we will see how that develops. They might well... Oh, Nicholas Laubish has got a meatball flag from the fiercely forward red team. Well, we saw them go off a few moments ago as Drago Racing pushed past them. We'll see whether this has higher class traffic involved in it, but unfortunately, Nicholas Laubish has got a meatball flag, and that's going to be the end of the battle for the podium. RDV Competition Unity are now in the clear. They've got nearly 2 minutes down to Falcon Sim Racing Team. No, they've got even more than that, over 2 minutes. This is why. It's Drago again. Oh my goodness me. It's the same car again as the number 1 car passed them before through Flansgarten. They pitted and then went behind Laubish, who he's had to be overtaken again, this time just a couple of corners later. And the consequence is much more dramatic. The same 2 cars getting into contact twice in the same 15 minutes.
Oh, if I had a dime for every time I saw 2 cars come together in more than once in an hour, I'd have 1 dime. It's the only time I've seen it recently, and that's a weird one. I did see it as we were just looking there, and I thought, is that a car that's gone off on its own? And look back, no, that's such a weird one. And of course, it's that moment at Flatsgarden where you've got to be careful. You're over that ridge. You have to take that straight line almost for the GT3s. The GT4s are also trying to take the same line. They're all trying to take that same tight line, keep the air down on the cars. And that was just such a weird one. And I don't think Drago needed to make that move either. They just went with the momentum there, and I think that might be it as well for Fiercely Forward. I don't know if they're back out there. I think they may have just parked the car.
Well, they'll be in the pit lane for a long time anyway, so we'll be able to find out later whether they've actually whether they're actually giving up the ghost here or whether they are going to get to the finish, because we are in the final 2 hours. Might as well get out and cross the line at least, but they're certainly out the running for the podium, that much is absolutely sure. As some people in chat have been saying, there has not been any rain in this race, and the peaks of probability for rain have now passed. It's 2:30 in sim now, so we're well into the afternoon. The rain stopped being a factor in terms of its chances at 11 o'clock in sim, so nearly 3 hours ago now. The biggest spike was at 9 o'clock earlier on, so some time ago. We have not seen any rain though in this year's iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, but we have seen it in the past, of course, in this race. I think 2024 was last year indeed was the first time. It was 3 laps shorter that race than the year before, which is what gave me a clue. But yeah, no rain this year, and some drivers are always very, and teams, some drivers and teams very pleased always to have a 24-hour race, or any kind of race really, with no rain at all. But some teams would have seen it as an opportunity, although it was never very likely. The chance was never higher than 25%, and indeed it hasn't arrived this year.
I can tell you that the final time slot did indeed get rain, and I think some drivers will be going, I wish I was there, because there are those drivers that like the rain. It plays a different strategy factor in these endurance races, and I know that means we'll probably be seeing, if we had rain, we might be seeing more cars in the barrier more than cars on the track, but it then just gives you that little bit of a what if scenario there, just neutralizes the field a bit. We've seen how rain can affect. We looked at Daytona 24 last year, and Grid and Go winning that race just because of the rain, taking out some of the top drivers, and you just have to be a little bit more careful. But this is the track that some people would have thought, oh, it's got to be rain, because you look at the real world, and we had the fog of last year, the year before, I can't remember. We've had bad weather from years ago. I remember, I think 2 years in a row, they red flagged the real world race because of the rain overnight, because it was just too treacherous. I think it was Adam Christodoulou's car, the Mercedes, lost it coming out of the carousel because it was just a lake coming out the carousel. So some drivers like it, as you say, other drivers don't. I don't know about you. I can't drive in it, but I think it's a great leveler, and I really like to see it.
It is entertaining to watch, there's no doubt about that, but I think there is good reason that people will be a little bit scared of it and fearful of it. I think that there is a danger, like me and Jake were talking about last night, that you can overdo these iRacing special events with rain. You know, if it happened in every single one of them torrentially all the time, I think people would get tired of it very quickly. But I think it's been sprinkled in nicely so far in the history of iRacing special events. First arrived at the iRacing Sebring 12-hour a couple of years ago now, and it was very exciting, dramatic then. But if every race was like that, people would get tired of it very quickly. So, and of course it's the same in real life, isn't it? Some, although not many years at the Nürburgring recently, some years you can get away without seeing any rainfall at all. That's just the way that it goes. And as you say, not every time slot, not every split, it's the same indeed. That's something worth noting as well. It depends really what race you end up in, but you know, not this year in the top split.
Yeah, I agree. You've got to have a limit. Some people will be like, could we just please have it? It would just be really nice. Yeah, it'd be nice, but you've got to put the chance. You can't do. And I remember that Sebring race, the first time they had the rain, it was literally, no, you're getting rain. There's no maybe rain, you're getting rain. And it was a very interesting experience, I won't lie. And then we had Daytona last year, which I thought was great as well. But if you keep having rain, where's the fun in it? You need to have that. Will they, won't they? You know, there's been times where rain has come and gone, and it's been nothing. I actually recall last year's Petit Le Mans. I think it was raining for about 3 laps, but it was so light. All it did was just make you think, okay, let me just change the TC a little bit. That's all I need to do. So having that balance is crucial. These drivers would have loved it as well, would also have loved it not to have the rain, but the key thing is they know that what it comes down to is just a pure race of pace and strategy, and that's what we've seen right now with so many different strategies, and this gap has started to expand a bit, And I think this is the sign of the lighter car that Drago's got, because of the fact they underfueled, might be coming into play here, because they need to make a gap if they're going to be taking that last stop being a big stop.
I think not only is that the reason why this gap is extending at the moment, but it's also very necessary for the number one car to actually do that, because Pico was benefiting from the slipstream of the Drago Racing BMW there. He's finally been taken out of the slipstream by the looks of things. However, this is the moment where Drago Racing need to actually gain time on Williams F1 Team Gaming. They are lighter right now, as you say. That's not going to be the case throughout the remainder of this race. You know, it's when they pit Drago Racing, it will be before Williams, and then the roles will be reversed. So just for a little while anyway. So it's important, while you've got the advantage, you're not offering up a slipstream to the driver you're battling against. And now that gap's over a second, Pico's going to slowly watch Kauppinen get further and further away here, I think, but only for a couple of laps. Drago Racing coming to the end of lap number 2 of their stint here. I believe it's only going to be 2 more until they come in for the penultimate stop of this race in that number 1 car, and then Pico will be back into second place again. It's going to be a bit of a race against the clock for these two for a little while before their strategies converge at the very end.
Yes, it's going to be quite an interesting moment when it comes to the traffic as well, because now if you look at it, Pico's going to have to rely on any cars that are ahead of them to really make a move. And you look at the deltas around it, you know, but we haven't talked about the deltas between the classes in the 24. I haven't, definitely. About 10 minutes maximum between the GT3s and the Cup cars. You're looking at 50 seconds, between the GT3s and the GT4s. About another 50, maybe 55 when it comes to the TCRs. And a minute and 10 for whatever's left in the Cup cars. So when it's a smaller track and you've got the 3 multi-classes that we usually see, the prototypes and the GTs, you can work on that and look at the relatives and think, right, I know what's going to be happening next lap. Can't be looking at that right now, and that's a game that they're going to have to play as it goes, as they just play it by ear, as they say. But that gap, 1.5, already now out of the slipstream. And Pico, I don't think is going to be too worried about that. All they got to do is just hit their numbers. Even if they're just a couple tenths slower than Drago, that's fine, because they've still got to do a full fuel stop here, and they also have to come in earlier. So that's going to be pretty crucial, and also making sure that Pico doesn't lose the internet there, because I think that's the second time I've seen him have a little bit of a blip there.
Hopefully that is all fine. In GT4, the battle is only 9 seconds apart now between Baujos Pala and Corin Sanguine. Chelsea have been able to hold on quite nicely here, and I thought because of the time they were losing throughout the latter portion of the night and in the early morning today, I thought they would lose the lead fairly quickly to Corin Sanguine and the SimRC team. The gap was as large as 40 seconds at one stage after Guine went for a spin, but now it's just 9 seconds. It's been lower than that indeed as well. Guine has already been out there for a lap. Pala's on his out lap now, so Chelsea are going to have a little bit of an advantage in terms of fuel. Their shorter pit stop is still to come. Guine has had a shorter pit stop this time round anyway, so it's going to be definitely shorter, quite a lot shorter from Chelsea second time round. With an hour and a half to go, a 9-second gap doesn't seem like a lot, but at this level, it is a real big amount of time to actually try and gain here. Guine's got to really get to work and try and close this gap if he wants enough time to make the pass as well and make this an exciting finish.
But the crucial thing here is that Cesus actually took an extra lap on that last stint. Lap 50, they came in, it was lap 149 for SimRC. They've been able to extend a lap at this stage of the race when the track's probably at its warmest, or getting to its warmest, 28 Celsius. That's 82 Fahrenheit for those over the pond. So I do wonder if that's going to play a factor here. They will have to splash and dash regardless, but now that's going to be 1 lap less than before. Already got that 7-second lead as well, as we're seeing some of another BMW come down into the pits. And yeah, I do wonder if that extra lap is actually going to help as the RDV Competition in the GT3 comes out. They've only 3 minutes behind. I say only 3 minutes. That's quite a bit of a trek now. They're just going to be driving it home. Send it home now. Get it home. That's a P3, and a P3 in the top split. Well, that's always going to be an achievement regardless of where it is. They'll be happy with that. They would have loved to have gone elsewhere, but up 7 places. That's a big deal in an endurance race. 7 places up the field into P3. You wouldn't call that the drive of the day, but it's the hardest charger, as they used to say.
It's not something we've seen too much of, actually, in this race today. The current race leaders of all of the classes, for the most part, have started up towards the front. 2 of them were pole sitters, Commander Esports in Cup and Scherer in TCR. Simify in M2 have only gained 1 place. Chesney in GT4 only 2. And the number 3 car's only gained 1 place as well. So there hasn't really been very many teams coming through the field like that. But I think the more impressive thing for RDV Competition Unity, as Patrick Jimenez takes the car out for the penultimate stint. Looks like he's going to be finishing this race, but his teammate Paul Joffro is the only other teammate he's got in this car. You very rarely see 2 driver teams anymore, and there's good reason for that, because it is very tiring and very difficult. But the fact these guys have been able to survive doing that, and also being able to get to the front and get to what looks like a podium here, that is a remarkable achievement.
If I ever had to do a race, I've done 12 hours with 2 people. That's the limit. I wouldn't go any further. I to myself as well, I'm getting old, Ewan. I'm getting old. I couldn't do a 3-man team for a 24-hour race. I need my beauty sleep, or I'm an old man now. I need my sleep full stop. So to do it with 2, I mean, are they pulling the Paul Smith 24-hour charity stream? Once again, congratulations to what he's done with that one as well. I know he's practically sleeping right now. The moment you 2 handed over to us in the morning, he was gone. Didn't even just stay around. He was gone. He's in sleep. He's in bed right now. I don't even think he's even watching. I think he's far asleep. These guys, they can't sleep yet. They're going to be getting to the end, then they'll be sleeping. And if they've had to leave one of them on their own, well, that's more power. But this is a great drive, and some people would think, oh, if you've not seen them a lot, that must be a boring race. If it's a boring race, it's a good race. That means you're doing the right things. And well, realistically, if you've not seen them, that means they're doing the right things, and hats off to them. They just got to get this home right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a remarkable achievement. If you look actually back to last year, I know they're not actually going to go on to win this race, but if you look to last year, there was Cooking Racing Adventures GT4, for example, they won the class, and they had 5 drivers in that car. I mean, that's maybe more than you need, really, but it does help to share out the driving quite nicely. Don't see too many 5-driver teams. Certainly don't see too many 5-driver teams actually winning classes in RS in special events, but we did last year. There was a 2-driver team last year as well, though, actually, at the TC Racing Esports team, and they finished at 3rd place in GT4 last year, with just Abel Torres and Augustin Canapino driving for TC Esports. That was a very impressive drive. So 3rd place for them last year. So it's going to be another 3rd place for a 2-driver team here this year, and I'm not sure what it is about the GT4 class or whatever that seems to be attracting this sort of 2-driver effort, but maybe just a coincidence that 2 years in a row, 2 3rd-place finishes in GT4 have been just a duo, but maybe it isn't a coincidence. Maybe it's something to do with the GT4s themselves.
I know they had a little bit of a change-up since the last year. They've had a new tyre model. They've absolutely changed how the cars drive, and you've got to be a little bit more on the limit now with these cars, and that could be one of the reasons. They were enjoyable before. I'm not saying they weren't, but now I think they've just got a little bit more feel, and there's more flavour to the GT4s nowadays as well compared to the last couple of years. So that does help out. You talk about 5-driver teams. Sorry, that's what I would do. But I'm not here racing for the top. That's why I'm in the booth. 5, when you're doing it casually, you're doing it with your friends, you're doing it just to get to the end. You do it like that. Everyone gets a drive. People get a good amount of sleep. But here, you're having to be on there, and there's less variables the less drivers you have, and that also just comes down to trust as well, because you need to have to trust the drivers to make sure that they're not going to not make the mistake, but also not get caught out here. And Williams Racing, well, they did have that moment, unfortunately, as Muto had a slide going out of Swedenborgs to try and get around a GT4, but it hasn't hurt them because of what happened to Falcon. But it's just like what happened to BMW, the number 3 car, the Verstappen Sim Racing car at the start of the night. They had a mistake, and it worked for them. Williams had a mistake. It's kind of worked for them. They're in this battle now. And you can see they're on their own. You can just see, I'm putting my hand over my eyes so I can just see them. Drago Racing, but they're gone. And now these times are pretty interesting because we're seeing another team finally hit the sub-8s now. The last team that was doing that was the leaders. So big time moments here for Drago Racing to hit the mark.
7:59 last time round. Let's see what Kauppinen does this time as he begins his final lap on this stint, by the way. Gustavo Ariel gets into the number 4, by the way, for the run to the end here. So that's where maybe their strategy is going to come unstuck in terms of getting a top 5 finish, but they haven't really chosen this strategy. They've rather been put onto it with their incidents. 8 minutes, 0.0 that time from Kauppinen, so not quite able to get below the 8 minutes, but he's extending a margin over Alessandro Bico here. He's still having a few connection troubles, so it's hard for us to tell actually lap times and the gains and losses therefore. But we can see that Drago Racing are pulling away. But this lap is their stop lap. A couple of laps later will be Bico's penultimate stop as well. And we'll see where they come out. Well, first of all, see how much fuel Drago Racing take. I mean, there's, I think, 11 laps to go at the end of this one. Do they want to do their long stint now of 7 laps and then 4 laps? Or do they want to split it, you know, 5 and 6 or something? You know, a few decisions to be made here as far as how much fuel Drago Racing take.
I think they're smart though because they know they had to do the splash and dash. So why not just do 2 smaller stops instead of 2 big stops and that heavy fuel? And that may be working for them. They've not been able to. They've been off the strategy compared to everyone else because of an issue earlier in the night, which I believe was the wrong tyres with ticked. That's what I was being told by David. Wrong tyres being ticked, a little bit of a mistake in the pits, came out. So I wonder if they were now just trying to make this run because technically they're +1 compared to everybody else. But where are they going to find that extra 1 lap? They're not going to find it now. So this might be smart, just to take the time out of the pit stops by going short, long, or short, long, short, whichever way it works for them. And you can see it's working. These are some really good times getting put in by the Drago Racing, by Kauppinen, because these times, look, even on the GP section, took half a second away from the Williams F1 car. So this is going to be the stint that wins the race for them, well, wins the P2 for them in this battle. But they still got to keep it clean as it ebbs and flows in that gap. 2/10 now gained back by Williams.
Well, even despite the lower fuel and whatever, Diego Pinto is at least holding the margin over Atte Kauppinen. That's the gap between first and second at 1 minute 25. By the way, and as far as previous race finishes around here at the Nürburgring and winning margins, actually had 3 years in a row up until last year of winning margins below 40 seconds, which is pretty remarkable for a race like this. Last year, though, it was 1 minute and 6. You have to go all the way back to 2021 to see a winning gap longer than 90 seconds, which we might get here. In fact, it was more than 3 minutes back in 2021 for Team Redline as they took the victory over Team BMW Bank and BMW Team GB, rounding off the podium 4 minutes down. BMW 1, 2, 3 in the first race for the M4 GT3. That car also going on to win the Spa 24 of that year and win many special events since then. In fact, BMW M4 has won 4 of the last 5 editions of this race. Looks like it's going to turn into 5 of the last 6 with a victory in 2026, but it's going to be the number 3 Verstappen Sim Racing team at the moment. Although lots of things have happened previously here, trials and tribulations for them, so they won't be counting their chickens just yet. They've absolutely got to stay focused and make sure they get to the finish without another mistake, because they can't afford it. As you mentioned earlier, they can maybe afford a drive-through for incident points, maybe, or something, but they can't really afford anything else other than that.
And I mean, you never tell a racing driver you can go slow now. You never tell a driver that. The moment you tell someone to go slow, that's it. They're going to make a mistake. But you can also tell a driver you don't need to take the risks anymore, and that's going to cause them to make a mistake. But that's what he needs to do right now. That's what they need to do in that number 3. That's what Diego needs to do. He's made his mistakes in the race. I'm not calling him out on it. We've all made the mistakes. You know, you always have that one mistake in the back of your head in a special event. Am I going to do it again? We've all We've all done it with the pit limiter. That's what happened to him with the speeding penalty, because they were so far up the pit lane. Thought they didn't need the speed limiter, caught them out, and now for him, just going to have to keep it calm. Got some traffic ahead, and it's Grid and Go in that M2 car. Not talked a lot about the M2. Grid and Go, well, there's only really no battles happening in the M2 class. Grid and Go is a lap down from P3, so they're not going to be able to do much. And then you've got the TCR that was right behind. That was the Sure sports car. They're also a lap down as they're getting to the end. They know what's up for stakes there, and this is what Diogo needs to do now. Just keep hitting the marks. And again, I go back to when I was looking at the times. Like, not many teams have been doing flat 8s for the last 4 hours, apart from this team, apart from the number 3, and they've had 3 different drivers during that time, and it just shows the consistency they've been putting in. Not going to crown them yet because there's still 1 hour and 23 to go, just like there's 1 minute 23 for their lead.
They have been very consistent so far in the race lead, and they've managed to make a few errors as well. Mentioned a couple of them there, but really, when compared to the others, they've made fewer errors. Karppinen has actually caught on this stint, so it's down to 1 minute 24, but he needs to be gaining about a second per minute at the moment, and that is very, very tricky to do. That's 8 seconds a lap, so yeah, very difficult indeed. The gap 20 seconds between the Coanders again. It's growing again in favour of Alejandro Sanchez, with Tristan Iglesias behind. As I mentioned, I think Alejandro Sanchez has been the driver of the race in the Porsche Cup class anyway for Coander Esports, because whenever he's been up against the other car, which it has bing about for a lot of this racing in the Cup class, Sanchez has been quicker. It's often been Iglesias, unfortunately, but I don't think that's his fault. I think Alejandro Sanchez is just the fastest driver in this car, in this field perhaps. An 8:07.6 last time round is faster than anybody else. He's on his way, it looks like, to getting to Coander Esports a Porsche Cup class victory. And it would be back-to-back for them after they won the 2025 race in this category as well. But this is dominant here from Sanchez. The gap has never really been more than 30 seconds, but the 08 car has held this for a very, very long time.
You've got to think as well, I think some of the best Porsche Cup drivers, full stop, come from Coander. You look at how they dominated the Porsche Carrera Cup North America series that just finished last week, and you look at how they've been doing in the Great Britain series. So when that new eSport Championship starts, you're going to be seeing a lot of these cars. You might get a little bit bored of them, but that's just because they're just so dominant in these cars. They really excel at just getting every bit out of it. You've got to give your hats off to Iglesias because, and that other car, the 018, because like, what are you meant to do? Your teammates are just so quick. You're just as quick as them, but they just found that extra level. They've been able to just find the right things, and for sure they basically be probably working together to find out how it is, find the right stops and find the right setups and what click will work here and there. But when it comes to just hard out racing, the only thing they'll be doing is just comparing lap times. They won't be comparing data otherwise, because, well, then you just find the little tricks that each other has been doing. Drago Racing in the pits, though, as you were saying, this is going to be their short stop. How long do they go? Because this is going to be an important run here to find out if they're going to battle for P2 or if they're just complacent with P3.
Let's see what they do at this stop. Well, it will be tyres. That's the whole reason, by the way, why they've gone for this short stop earlier. They want tyres each time. I would argue that it might have actually been quicker not to bother with them, especially if it was a 1 or 2 lap run to the end. But they've done the calculation properly. You start, and I haven't. And also they know what they want. So there's 4 laps of fuel. They're going to go sat there for longer than that. 1 lap of fuel around here is roughly 7 seconds, just less than. Their stop 29 seconds, so that's a little bit longer this time. I was 5 laps. It's about 6 seconds per lap of fuel, in terms of fuel, and just in behind, not in terms of actual position, but in terms of where they're running, the Stint 1 Motorsport car, I think that is. So another 5 laps for Ate Karppinen here. He's in 3rd place. What does Biko do in response here? Because Drago Racing are doing all sorts of fancy things with their fuel. Williams are still running, just brimming the tank and then going for another hour.
Yeah, roughly cone to cone, you're looking about 1 minute and 3. That's what Williams was doing last time. Cone to cone, that was 53 seconds. So that's almost 10 seconds less fuel. So that's going to be a lot less. And well, they're saving the fuel, and this is interesting because that will definitely be a short stop at the end of the race. Are they predicting that they're going to be about the same place as where Williams are? It's an interesting strategy. When you look at the gap between them now, 43 seconds. If Williams have to do a full fuel stop now, that's going to be 1 minute. What are Drago going to have to do? A bit more. I'm just trying to work these numbers out. I'm not good with math, despite I'm a trained accountant years and years ago. But I'm trying to look at this, and it does feel like Drago have actually got the strategy down here. And that's a good heads up after having to adjust it, being that they've been off the strategy all race compared to everybody else.
He's finally started to get some of these teams off strategy, and it's been remarkable this year just the way that everybody's been able to stay on their initial strategy. We don't normally see that in the Nürburgring 24 hours. We eventually, well, in any race actually, you generally see people getting pulled off strategies for one reason or another. But for a long time in this race, the lead lap teams were all pitting on the same lap every single time. Finally, it's splitting apart. Drago Racing effectively done this of their own accord here. They were pitting one lap sooner, one lap later, earlier anyway, but now it's properly different in GT3. The gap in GT4 is down to 6 seconds meantime. Chesney Sport in front of SimRC. The gap in TCR just under 22 seconds, so looks like Scherer are holding the advantage there, but can SimRC get on terms in time before this finish? 6 seconds is the gap. Last time around they gained 8/10 of a second. You mentioned though that they pitted one lap earlier previously than Chesney, which means their final stop is going to be a bit longer than the GT4 race leaders.
Yeah, it was interesting. You look at all the other GT4s racing around at the moment, and there's no clear number, because you've got a couple of them doing lap 149, most of them doing lap 150. Everyone's just doing different stints here. The 150 was a bit of a surprise, but how's that going to factor in at the end? They've got to find some time to get past, and the only saving grace for them is they saved about 7 seconds in that first pit stop, but now they're going to have to find 7 more seconds because they're going to lose that when it comes to the final pit stop. For the TCRs, I just can't see this changing anymore. WSR, last time they were 1.5 seconds faster to sure, but I just don't see that time going to start moving down closer. Not like I was saying earlier, keep your eyes on Coanda. That could happen in the Porsche Cup. That's not happened. I just can't see that happening in the TCRs, but they know that they can be a little bit more aggressive because the other Sure car that's in P3 is a lap behind both of them. So they can be, I wouldn't say take too much risk, but you know what I mean when they say that you can just go a little bit more aggressive. And also I go back to it, keep an eye on that incident count that they can see, we can't see. Maybe start to take a few liberties. You know, it's only safety rating you're losing at the end of the day, Ewan. What's that all important for?
To be honest, it doesn't affect your safety rating too much, does it? The 24-hour races, you're normally absolutely fine. It's I rating does not really affect it. Your safety rating normally improves even if you do get towards the incident limit, because it is such a long race. We've already seen a couple of those penalties for incident limit already, and we'll see if there are any more before the finish. But something to keep an eye on in the final hour, certainly, as you get towards the end. Say 6 seconds, the closest leading gap at the moment, and it's in GT4. Cantaguine behind Baujas Pala. Coming to the end of his 4th lap of this stint. I think he's going to be able to do at least 6 laps. Wonder if he'll go for a 7th, but anyway, it's going to be a close finish, it looks like. We'll see whether there's any driver changes, because it's an unnerving position to be if you're not the driver in the Chesney Sport car. You're looking at Baujas Pala at the moment. He's losing time. You're not sure whether he's going to hold on to the race victory. The urge to make a driver swap must be pretty massive at the moment.
But then, would you want to put someone straight in that pressure to just drive 1 hour? Here you go, you got an hour. Just hold the lead. That's a lot of pressure. If you've put a driver in to do the final, to get into the car with 2 hours to go, You're saying until the end of the race. If you're switching them out, that's a little bit of a confidence hit. And then look at the pressure you've got to put on another driver. I don't think that's going to happen. You see the TCR leaders coming into the pits, and I think the Sure Esports will be getting out pretty quickly. But as actually Verstappen Sim Racing also into the pits just behind them as well. They're going to come in for their final pit stop. They'll have to do a splash and dash. Shouldn't matter too much. But no, if I'm that car, I'm not swapping anybody out now. Unless there's been an accident, I'm not even thinking about moving Pala out the car. I'm just saying, just go. You've got the car. We trust you. You did the extra lap. That may win us the race. Just go. Get us home in one piece. I think you've got to stick with your driver now.
I haven't said that. Diogo Pinto, didn't he just do one stint there, Pinto? I think that was one stint. Now Cooper Webster's in again. So there has been a change for the number 3. And I'm not sure why, really. There should be still 10 laps of this race remaining. And Webster is on his way out now, so he'll just be stuck behind the WSR Esports car for just a short moment here in the TCR class. But yeah, Cooper Webster, for whatever reason, is just, getting back in the car now. Presumably going to be taking that car to the end, but for whatever reason, Diogo Pinto is not going to be doing that. Very strange, that. Very, very strange. But anyway, doesn't really matter. The number 3 team leading by some margin, and even despite that pit stop, they've got 30 seconds over Williams. So they are definitely big favourites for this race, as long as they just keep it on the road from here.
Do you want me to make the comment about the Australian so we don't get David on you? Because I could just say he probably stopped off, took a break so we could watch some sport or something in Australia. We'll just say that, shall we? Just keep it clean with David. I think if we do that, we're both in the clear. We don't have to have anything. It is a very weird decision, though, to switch out so quickly. There's got to be a reason. You don't single stint someone now. So I do wonder if there is just something, but yeah, just to keep the peace with the Aussies, I'm just going to say he went to watch Aussie rules football or something. We'll go with that, Ewan. You don't have to worry too much about the Australians coming for you.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Sure.
But yeah, it is a strange strategy. I don't know what that's all about. Anyway, Webster will take this car to the end now. Surely, maybe they're just trying to get the right guy in for the end. To be honest, sometimes you try and work that around so that you can have the right driver finishing up the race or whatever. But yeah, anyway, it's Cooper Webster in for the finish, and that, by the way, behind is the 002 for Grid and Go in the Porsche Cup class. Ganasso Tastelin challenging the Coanders for a long time in that class, but slipped to third in the meantime. Well, they take a dominant 1-2. They weren't able to complete the 1-2 last year. Their other cars finished in 6th and 7th position, while their 08 car took the victory. This time they're going to be able to share the success by the looks of things and take that 1-2 home. I think it is a shame that Verstappen Sim Racing and Coanda Esports have not been in the same class here once again this time around. I mean, Redliners they were then last year didn't have a very good 2025 race, but unfortunately they've rather split their attention across 2 classes. Verstappen Sim Racing or Redliners, it was always in the GT3s going for the overall win, and Coanda Esports less and less go for the overall win and more for the Porsche Cup class victory these days, which is a bit of a shame because we do want to see those teams go up against each other, but they've been separated in their classes in more recent times.
Yeah, and even when you think about it, when you come to other multi-class events, if you were going to look at a race with prototypes in and everything, you'd also probably see the Coanda guys stick to the GT3s and the Verstappen Sim Racing team going to like the prototypes. So it is weird, and Williams always been a mainstay. Williams have always been a mainstay in that top class of a series. They always want to go for it. They're not one of those teams that try to split it up. It's interesting to see that when you look at the teams around, Seisu's taking 3 different categories here in the top split. Grid and Go 3, I think, as well. They're all just going in. In fact, actually, there was a surprise with no Grid and Go. Well, there was one Grid and Go. Only one Grid and Go in the GT3 category. And you've got these teams that are branching out a bit too, well, I wouldn't say a bit too much, they're branching out to do whatever they can, and that's good to see. But then the competition just gets opened up a bit, and to be fair, when you've got the TCRs, you've got TCR specialists. So you won't want to try and attack the TCR specialists, but some of the teams have tried that, and it's not worked very well for them. But for Coanda, this has just always been the second competitive class when it comes to this race. But it really just feels, once again, it's a Coanda Cup once again, because look at it, 1-2 card. They only put 2 teams in this year, and maybe next time we might see one of these Verstappen teams or Coanda maybe throw in a GT4. I'm surprised not to see, I say not to see it grid and go, but they crashed out early in the race and was retired. So we might see a little bit more of a competitive GT4 class next year. You just don't know, but everyone just always goes for the GT3.
Yeah, for the most part, it is for the overall victory, which is, I guess, wide, but there are 5 different races in this event. That's what makes it so great. It's the most classes of any of the racing special events. So we cross the line again with Alejandro Sanchez. An hour and 8 to go. So now that he's made this lap, he can make this race on one more stop, but he would have known that for some time. And it won't be a tyre change, as he commented earlier. They've made their final one of those for the day. The end of this lap will see Alessandro Pico into the pit lane. Not sure how close he is to the end of the lap, actually. It's about halfway round, so the next big moment in the battle for second place, I think, is upon us, really, as all the other battles sort of stay as they are. We'll keep an eye on the GT4 one, but the next big action in GT3 is going to be on its way with Alessandro Pico into pit lane. But what does he decide to do? When they cross the line this time round, there will still be 9 laps to go, so he can't make it to the end. Does he want a 4 and a 5 lap stint? What does he want to do here? It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do, whether he even stays in the car for this final hour.
Well, the key thing is he's actually, I don't know if it's the fact that Verstappen Sim Racing haven't done the full stint here, because they pitted 167, it's now 168 here for Pico. Have they extended a little bit here? I think they may have been able to get the extra lap, I'm not sure. I think if you're gonna go and split, you have to do that 4 and 3. You have to do the biggest first, because I feel like you're gonna need to take tyres this time and not tyres a second time. I know that they don't have to factor that into the fuel stop like the Porsche Cup card, but you also got to factor in, if you're going to go on that short stop and you take tyres on that second short stop, well, then you've got to heat those tyres up. That time you're going to be losing, and we have seen that the cold tyres catch not only Williams out, they caught Drago out as well. Drago's had, what, 2 or 3 moments with the cold tyres today. Williams has had a couple. So I feel like you're going to do that long first. If Pico wants to do it, Pico will get in the car, take the cold tyres around for 1 lap and just say, that's it. But they may just decide, full beans, full tank, all the way, we'll do the splash and dash and then try and play it by ear. I would be more inclined to go the 5 and 4, but I know some teams would just be like, nah. Let's just consolidate what we have and just go for the full tank now. I don't know what you'd be doing, but I would definitely be looking at the 5 and 4 right now.
Yeah, I think so. I think going for, well, yeah, you probably do want to do it that way. I mean, the one danger is if the number 3 decides to cut this race short by that, by slowing down a lot. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to do that, but if they are able to, and if they do, then you run the risk of having a 3-lap run to the end, and that isn't enough to cover a tyre change or whatever. But anyway, they probably won't have to worry about that. Let's see what they do here, though. And let's see if Alessandro Pico stays in the car for the final 65 minutes of this race. Is he going to be the one to battle Ate Kauppinen for that second position in this race? We still haven't got a proper lap time from Kauppinen, by the way. His last one was an out lap, so we'll see at the end of this lap, but it won't matter. We'll see a visual gap between them in a moment. Pico comes into the pit lane. And we'll trundle down pit lane. He's definitely going to, well, you'd say definitely going to take tyres. So we try and strain through the pit boxes. And it's definitely going to take tyres, but how much fuel does he take on with it as well? Still a couple couple of connection problems which might be making him a little bit nervous at this moment. Now he goes up on the jacks. The one reason why I paused there, because if he maybe wants to do, and he is going to get out, that's probably the smart thing to do. And Benedek Vida is going to finish this race. The Hungarian is going to take this car over the line. So they go up onto the jacks. So this is going to be the long stop because the driver change takes 30 seconds anyway, so they're going to want to cover that with fuel.
Yeah, I was thinking the moment he had that drop once again, I was like, they're going to have to just take a driver swap here, just a little bit safe. It is a shorter stop. Now watch this right now. Drago's going to be right there on the right hand of the screen. They're coming out side by side, but Benedict has to take the inside line onto the cold tyres. Will try to be aggressive here, but you can't really be aggressive into turn one here around the Grand Prix section. They're just going to have to accept it. And look at the slide there. He's desperate to catch up there to Ate, and he just can't. The tyres are saying no, but they've both done their short stops now. This is just going to be a race to the end, and they can afford to actually go full beans now. Not that they weren't not going full beans earlier. They can't really fuel save around here. They can now afford to start attacking, but how long will it take this 150 to warm up the tyres? We've seen the moments before. I think by the time you get to, I don't know, probably around Metzgerfield, I think is where the tyres will probably be at a temperature where you can start pushing. That's quite a long way to get to, though.
It is quite a long way away. We've seen countless times in cold tyres through Flugplatz. The car's getting away from them. I mean, that Drago racing car was very nearly out of this race when Sami Matti Trogan had a huge moment through Flugplatz. He saved it, though, expertly, using all of his rallycross skills. And they're still in the race, still fighting for second. We'll talk a bit more about strategy in a moment, but let's just watch Vida get up to speed here. It's a rude awakening, isn't it? Because he's effectively getting in the car for the last hour of this race, thrown immediately into a battle on cold tyres as well. This is a difficult assignment to send yourself straight out on.
I wouldn't want to do it. I would not want to do that at all. An hour to go. Here you go. Get in the car. You're going to have to do a quick splash and dash. Need you to find 3 seconds. And that's how much time they've lost on the GP loop, just trying to get those tyres warmed up. And still, the tyres are not warmed up. And they will be warmer, but they're not up to the optimal standard here. So we're going to keep our eyes, because comes out of here and out now, down the hill they go. Flugplatz has been the bane of a lot of drivers today. A lot of teams have come and gone through the Flugplatz, not just here, but in other splits as well. There's always a dangerous part, and yeah, he's taking it very careful there. I think he may have broke a little bit earlier than the little bump there just to save himself. Loses a few tenths, but not a lot, and now I think that the worst part's over. Got to just watch out here going down to Swedenkreuz, because this is where Soto lost the car as well, albeit trying to go around a car. Car looks stable. I think now those tyres are ready to start pushing. Going to have to try and find 4 seconds, though. That's a big ask with an hour to go.
Well, it's not quite going to be that simple, I don't think. Ate Kauppinen, we know, can do 5 laps on this tank of fuel, so that's 3 more, including the one they're on at the minute. At that stage, Benedict Vida has just put 5 laps in the car, so he'll be able to go on 2 laps further. So, roughly, the Williams Sim Racing car will be able to save 2 laps on a fuel fill. That could be as much as 12 seconds. It won't be quite as much as 12 seconds, I don't think, but it could be as much as that. So when you look at that 4-second gap, you might think for Drago Racing, well, actually, that's not enough. That's not enough at the moment. Depends really what Williams decide to do in their final pit stop, whether they just splash and dash or whether they do go on and take tyres. If they take tyres, the time gain they get is going to be, I think, quite minimal. But if they skip on tyres, I think they could end up ahead of Drago Racing and effectively just given the task of trying to hold them off in the final few moments. But there's 3 laps to go, including the one they're on at the moment, until we see that car in pit lane. That is the TCR leader. Oh my goodness, Benedict Vida. He's pushing hard, and that is not going to be a delightful news at all to the Scherer Esport TCR. That is Sven Vintu still leading this race in that class. Getting dived into the siphon. That just shows just how hard Benedict Vida is pushing, though.
You're give you a little bit of breathing room there, because it was actually the 416, the P3 car, wasn't the leader. So even still, though, it's still a podium sitter. He is pushing. I wonder now if it's just the name of the game is just to match. And I've had this thought in my head. I'm a crazy man. I'm a crazy man. I've had this thought in my head, and I've heard this story been going around for other GT3 series. Would they have the time to take 2 tyres on a splash and dash? Would they want to try and keep the fronts a little bit warmed up here and try and take a little bit extra grip on the rears, or vice versa? That's an idea. I don't know if they've tried it. I don't know if you want to just throw that as an experiment when, look, you're battling for P2 in the Nürburgring 24. Let's not start trying to change up your strategy, but changing half the set of tyres could be an idea. They are able to do that in iRacing. That could be one, or I feel it has to be just fuel, nothing else. But getting caught out by traffic, he's met one podium sitter in the class. He's now met another podium sitter in the class. That's the 083 Blocko Motors M2 car. Wait a minute, he's going to be fighting P2 in the TCRs, while that Drago racing car has got a nice, clear stretch of road ahead of them. So not where you want to be finding traffic right now, but they had to take that short stop. I think if they went longer, they would have been in worse categories when it comes to trying to get through the traffic.
Yeah, I think they are going to have time to do all 4 here, the Williams, but will they want to, as I say, because the time gain they might get if they do, then might be a little bit minimal, but let's see. We'll get our first clue really when Karppinen comes into pit lane, to be honest, for his stop, and we can start to work it backwards from there. But anyway, we're getting the final hour now of this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hour, and the gap actually to the overall leader, Cooper Webster, has come down. Not that that really matters. They've still got 1 minute and 20. Looks like the race win is confirmed almost for Team Redline / Williams Sim Race. Sorry, not Williams Sim Racing, Verstappen Sim Racing, sorry. Williams Sim Racing nowhere to be seen at the front of the field here this time round. The reason I mentioned that though is because that would give Redline their third, Redline / Verstappen Sim Racing, their third victory in 6 years, 6 editions of this race. Most recently in 2024. I was down on pit lane for Blue Mercury Sport in their debut at this race in the top split. Not for the drivers participating, but for the team as an entity. Vasilis Belotsiotis getting into the car now, and this is going to be close-ish with the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing car. The offset is 4 laps in terms of the fuel here. But if this car needs to splash and dash for 1 lap, which it may do a little bit later on, then it could be quite close between those 2 cars. Still waiting, Belotsiotis here, waiting for all the fuel. Now he's going to go, finally, after 40 seconds of fuel. And coming down the front straight, Gustavo Ariel is not that far away. This is a battle for a top 5 position in the overall race. There he is, Gustavo Ariel in the background. He is going to be on the charge, and Belotsiotis is on cold tyres, getting up to speed here.
And if we take that whole thing that we just saw there with the Williams team, I wonder, that's about a second and a half lost through this GP section. I think he's going to be all right. I think by the time he gets the tyres up to speed, he's going to be around Arenberg, but you can't really make the move into Arenberg, so this could be a real good move here from Blue Mercure. They went full on the fuel. I think they're going to try and save this because it's near enough there. Unless the leaders would decide to go a lap less, and again, if their teammates are, their sister car is currently battling, I can't really see them trying to do that to try and make help, but never say never. But I feel now like the gap 2 seconds. Gustavo continues to push on, already gained a second with the cold tyres, doing really well in this GP section here. But I just feel that it will be a move with tyres warmed up. I can't see this cold tyre effect really hindering Blue Mercure right now. They've done a really good job on this outlap.
I think they both will have to stop in this race again. They, I think, have got 8 laps to go, including the one they've just begun, and there's 7 laps on a tank of fuel. So I think, well, that's easy maths, isn't it? Blue Mercure are going to do just 1 lap of splash. The Verstappen Sim Racing car, though, has done 4 laps already, so 3 more laps on this turn, and then another 5 in the next one. That means a full stop, tyre change as well. I think that this car probably needs to gain about 15 seconds on Blue Mercure from this point. At the moment, they're still trailing them, but those tyres won't be up to temperature just yet for the 32 of Vasilis Belotsiotis, the former Williams sim racing driver. Now with Blue Mercure, getting chased by Gustavo Ariel. These two will know each other well. And they now come through the right-hander and down the hill out of Hoheneichen and towards Krudebacher over the bridge there. And now, here's Flugplatz with the Blue Mercure car under pressure. One of the most high commitment, high danger corners on this racetrack with cold tyres. Belotsiotis still not quite up to speed. Oh, and Ariel tries to go one side, then forced to the other. Belotsiotis, I think, was trying to let him go there, but Ariel wanted to go to the outside, and at least he thought he was being shown the outside. He's trying to get the racing line in time for Schraden-Kreuz, and he's off. Oh, my word, what a save from Belotsiotis. I thought he was in the wall for sure. He was very close to finding the wall there. He was clipping the grass on the way into Schraden-Kreuz. Not a corner he can afford to do that. And the wall is right there to collect you. Somehow he saves it. Somehow he gets away with it. Have a look at this from on board. He is so close to disaster here. Oh, he's just squeezed by Ariel, and the save is unbelievable. He maybe has just saved their chances of a top 5 finish in this race.
What a save, because he wanted to fight that as much as he could. The moment you go around the outside there's no there's lots of marbles. The grip's not there, cold tire. That is where Sotomuto lost it for Williams F1 Team Gaming. And you just know that having a moment there is imperative not to do. So the moment he tried to fight that, the car was just there. He tried turning in, but he's got Gustavo right beside him. And that was where the snap was. Saw it right away, caught it as much as he could. Hasn't lost a lot of time. Yeah, he's still going to warm the tyres up. He may have got a little bit of overheated tyres there for a split second. Cooling the tyres down. Now the game is matching. Can you match one of the best GT3 drivers out there? Gustavo Ariel is a very tough cookie to crumble. All he has to do is just match that delta. If Gustavo's going to do 8 minutes, I think Valios is going to have to do 8 minutes himself. So this is not the end of the world. That save might, as you were saying, might have just saved them the race. That could be the top 5. And it's going to be a little bit of bragging rights as well. If they can stop Verstappen having another 2 cars in the top 5, that will go a long way to just say, yeah, you got the win, but we stopped you getting anything better in the other car.
It would be 2 top 5s, as you say. They managed 2 podiums when they won this race back in 2024. But Blue Mercure will absolutely want a top 5 on their Nürburgring 24 top split debut. Chesney Esport in from 4th, by the way. They're absolutely nowhere near anybody. 4th place overall. Norby Kish, the team owner, is there. We've actually had our final stop in GT4, I think, for Corentin Guinet and Sim RC already. That was a full stop from them, a full fuel stop. So Chesney Esport car in GT4 then is going to be shortly next into pit lane in a short while. But there is Norby Kiss on his way out soon. I think it's a good performance from Chesney Esport to be in the top 5 overall here. Very, very solid indeed. They are leading in GT4 as well. That's what they'll be mainly focused on, the clash win there. But overall top 5 would be absolutely brilliant, and that would be their first in their history, a top 5 at this race.
Yeah, I think the victory, though, will go a long way to just being a very good confidence boost, because even when you look at it, look at who they've had to battle in that GT4 as well. Sim RC, Falcon as well put a team in, Grid and Go put a team in. We know about the standards of Team PGZ and was cooking from last year. So to get that victory will be big. They will love it if they get a top 5 in the GT3 as well to show it, because again, look at the caliber. We look at this. I think I saw a stat that the average strength of field for all the GT3 drivers was something between 9.5 thousand and 9.9 thousand. I'd only seen a handful of 8K drivers. That's not a knock at them. It just goes to show the dedication, the time these drivers put in, battling on. This is one of the hottest GT3 fields we've had, well, for a long time, just because of the fact it's a smaller field, because there are 5 classes here. 17 cars in GT3 contributing to that. Real good. And I just see one of the Sure teams have a bit of a moment out there. I did see on my list, I think it's the 416, might have had a little run-in with a barrier, but they're looking all right at the moment, so don't need to worry. I think they may have just had an off somewhere and kept going.
Less than 50 minutes to go. Cooper Webster still losing time, by the way, at the front of the field, but it doesn't really matter. He's still got well over a minute. This is Gustavo Ariel, 3 seconds in front of Bertiotti, so that has started to stabilise out now. I'd say he still needs at least another 10 seconds to make this close, make this competitive, and there's 2 laps to go of this stint at the end of this one. He will have a lighter car, though, at this stage, which is going to help him out a little bit as he tries to extend this advantage. See, that will go the other way in a moment. There goes Cooper Webster. 49 minutes to go. At 8 minutes a lap, that is 6 laps and then 1 minute left on the clock. It's quite a dangerous thing to do, to try and slow down so that you don't have to do an extra lap in this race, but I do wonder whether that is factoring into their thinking at the moment. 8:02.3 from Cooper Webster last time out. So let's see whether that is what he's doing here, trying to make this race 1 lap shorter. He would need to be doing 8-minute 10s though. That would not be very quick at all. That's sort of slower than the Porsche Cup cars. And last time out, Alejandro Santos did an 8:06.6. It's outrageous. That was faster than it was an in-lap, sorry. It was only a second or so slower than James Burmer did on the previous lap. Anyway, very, very quick from the Porsche Cup cars, but I don't think Cooper Webster is going to slow down. He does have maybe a splash and dash to go with 4 laps until that, so maybe that will help out just a little bit. So maybe he will shorten this race out by 1 lap, and that could actually help out Blue Mercury Sport make it to the end. They're only 1 lap short from making it, so if this race goes 1 lap shorter than expected, then they will be able to make it, and their other car won't be able to get into the top 5. Instead, it will go to the 32.
Then you also got to look at the Drago Racing and the Williams F1 Team Gaming, because, well, we know that Williams went in later. They're on a shorter stop right now. If it goes a lap less, who does that factor? Drago basically went for a split thinking that they didn't need to do that. So I wonder if that's actually going to now hinder Drago. So these 2 battles we look at in the GT3s, very important at the end of the day to see, is that going to help them? The GT4, well, we know what's happening there. I don't think the gap's going to be big enough to really play spoiler on that one, but we still haven't seen the leaders of GT4 come into the pits yet. They should be coming in very shortly. I say that, I think they're into the pits now, I do believe, or have they gone around another lap? No, they're still out there, sorry, as ballast. They'll be coming in this time, definitely. That 1 less lap has a knock-on effect on a lot of battles, and not just in the class. So no one knows what the leaders do. They're almost like a pace car. They basically control the pace of the races. In goes the Door Esports car. Again, not talked a lot about them. They're going to be finishing, in theory, they should be finishing in 4th place today. That's their last stop as well. It's just all fuel, and they'll be going to the end. Interestingly, Grid & Go didn't take tyres last time, as you'd expect with 46 seconds to go in the Porsche Cup car. Waiting for Koana to come in. They definitely won't be taking fuel with tyres either. All eyes on what Cooper is going to do in this stint. If he's doing 8:10s though, Ewan, I feel a little bit insulted. That's even faster than what I'd be running around the ring right now. So even if he does go fast, he would still be that slow, sorry. He'd still be lapping me.
That is one way of looking at it, I suppose. It might not even have to be 8:10s, by the way, because he's obviously got pit stop, so that makes the requirement much less. But we'll get a much better idea once he has made that final pit stop, whether he's going to slow down enough. It is a very long way to go around to do just an extra lap here, so we'll wait and see on that. This is lap 171, by the way. We're about to come to the end of here. Try and get the distance record up for you, but there are... Well, yeah, it's just going to take me a moment to actually go on and do it, but 5 laps to go at the line would equal the 176 that we've seen on a couple of occasions from in 2023 and 2022. I'll go back further in the years and see if there are any even more laps than that. But anyway, 45 minutes to go. We had a chance for a 177 if Cooper Webster wants to push on here, but I don't think he does. And in any case, Verstappen Sim Racing don't need to here. They just need to cruise around and try and take this victory. Now then, in GT4, the final pit stop for Chesney Esport is underway. Bowser's Palace stayed in the car. he is going to come out just in front of Corentin Guinet. He's already rolling. Guinet's still 30 seconds away. So yes, there's a cold tyre warm-up phase to come here for a GT4, and there's the Yes Motorsport TCR to lap as well before they get properly up to speed. But the stop was 11 seconds shorter. Guinet was already behind by quite a few seconds. The gap is not far off, 20 seconds between Bowser's Pala and Corentin Guinet coming to the end of this race in GT4.
You think 6 hours ago, we go back to Tim RC really trying to really tighten it down there. Over the night, they caught up 40 seconds in the night, and now look at them, they're 20 seconds. You're not going to get 20 seconds in 43 minutes, and that just goes to show that this has been a fantastic morning for the Sage Esports 190 car, because that was just looking like it was going to be a lead lost in that fight there, and they've been able to fight on, keep it going. The pressure's on. I know Ballas is having a little bit of lap traffic in front of him as I'm looking at right now. Coanda 018, they're starting their final pit stop as well, and very shortly the 0118 will be coming into the pits as well. So the two Coanda cars getting ready for their final stops, and it's a little bit of a procession there, but they've still got to get to the end. 43 minutes to go. Neither of them will be taking tyres. They know what they have to do. No driver swaps either. And this is it now. Anybody who's in the cars are basically taking them all to the end of the race. You put your drivers in, you're going to have to trust them for the last 42 minutes.
Not long left now. Both Coandas down pit lane for the final time. Only fuel for Alejandro Sanchez, and barely getting his stop underway is Tristan Iglesias before Sanchez is on his way already. He has extended this margin for Coanda as they look to win this race for the second year in a row. This class indeed, the Porsche Cup class for the second year in a row. Cooper Webster about to come to the end of lap number 4 of his stint, so he's probably going to go on for one more, but the big moment in the battle for second, or one of them, is coming up next. Mate Kalpanen, I think, will be into the pit lane at the end of this lap from second, so that will change it all again. The gap between second and third is now nearly 8 seconds because Kalpanen's been on lower fuel than Benedek Vida, who himself will now have lower fuel than Kalpanen for just a couple of laps before he makes his final stop of the race. Going to be super interesting to see how that changes between these two. As this battle twos and fro's again and again. It's Vida's time in a moment to try and close in again.
Look at the lap times though, lost a second to that Drago car. I just wonder if it's just now starting to get a little bit too far out of grasp in terms of what's on the track. And it's all coming down to the strategy game, the fuel game. This is what got me into endurance racing when I was a young boy, and it's the idea that the race will be won and lost at the pits because you have to decide how you're doing pit stops, how you're doing the fuel. This really is the crux of endurance racing. Yes, goal number 1 is get to the end, complete the race. Goal number 2 is do it at the shortest possible time that you can. And, well, that was a small moment there. I think Nikolai in that 33 car, the Falcon Sim Racing, well, I think we've seen a few moments there with GT4s. He had a quick tap at the brake to say, I'm slowing down, just get on by me, because he realizes what's at stake here. He wants to try and get home for that P4, but at the same time, he doesn't want to affect this battle in the GT3. But I've just been looking for what David would say. You have to actually slow down a little bit earlier than you want to slow down. I mean, we're talking about just going a lap less in the race. You've got to start slowing down so iRacing can't throw the white flag. I know some teams before have tried to go a lap less, and basically they've come to the start-finish line thinking they don't have any more time, but they didn't see the white flag, and they were going too fast to see that the white flag had to be triggered. So I don't see, with that in my head right now, I can't see Cooper deliberately going slow just to get another lap time. And speaking of the Verstappen Sim Racing cars, here comes that number 4, Gustavo Ariel, into the pits, and that allows Bleu Mercure to get ahead. But how short is this stop going to be for the car that's right at the front of the boxes?
Let's see. Are they going to even retain the lead here despite this late pit stop? Well, yes, because Karpinen's in, of course. Forgetting my own sentences from a few moments ago. Karpinen in pit lane. So, how many laps of fuel does Ariel take? And that might give us a clue as well, because they're in the same team after all as the race leader. Should be 5 laps of fuel at least here at this stage. Still there now goes. So that's actually 6 laps. There's an insurance lap in there as well. At least 4 laps going to be taken by Arte Karppinen here, but as I say, we're not going to learn much about where he's going to be in relation to Benedict Vida here. This is just to say really that it's over to Vida now. He's got much lower fuel than Karppinen, who will have at least filled up a half tank. Karppinen's on cold tyres. Vida has got to take advantage of these couple of moments here before he gets underway. Still waiting here. How many laps of fuel is it going to be? I think it's going to be 5 again as well, just in case. Or is it going to be 6 just in case? Yeah, it is going to be 6 just in case. So he is putting that insurance lap in there just in case Cooper Webster doesn't decide to slow down. And that's what you've got to do here. You've got to account for there being more laps than you actually think, just in case, because you're never going to be able to save the lap, as we mentioned earlier.
Can't save the lap. Well, you could on a different track, not a track like this. And
yeah, not here.
Taking tyres, gap, 49 seconds. Pit stop there was 57. You look at what Williams have to do. And they're going to have to take, what, 3 laps to go, you feel like, with on their tank. And they may have to go forward, be on the safe side. So they're looking at about another, 50-second pit stop maybe. It's going to be touch and go. But do Williams take tyres? This is the next question. That cold tyre warm-up has cost them once before, as we almost saw the Williams F1 car in the barrier earlier. So I do wonder if we're going to see, well, it's actually the Boulogne Mercure, sorry. We saw the Boulogne Mercure almost into the barrier. So I do wonder if they'll take the tyres as well. They'll have the time to do it, but do they trust those tyres are fully warmed up, or will they just will they roll the dice? And I feel like you kind of have to roll the dice at this stage of the race to try and get that P2. So 50 seconds of gap now. It starts to expand. Those tyres are starting to warm up here for Drago. Does he have enough time to get them up to temperature and get going? I think he's going to be all right here, you know.
It's impossible. I can't even predict, to be honest.
Let's just wait, I guess. As I always say, Ewan, the only time you know what's going to happen in an endurance race is the final hour of a race. Well, we're in the final hour. We don't even know. So let's just take that and go to the final pit stop, because I think it is just going to have to be a battle to the end of this race on that pit stop. I think.
He's gone. Oh, it's a massive save! Oh my goodness! How has he saved that? Oh, and he's still under pressure here. He's going to be off. Oh my goodness me! I cannot believe he saved that. These cold tyres are lethal, and just as he thought he was up to speed, just as he thought he was getting comfortable here, he's off and so nearly in the wall. That was nearly it. Never mind for a second place. That was nearly it for a podium for Drago Racing. They've never podiumed at this race before. They very nearly saw it go away from them. Have a look at this on board. Oh my goodness me. The wheel work from Karppinen, unbelievable. The reactions, just about enough to keep that number 1 car from going into the fence. We still have a fight for second, but only just after that save.
Now do you understand why I was thinking Williams shouldn't be taking fresh tyres on the final pit stop? That's a weird one. On the bump there, down to Hatzenbach, wasn't it? That's a weird one to get caught out by in this machinery. Just something probably not caught there. And I'd say having to get all on every bit of, well, if he had a heart rate monitor, he's even having a wobble now as he's going through the compression. So there's these tyres, either they're warmed up or they're overheated now, because he's still having a little bit of struggle with these tyres just to get the grip in them. And I'm wondering if there's just a little bit of doubt now for the next couple corners in that seat, because that's going to hurt you a little bit. He's all right time-wise, but he doesn't care about time-wise right now. He cares about keeping the car on the track.
That certainly does. So nearly didn't keep the car on the track there for a moment. Goodness me. Some of the reactions we've seen from these drivers in saving these cars here, and just in the time we've been here, the last 2 hours, has been unbelievable. Saw one from, I think, was it this morning or last night, from Sammy Matty Trogan in this Drago Racing car. It's an unbelievable save as well. This car should have been in the wall at least twice in the second half of this race, this Drago Racing car. But the fact that they've been able to save it so brilliantly means they are still in the fight for their first ever podium at this race. whether they're going to be second or third, we're not sure at the moment. I would go with third, personally. I think Benedict Vida is going to have enough here, but it's impossible to tell. And I do wonder if that thing there will actually factor into Williams' thinking before their strategy. Are they going to stick to their own guns, or are they going to say, well, yeah, look at the cold tyres here. Look how dangerous it is getting back up to speed. There's not that many laps to go anyway. We might as well keep the tyres we've currently got on. We'll see, but it's a couple of laps away from us finding out in terms of this latest pit stop, this final pit stop of the race for the Williams team.
I noticed in the chat a lot of people with their hands on their heads there for a moment. They were quite surprised at that, and what a save. And it goes back again. This isn't like a steering wheel in your normal road car. This is a Formula style rim, so you've got more grip. That's gonna hurt to try and do a quick snap on the steering wheel, because if you were on a real world road car, you've got a lot more wheel to grab hold of to try and make the correction. He's holding just 2 handlebars. That's all he's got to try and correct that car, and that's why it's always impressive to see these saves, especially like the one we saw with the Blue Mercure swirl. I also saw, I think one of the ones I saw from Drago was at the Bravery as well. So they've had a lot of corrections there. Love to know who their physio is, because that's going to be a lot of strain on the hands with this force feedback, with the amount of corrections they're having to do.
Oh, an incredible save. An absolutely incredible save. And, well, they're still going. They're still in the fight. And other battles that are close out there on the racetrack, well, there's few really that are going to come around like this one. In GT3, Gustavo comfortably 20 seconds in front of Falcon Sim Racing now. Blue Mercure nearly a minute in front of them. So if they have to splash and dash, then it might make it interesting, but I think even they are too far in front now. As they cross the line, 32.5 minutes to go. Cooper Webster is still, it looks like, going to be giving us 5 laps still to go, which would require Blue Mercure to stop again, but only for 1 lap of fuel. And we'll see whether that really matters in the battle for a top 5 here. I'd imagine it doesn't, but it's the battle for second really that's the close one. Vida, as we say, is probably going to do 5 or 6 laps maybe on this tank of fuel. He's coming up towards the end of lap number 4 now, so he won't be in this time round. Might be next time, certainly be the time after, if not by then. Now let's see what's going to happen in the battle for second, and let's see what decision they decide to make on the tyres, because that's a really crucial thing in this race.
We've seen it with Drago. Williams has seen it themselves. We keep putting down to it, and even they would have even heard about what happened to Blue Mercure. Williams into the pits now. Here it comes. They've gone early. They've decided to go in early right here. Now, what's Vida going to do? I want to keep eyes on this. Does the car go up on the jacks? And then we got to kind of count to see how long it will. Car is... No, it's not tyres. They probably seen what's happened to Drago Racing, and they're going to keep it on the floor. He's happy with those tyres. They're going to go 31 minutes more, but we've got to keep our eyes on what the Drago Racing car's doing, because they're coming up right now to the end of the track. They're at Tiergarten. This is going to be tight. How long is Williams spending in the pits?
Fuel still going in at this stage. Now on the way. This car's going to get out in the lead, but the advantage Drago Racing will feel they have his entire life a little bit later. They'll have fresher tyres now that they're up to speed, and they will be able to catch seemingly for the remainder of this race, whether that's 4 laps or 5. I suspect Williams will be hoping it's only 4. But out of the first chicane they go. I think they could have made more use there of having lower fuel. I think they wanted to take advantage of Kauppinen and his cold tyres. That moment that they had just lost them a little bit of time, and they wouldn't have come out in front of Vida anyway. But Williams wanted to take advantage of that straight away instead of using the lower fuel to run really long and run that tank dry. So Kauppinen now has got half an hour, 4 or 5 laps, and he's got just 5 seconds to catch up to Williams for a second place, best ever finish for Drago Racing at the Nürburgring 24.
Those fresh tyres might come into play, but you look at the gap, 5 seconds. Look how much time he had to spend warming those tyres up, and And look how much time he had to spend saving the car and then getting the momentum back. He wouldn't have got that position had he made that mistake. But then you got to ask yourself, was the tyres the right key? Mind you, they didn't take tyres the last time by, I think. I can't remember. I think they've been mixing up the strategy. So they had to at some point take tyres because there's life and then there's life. So now they're just going to have to just rely on that life and also hope on the traffic. And traffic is not very favourable for them at the moment. They'll get past an M2 car. They have a Porsche car up ahead in a moment. And, well, that's not too bad, a Porsche Cup car. It'll be tougher to get past them, but they're similar speeds, so don't have to worry too much about that yet unless they get to come to the technical section. But come down through Sabine Spitz curve, back into Hatton back, and scene of the crime last time, everything's nice and calm this time. I think Ate's got those tyres nicely warmed up now.
He certainly has now. It's a scary moment through here last time round, though. That's the Sherry Sport Blue Porsche Cup car in front, by the way. It's 6th place, Luca Neudek at the moment. Just been doing some maths, by the way, on the distance record here today, because if Cooper Webster does slow down enough, and this is a 176 lap race, then, well, it'll be the 4th we've seen in the 11 editions of this race. First came in 2019, then 3 years later and 2022, and then only 1 year after that, 2023. So we'll add 2026 to that list, but I guess for distance record, we've got to look at race time from that point on. And I've done some mathematics. In 2019, it was nearly 8 minutes after time elapsed that the Pure Racing Team car eventually crossed the line on lap 176. In 2022, BMW Bank crossed the line nearly 5 minutes after time expired. Williams crossed the line only 2 minutes after time expired in 2023. The only Mercedes win in the lap since 2021. Currently holding the distance record, I would say. 24 hours and 2 minutes to do 176 laps. I think if Webster slows down to either do 176, then it will be within the 2 minutes. But if he goes on to do 177, then it will definitely be a distance record. Seen a very, very quick race this year. And we might even get a distance record to top it all off. Vida only 2.5 seconds in front of Karppinen, though already we're going to get a fight for second, as well as all that drama going on the front of the field. Cooper Webster will probably be in at the end of this lap, and we'll get a better idea as to where we are. But this battle for second looks like it's going to arrive quicker than we thought. Karppinen is very quick at the moment, and Vida on his outlap still getting up to speed.
Remember I was saying that Porsche Cup car shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think that Vida just caught the Cup car at the worst possible place there, just before miss, and you're also looking there, around Callenhard as well. I think it just caught him out at the wrong place, and this is not going to help Ate as well, because they'll come down to a really brake work there, down to Kesselchen in a moment. That's going to be a long straight, and the Cup cars do have the pace that the GT3s have. So will he be able to get the run off here? Have to do it with the acceleration more than the top speed, and got the slipstream. This is going to help as well. The gap continues to just close in. Meanwhile, the BMW car at the front, the Verstappen car, is continuing to fly side by side. This is dangerous around the outside, having to go onto the grass, still keeps the speed up. And now that Cup car, that's the number 16 Cup car there. That's the Shirt Esports Blue. Well, they've got no skin in this fight with their teammates not in the battle, so they're not worried too much. But that is the best case scenario for Drago. All of a sudden, that gap that Williams got just got taken away because of traffic.
Yeah, maybe traffic playing a part in that. Certainly Drago caught and passed at the right moment there. Whether it's contributed to all of it, I'm not sure. I think Vida is just not having a very good outlap at the moment for whatever reason. The gap's still closing now. 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds now. But these guys are on the same strategy to the finish. There's no stop from here to the end. So this is the fight. Cooper Webster, by the way, last time round, it set a 7:59.4. I think that shows that we are going to, as he comes into pit lane here now, 25 minutes to go. Now, that is not, that is too much time indeed for 3 laps. We're going to do 4 here, and that's going to give us 177 laps for the very first time in this race's 2011 edition history. This is going to be a record-breaking edition of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. And don't forget, by the way, early on in this race, a penalty for the number 3 for speeding all that time ago. 16 hours to go at that time. A spin and a scrape on the wall with 14 hours to go, which eventually ended up costing them 30 seconds as they lost multiple seconds every single lap. They could have gone much, much quicker over the course of this race, but they are going to still, despite that, set a distance record. 24 minutes, 15 seconds as they come out the pit lane there. Now, they really did need to slow down earlier than this to get 176 laps. They're going to get the extra one. And Cooper Webster is going to be able to enjoy these final 4 laps now. These two are going to enjoy it a little bit less. It's a proper fight here with 4 to go between these two for second.
Yeah, I think they would have loved it to be 176, but 177, I think. Remember, Le Mans always had that Project 400 to see 400 laps. Well, might be looking at Project 178 next year at the in this event, but they've got to get there first. We've got to make sure that number is done. Onto the straight they go. Now, did Vida catch that M2 a bit too early? He's not going to get the full quota of the slipstream that he would love to get there, as Capitan is going to just pull ahead, and there he goes. Gap now down to 1.5 seconds. I would think the pressure's starting to cook a little bit there ahead. They're going to have clear traffic for a while because 15 seconds up the road, 14 seconds up the road is a Porsche Cup car, and it's a 002 Grid and Go Porsche Cup car. So, again, nothing there that's not thinking about any team and teamwork there from drivers, but that's going to still be a hassle there. This is one car that is flying. If Drago didn't have the incident, what could have been there at the start of the front of the field? The same thing with the 4. What could have been if they didn't have the incident? This has just been a race that no one has been able to really stamp the victory down or stamp their claim to it, apart from the number 3. And it just goes to show, and look at them, they're still flying. That's the slowest lap I've seen the Verstappen car do for a while, and it's an 8:03. That's almost an average for the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, remarkable. Last time for Carpenter, a 1.2, so incredibly quick at the front at the moment. 4 laps to go as they cross the line that time round. The shorter pit stop from Cooper Webster actually extends the gap back to 90 seconds again. At the moment, this would be the biggest winning margin since Team Redline in 2021. So multiple records being broken here. It'll be first time podium for Drago Racing if this continues on as well. First time class win for Chesney Esport, as well as a first time overall top 5 for that relatively new team. Hungarian team. Of course, Benedek Vida, Hungarian himself, on the Williams team, is running second overall as well. Good day for Hungary in this race, it seems. Having a good race. Hit this, meantime, is the M2 that was leading this race for so long, the 005, and unfortunately, just a spin through Metzgersfeld this time round. Earlier, they had big contact with the wall just after Brunchen. This is quite awkward. Don't get yourself beat. Thankfully, this ride height is high enough on the M2. Dear me, the turning circle's terrible. Goodness me. Anyway, they finally get themselves back up to speed. It must be so demoralising, having run so much of this race in first place in the M2 category, or whatever category it is, and to be running now multiple laps down as the 005 is, very demoralising for them.
Yeah, and that could have been a real good win for them as well. Even though it's a slower class, it would have been nice to just get that W because, well, Grid and Go not had the best of races, and they're going to get a podium in the Porsche Cup car. That's about it. They don't have any teams still running in the GT4, the GT3 car as well. They had one that retired earlier, so they've really only got 2 cars still out there battling on. And Gonna give a shout out as well because we talking about all the leaders. Simplify Esports, not seeing them a lot, but they're a lap ahead right now in that Cup car, the M2 Cup car. They've had to earn that by just driving around, and the slower car usually is the survive car. I know myself, I drove a Toyota around here for an NEC race, so yeah, it's a survival car, but you've got to give up to Simplify for getting that victory. If they get the victory, they've still got to get there with 20 minutes to go. And they won't be doing the 177 laps that everyone else is doing. I think they're going to be doing barely 150 laps, I think, is what the number they'll be looking at here for these M2 cars.
Now, last year they were lapped 18 times. So I finished on 152 laps. That's only the second time. This is only the second time that the M2s have been in this race. So they are going to get more than that this time. It was raining, so hard to compare. Replace the Toyota GR86 category that was in place in 2024 and 23. Previous to then, we didn't have a production car class for a little while after the MX-5 was finally jettisoned. 177 laps, by the way, around here is nearly 4,600 kilometres, as David Haynes has just worked out. That's a very long way indeed. Here today. That is indeed longer than the journey between London Heathrow and New York JFK. There you go. Thanks to David Haynes for the maths on that. Oh, 5,000. So maybe it's not quite as long. Anyway, it's a long way. 4,600 kilometres here today. And it looks like we are going to get that 177th lap. We'll see what the time in the race remaining is for Cooper Webster this time around, but it should be enough to ensure a distance record. What is going to happen here for second? Arte Karppinen is closing on Benedek Vida, and a lot of this closing happened on the outlap for Vida. He was still getting up to speed, even though he didn't take tyres there. He was still getting up to speed, and it still took him a while. Karppinen is nearly, well, he is in the slipstream now. He's not in overtaking range just yet, but there's going to be 3 laps to go at the line by the looks of things. How are they going to resolve this battle amongst the pair of them? It's going to be a fascinating run to the end here.
17 minutes, 50 odd seconds left to go. And now where do you look to start and put the pressure on? Well, to put the pressure on, you just keep on driving. You've got to apply some sort of pressure and wait to see how much you close up when you get down the Dottinger. And I think that could be the moment there. And I do wonder, you don't have the slipstream in these GT3s, the power like you do in other cars. So if you're in a sprint race around the Nordschleife in a car that has a lot of power when it comes to drafting, normally you see some mind games on the last lap. You see drivers pulling over to one side going, no, after you. You're not going to see that in these cars because I don't feel that pull is going to be enough to start playing those mind games. Regardless, I will see drivers probably avoid getting hit in the slipstream, but look how close they get as they hit to what I call the best part of the track, the driver's part of the track now, as they come out of the carousel and down the hill. And by the way, just doing some more the numbers, JFK to LAX is about 4,000 kilometers. So yeah, basically when I went to America and did a change flight in JFK, that's how long I flew, and that's basically how long they're driving around here virtually. And I did that a little bit quicker than 24 hours, I must say. Well,
yeah, well, thank goodness for that. But yeah, effectively driven the whole way across America from coast to coast here in less than 24 hours. Remarkable speed. Remarkable distance covered by these machines. Let's say nearly 4,600 kilometres. That's a little bit of a wobble there from Vida. As they come down the hill now, there's a little bit of traffic up in front as well, through Flansgarten, where, don't forget, the Drago racing car has had some trouble in the past, trying to get past Fiercely Forward with about 2 hours to go. Unfortunately, that car's still repairing a meatball from an incident through this corner. Consecutive laps, they had trouble here. He's waiting in behind Karppinen because the Williams car just stuck him behind I think that's the GT4 BMW just coming through the Stefan Bell FS there. Just had to wait in behind and just pause for a moment. There's a bit more traffic in front as well. There's not many left in this race. More than a third of this field has fallen by the wayside, but there is still plenty of cars in other categories. Nearly 30 of them, around 25 of them or so, for these GT3s to negotiate. And Vida today, not with quite a great run through Gavinkop. He just had a moment's wobble right at the crucial moment. And here comes Karppinen on the straight, down the middle. He's going to go and get away from the side draft as well. Vida chases him across the road. Oh, and he was scared of that Karppinen. He was very scared that Vida was going to turn him on the Dottinger. Here comes Vida though. He gets into the side draft himself. He's going to come back again through the second part of this back straight. Now he chases himself across to the right hand side of the road. Karppinen chasing him. They're almost making contact. Door to door under the Bilstein Bridge. And they do make contact now. Into the Tiergarten. Still locked together, side by side. fighting for second, and Vida wants to keep it badly. Carpenter lets him have it for now. There'll be potentially 3 laps, it looks like. 3 laps still to go of this. What a battle this is going to be right to the very finish. As again, Carpenter gets back into the slipstream. Another front straight coming up. Vida pulls dramatically over to the right-hand side. Carpenter wants to go outside first part, inside the second. They're rubbing again, and there's more contact here. Vida can't get it turned in because of the contact. He almost stops at turn 2, right in front of Carpenter. There'll be no love lost between these two at the moment. 3 to go, and Vida holds on to second for now.
That's a big-time battle there. I think Vida really wanted to hold on to the lead here. New made that mistake coming onto the Dottinger and had to fight it back, and they almost just came so much to a complete stop. I think the sim was realizing that they were almost stopped and the yellow flags almost had to come out. Is this going to be ascended to the hairpin? Very brave there from Kapanen. Not entirely sure I'd be looking at that right now, but the pressure's on. 14 minutes to go. What has Vida got? These tyres are now starting to wear. He didn't take tyres on the last pit stop, so these tyres have had to go, 10 laps or so? These are fresher tyres here on the Drago racing car, and you're starting to see it. Able to just take a little bit more speed into the apex. And look at the over-under here as they come out of the corners. They're going to be coming down to the Vidal chicane, and he's just not far close enough right now, but you can see the tyre difference is now starting to play factor on this track that is getting hotter as we talk. 31 Celsius, a little move there, a little hesitation maybe, but an over-under works. You're going to have to defend as they come onto the green hell, but you're defending, and Vida, he's under the hot foot.
Oh, he was going to go for that there, Carpenter, and if Vida didn't defend, coming on to the Nordschleife again. Vida cannot let Kapanen through at any stage, otherwise I think this is over. He has got to stay in front. The gap, by the way, to the leader is going to balloon here. It's a minute 35. It's good for these two that they've got 4 minutes back to Norby Kiss in fourth, because they're going to lose some time in this extraordinary battle.
I think that's the only reason why they're able to just start attacking now, because that's 4 minutes. That's a long time to go, but different lines. You see that Vida having some issues coming down here to the run up to the Flugplatz, and I wonder if these tyres are just starting to cry out a little bit. They're gonna have to do a couple extra laps. You know what? We may not get that extra lap. It's looking nip and tuck right now, and I do wonder if Verstappen Sim Racing get that. If someone's told Cooper that, hey, you might want to go slow here. We might be able to just take this to one less lap, and this is probably what these two are thinking. They're thinking about this. Will there be a response into Arenberg? It's not here, and they've got more traffic up ahead. Grid & Go's going to be ahead of them in a Porsche Cup car. All eyes will be on Cooper, though. It's going to be nip and tuck when it comes to distance.
I think we're pretty much confirmed to have that extra lap now. I don't think there's any going back from that at all. Oh, look at how close this is into Adnar Forest again. Unfortunate for Kapanen, there's really no way through, but look at the way he's able to use this car so much more extravagantly than Vida isn't. There's nearly contact again through here. He's pushing him through some of these slower corners. He's going to have to maybe defend the inside into Metzgersfeld, but that's such a difficult place to be on old tyres here for Benedict Vida. He's nervous about Kapanen diving him, and he should be as well. Through the left-hander, there he goes again. Vida stops to the inside, there's more contact now. Kapanen pushes Vida wide. Vida pushes Kapanen off the road. There's bad blood between these two now. Down into Callan-Hard. Vida pushes Kapanen wide again. He's still holding on to this second place through some sort of defensive driving. Benedict Vida is just about holding on to this. How he's going to do this for another 2.5 laps, I'm not sure.
He's got 2 more straights to look at as well, and that's the also problem there, because the next straight's up a hill, and that means that the car behind usually gets a better advantage. So all eyes on the Drago car there. But do you think they've got enough incident points to play with here? We talked about it earlier that people may be going in for drive-throughs. A couple teams in the GT3s already had drive-throughs for incidents. Well, I think they've had a few incident points there the last few times. They're going to have to be careful if they don't want to be too much, but bad blood has been spewed. They really want this. Who is going to get the battle? Is that Cup car going to give a little bit of a lifeline to Williams? Do you know what? He might. Small slide there from Kapanen. That was a little catch there, and he's still pushing.
It might well be, though, that the Cup car does give a bit of a slipstream to Vida that helps him on. Or will it be Kauppinen? This has got disaster written all over it if they're not careful. The Mutkova is such a dangerous left-handed, really fast corner. Kauppinen might not be fast enough anyway here because Vida's getting the slipstream from the Porsche and Kauppinen can't even get alongside. The Cup car there saving Vida from Kauppinen as Vida slides through the fast left-hander. Now he might well be just slowed up though, coming in towards this corner. Oh, he's going to pull outside there, and that's a good idea. He pulls out the way, just going to so Tastelen, and he lets these guys go on in the battle for second position. That was a good idea because these two are coming round at a rate of knots. Here we come into the carousel again. The final section of this racetrack coming up, and this is where the old tyres are going to tell more than anything as well.
Look at that exit there from Vida. It's just starting to show he has to get on the throttle early, and he got off the carousel earlier, which means he's on the throttle quicker as well. So that just goes to show the car really starting to throw, probably a little bit of washout there as well. The tyres now starting to hurt, and you see it in the lines he's taking. They're a little bit more wider, a little bit more later into the apex, and it just feels like the tyres are starting to give up the ghost. Probably still was the right decision. We won't know until the end of the race, but look at this. In fact, I think he just had to take a lift there because I think the car just washed out too far over the crest of the hill, and he gained a couple tenths, lost it just there on the hill. Coming down now, they'll be coming shortly to the Flats Garden, and this is really tough. Those tyres starting to cry out more and more. All Kauppinen has to do is just stay there, keep the pressure on, and this car, this Williams car, might make the mistake himself.
Just going to see here whether Webster gets the white flag this time round or not. I personally don't think so, but let's see. Crosses the line there. We'll keep an eye on it. Not sure he got the white flag, though. There was still well over 8 minutes to go. He did an 8 minutes 7 that time around. He starts lap 176. No one has ever gone further in this race than that. We could be seeing a distance record for Cooper Webster. What we are definitely seeing, though, is an excellent battle for second position. Benedek Vida, the Hungarian, in front of Ate Kauppinen, the Finn. Kauppinen with fresher tyres on board than what Vida has. Vida clearly struggling. Kauppinen flashing the lights now as well. He's going to have to time this run better than he did on the Dottinghur last time round, because as soon as he got past, Vida was able to get into the slipstream and get straight back past him again. But Kauppinen's left a bit of a bigger gap this time, so he's going to really drive into this and get into the slipstream a little bit later. It's weaving around from Vida. There's the one move, there's another on the straight. He's got to be careful now of weaving too much because Kauppinen's coming up very quickly. Which side does he go? Which side does Vida want him to go as they come up towards the Bilstein Bridge? He goes to the right-hand side. Vida tries to block him. It's not going to happen here. He's going to get through now, Ate Kauppinen. Surely now. Benedek Vida has got to give this up. Surely, and there's contact again. They so nearly crash into the Tirgon. Kauppinen's got his nose in front. Vida's not giving up. He's still alongside. What an extraordinary bit of defending this could be. Oh, yeah, Kauppinen's gone too deep. Benedek Vida gets it back again. Unbelievable. Kauppinen flashes the lights and he comes in the pit lane. He's got trouble here. Kauppinen's got trouble here. He's got a black flag. He was close to the incident limit, and that bit of contact there has sealed the deal for Drago Racing. They have to come into pit lane. No second place for them. It's going to be third. Williams hold on. Benedek Vida holds on. Ate Kauppinen furious as he flashed his lights. He makes his way down the pit lane. He's going to finish third in this race. Denied by the incident limit. Denied by a black flag in the final 6 minutes of this race.
Well, we talked about it, didn't we? We talked about that they were getting their elbows out a bit too much, and what was that going to do to the incident limit? Well, they've only got both of themselves to blame there. They were both being a bit too hot. Well, you would be hot. It's the last 10 minutes of a race. You're going to be fighting, but they had to be a little bit more careful with the incidents. Here he goes up, and I wonder if this was that little tap there. I don't know if that was it, but I think it was this next bit. Real good mind games here. I wonder if Vida tried to force Kauppinen to brake late there, and there he goes. He heard that car would have been on the left, and he had to try and go in a little bit deeper. The last of the late breakers does not work, but yeah, looking at it, I think there was an incident there that may have been on the straight that caused him to have that 4X, and that's so unfortunate. You're not going to find 22 seconds now unless Williams make a mistake, and never say never at this track.
I'm not going to say that it's over yet. It might well be, to be fair, but I'm not going to say that just yet. Kauppinen, though, furious. I think based on that replay there, it's hard to see where the 4x actually comes from, to be honest. The final one. There will have been many before that, as we know, but the final one, I'm not actually sure where that came from. But anyway, it did come, and Kauppinen had to come in pit lane as a result. There'll be a lot of discussion, a lot of debate about this after the race, that is for sure. On the one hand, they'll say that Kauppinen was close to the instant limit anyway, so it's their fault for getting so close. Others will say, well, it is the contact with Williams that has caused them to get 4Xs at the end there and get to the incident limit. Well, that is the scenario. That is the debate that's going to rage on after this race. There's no doubt about that. But with 4 minutes to go, Cooper Webster still leads for Verstappen Sim Racing. We might be about to see a record-breaking moment here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour. We'll just have to wait and see. But what a fight that was, and what a shame it has ended that way. There's nothing else we can really say other than that. It's a shame that they've reached the incident limit, and that, by the way, is for off-tracks and car contacts throughout the race. You've got a number of incident points that you can get in this race before you get a drive-through penalty. No longer are you just straight disqualified. You get a drive-through penalty for it nowadays. And that's what Kauppinen has just received. As I say, a shame to see the race end that way, really.
It's a shame to see the race end that way, but you said what I was thinking in my head, and I'm not taking any sides, but if you were that close to the incident limit, why were you battling so hard there, or allowing them to battle you so hard? Just for those that are unaware, on iRacing, 100 incident points is a drive-through here. Then it's every 20 incident points, another drive-through. And since the last special event, they've introduced a disqualification limit of 255. Well, if you get that far, you've got to be disqualified. That's a little bit dangerous driving out there. So 100 incident points over 176, maybe 177 laps. You've got to play with an incident point every 2 laps almost, if you go by that standard, which isn't too bad until you realize where you are. And we can't see exactly how many taps there were, because there's hard taps that would be 0x's, hard taps that would be 2x's, really hard taps that would be 4x's. But right now, for Cooper, it's just keeping calm. And, well, he does have traffic helping him, but I think we are past that limit. I think we are going to see Barney come out with a white flag and not a checkered flag when they come by. But what a drive it's been by this Verstappen team. You've got to remember, we keep going back to it, they had a drive-through. They had a spin. They had everything at them. And somehow they've managed to get to a record race distance. Something which I don't think anybody was expecting, well, what, 12 hours ago? 14 hours ago? Back when they had that first black flag? No one, I could say, was expecting to see them where they are right now, looking to finish the race in first.
Well, take out the penalty, take out the minutes they lost with damage earlier on. Well, a minute, maybe. You'd suddenly understand that, yeah, they'd be even further up the road by this point had that not happened. I guess everybody in this race can say the same. But a remarkable finish. There is Barney. Unfortunately, doesn't actually hold the flag he's about to wave always. And in any case, he's got coloured glass there, which doesn't make it easy. But anyway, it should be a white flag rather than a checkered flag coming. Their race is almost going to be 24 hours and 15 minutes here. That's what we often see at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Some cars having a very, very long race indeed because of the way that the white flag system works, and then the actual fact that the overall leader has to be the first one to finish the race.
Yeah, and my first time doing the Nürburgring 24, that actually happened to me. We were the last car coming into the finish line. We were actually battling for a position, so the whole server saw us. And we won't talk about what happened at the end there, but the whole server saw our interesting battle. But it's going to be more than just the whole server watching this, because I do wonder, we're going to have to wait to see. 40 seconds left. I think Barney will be getting the white flag. He does stick the hand out though, so we'll be able to see. It won't be the coloured glass, but I think we might be seeing a white flag coming.
By the way, just in front of them there's the Sim RC GT4, which is 24 seconds away from Chassis Sport. That looks like the race settled there in GT4. Well, end of lap 176. This is the distance at which we've been 3 times in the past in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour. With just seconds to go, Cooper Webster crosses the line and receives the white flag. We're into territory we've never been before in this race. The longest ever Nürburgring 24 hours. It is 177 laps, a distance record for whomever wins this race. And it means, by the way, that Vasilis Beltsiotis can't make it on fuel. He needed one more lap of fuel, therefore. How close is Gustavo Ariel going to get? I'm not sure, very close. The 7.6 seconds for Blue Mercury Esport. Verstappen Sim Racing number 4 will be about 20 seconds behind them, if not a little bit more than that. So looks like the top 5 is settled now. Blue Mercury Esport on their debut at this race, going to be finishing in the top 5.
Yeah, I also saw the TCR leaders, Sure Esports and WSR Esports White, both of them having to take a quick splash and dash before Cooper came to the line, so they realized they had to go another lap as well, so they both went into the pits, and that just keeps for sure in the lead of the TCR, and there they are in that Honda, and what a result that's going to be for them. In theory, they'll get 2 cars on the grid, on the podium, and when you think 5 categories here today, and you've got teams with multiple cars in almost every category, only Coanda and Sure Esports are going to have a moment. What's happened?
So, sorry, Sure Esport there very nearly went barreling off the racetrack at Sandow Forest. Dear me. Well, not sure. I'm not sure I'd be very good on one of these teams, because I've not got any skin in the game, and I'm getting excited over something like that. James Burmay making his way out of the pit lane. Meantime, they needed a bit more fuel as well. Falcon Sim Racing. It looks like the battles are all settled. It's about making it to the finish now. But yeah, as you say, Sure Esport done a fantastic job. It looks like that is going to be the closest winning margin in the field here today. By the way, 18 seconds between first and second in TCR.
Yeah, good little battle as well there for the TCRs, and that could have been something good. But like I was saying, would you have ever said at the start of the race that the 2 esports teams to get 2 cars on the same podium would be Coanda and Sure? Well, it would be probably Coanda. We thought the other car would be Verstappen getting a 1 and 2 or a 1 and 3 or something, but that's a great result there for Sure. For basically, they're not even TCR specialists. They are just still drivers to get there, and they've really handled that car. And again, here's Coanda. Can anybody, I mean, just not even here, can anybody stop Coanda when they're in a Porsche Cup car? We talked about their pedigree in the esports series. We've got the main esports Super Cup coming soon later this year. That's going to be one to watch, because how many Coanda cars are going to be battling for the lead? The answer will be yes.
Well, yes, but don't forget they've not come up against Verstappen Sim Racing drivers in this race. They will in the Porsche Esports Super Cup coming later this year, in the late summer, autumn, for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere anyway. So we look forward to that. But Coanda Esports, if they were to be able to challenge again in that series, then they're going to need some more performances like this. Alejandro Sanchez surely got to be on the list of favourites for that series, though. 36 seconds now, the leading margin. Is absolutely extraordinary. He had about 20 seconds less than that over Tristan Iglesias as they got into the car. He has continued to extend his lead since then. He's only just in front of Cooper Webster here, I think, as well. So he might actually get another lap. He might be one of those drivers who gets another lap after this one. And yeah, he is going to cross the line here with time expired and still have to go on again. There is the Chezit Esport GT4. They are going to win that category. Cooper Webster on his way to winning in GT3 and overall as well. So it's a nice picture of 2 class winners on the final lap together there, just for a brief moment.
And in terms of class winners as well, Simify Esports in the M2, the lead M2 car, they just hit the Dottinger Hoa. And you can see that Cooper Webster is just come half X-Mull. So it's going to be a little bit of a wait there to see the final cars come in. They won't be the last car, but when you look at the pace as well, you've got the TCRs and the Porsche Cup cars basically right next to each other in terms of leaders on the field. So we are going to have to wait a decent amount of time to see every car back in, and that's important because the leaders will be waiting for this as well. But all it is now, it's going to be a long run. We're at 24 hours, 8 minutes now and 50 seconds. It's almost going to be 24 hours and 15, maybe 20 minutes until we get every car back.
Yeah, it will be. There's the other Shara car, flashing the lights. It's going to be a double podium for them in TCR. Cooper Webster comes through the mud curve for the final time. Number of records being broken here, not least the distance record. Previously at 176 laps, set by Williams Esports in 2023. Now going to be 177, set by Verstappen Sim Racing here in 2026. It's the 5th BMW M4 GT3 victory at this race in the last 6 years. That 2023 edition for Williams, the only exception to that, and they used the Mercedes to victory in 2023. This is also the biggest winning margin for 5 years. 3 minutes 19 seconds, the victory for Team Redline back in 2021. This time around, it's going to be about 100 seconds, just over, for Verstappen Sim Racing. One more, perhaps, a little bit of lap traffic there coming through this last section now. They've got the 15 undercut TCR to go as well. Maybe they'll lap them before the finish. And then it's about soaking in the checkered flag for Cooper Webster.
That's all gonna be it. It's crazy to see how many times BMW's won around here, but from experience, it's such a stable car, such a safe car, and when you can just understand that it's safe enough, you then start to understand how to push the limit, and this is what these drivers have done today. And Cooper Webster gets to celebrate how much that the rest of the team, not just him, but the rest of the team has delivered this result. And you think about it, he's been in here for the end, but just think about those drivers that have been with him. Luke McComb, Diogo Pinto. Diogo, I think from 14 hours ago, probably thought he may have cost the team the win, but he's been able to get back in that car, done very well. Cooper has not driven the most laps around here, 70 laps for Luke, 69 laps for Diogo, but it's the man who finishes the race who gets all the plaudits. Cooper's going to get that. He's just got a few more corners to go. One last time through the Klein Carousel, and then it's just the long straight down the Dottinger. I wonder if we'll start to see a little bit of some weaving down the Dottinger for one last time.
Yeah, just to celebrate, maybe. There's the full rundown. Still 10 GT3s running in this race here this afternoon. Lots of attrition earlier on, especially overnight and before then as well, as there always is at the Nürburgring 24. There's the last bit of lap traffic here. The undercut car, the GT4, excuse me, is going to be passed just before the finish. Cooper Webster going to the other side of the road, not taking any risk at all. There's a little bit of a jink by the looks of things, just going up towards the Bilstein Bridge. He is going to be a race winner at the Nürburgring 24, as are Verstappen Sim Racing for the first time since their name changed. Counting in Team Redline as well, it's their 3rd victory in the last 6 years. It's the 5th victory in the last 6 years for BMW, but this year, in 2026, it's Verstappen Sim Racing who take the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, winning by the biggest margin in 5 years. Cooper Webster setting a new distance record, wins at the Green Hell in 2026. Here's Bowser's Pala for Chesney Esport in GT4. A brilliant performance from them. They've never won a class at this race. Now they have. It's the closest of our classes as well. Maybe discounting TCR. Over the line for Bowser's Pala. He wins by 24 seconds only in the GT4 class.
Gonna get more teams coming across the line, but the next big name will be Corentin Guinness there for the Sim RC, and they'll have Gustavo Ariel in the other Verstappen Sim Racing car right beside him. He'll get a very well done P2. It was a very tense battle. It was one of the battles that all morning we were watching on at the broadcast, because Sim RC really brought that back in there, and for a few hours, well, we thought that was going to be everything here. One more car, and we got more cars going by. The donuts have already started. There goes for the Verstappen guys, having a bit of fun. I'm pretty sure they might be getting a call from Mr. M. Verstappen later on, as I think he's been watching this end. Really happy to see his cars get home. 1 victory and 1 P6. It doesn't matter though, the victory, that's all that matters.
Indeed. And the distance record indeed as well. Still a long time to wait for the other class winners, by the way. This will be the next of them across the line, the Simify Esports Orange team. Haven't spoken too much about the M2 category, but just to give a summation, the Simify Esports and the Grid & Co 005 teams were the ones who really got away early. It was trouble, though, overnight for the 005. A very long repair for a meatball flag at one stage overnight for them, putting them down to 4th place. They're 5 laps down on this car, and effectively just let the Simify Esports car go on to take the victory from there. Not far behind them, they might be coming across the line together, will be the Coanda Esports 08 of Alejandro Sanchez. Only 2 laps down, I think, on the overall winner of this race. Just shows you how fast the Porsche Cup cars are nowadays. But a great performance from Coanda Esports, because they're going to win this race for the second year in a row in the in Cup category. However, they're going to do it with a 1-2 this time round.
They won't be able to do any photo finish together, though, because they're on the same lappers. There is the 08 Coanda car getting ready to just take this easy run down the field. It's going to be funny. One of the last cars to cross the line will be the TCR battle. 18 seconds between them, but this is the M2. And you just start to see how Manuel Torres able to just keep this going. It's not about being the fastest, but they were the fastest, really, aside from Grid and Go. It's just been keeping your nose clean. And they started in second, capitalized on everybody else falling around behind them, and they will get through to the finish. Interestingly, only a handful of drivers or cars are going to finish where they started. One of them is that Coanda Esports 08 car, and then the P1 and P2 in TCR are going to finish where they started after 24 hours. You don't usually see that, Ewan, after a long race like this.
No, you don't. That's the kind of race it's been, though, in those categories. It has really mattered where you've started here. To be fair, the number 3 car that's taken the win here has only gained 1 place to get up there. The others having to gain 7, 5, 6 places to finish in the top 4. The rest of them there. So yeah, very big moves up and down the field throughout the day. Still waiting for the Chesney Sport car to actually come across the line in 4th place, but Drago Racing confirmed their podium as well, by the way. Williams coming across the line in 2nd place, Drago Racing in 3rd. Williams back on the podium, unable to defend their title this time round. Williams Sim Racing won last year and back in 2023. They won twice in 3 years, but that run has come to an end. Not able to defend their crown this time round. They'll come back next year, hoping for first this time around. Drago Racing, as I mentioned, first time they've ever been on the podium at this race. And they've been in the top 5 before, never finished on the lead lap. 6th place last year for them, 3rd this time around. Over the jump for Simify, who are going to take the 2nd ever BMW M2 class at this race. Grid and Go winning last year, unable to defend their crown this time around. Simify finished 5th last year. Looks like it's going to be their year this time around. They've got a lap over the field as well. As we ride on board with Manuel Kubo Torres, it must be a brilliant feeling coming through the final turns here to go on and take a class victory.
Got to get there first, though, and it's still just a small possession. They'll get to the Dottinger very shortly, and then with no one really ahead of them, maybe they'll be able to. And of course, they've also got Team RSO 1 lap down, but about 6 seconds behind them, so they'll be crossing the line just shortly as well. And then, well, the field is starting to just go away, as I notice on the track map. Not many drivers and cars out there anymore, but Manuel, there he goes. He gets a little bit of a jaunt. He wants to celebrate this, and this is still an achievement out there. He's into 6th gear. He's going as hard as he can up the hill. And it's just going to be one last drive up. Just keep it going. I think the drivers have stopped doing the burnouts and celebrations at the end of the exit of turn 1 on the GP circuit. It's just going to have to be on their own. If they can get this car doing donuts, they will indeed. Give it up for Simify Esports Orange. They have earned this victory, keeping it on the tarmac. A few bumps as well. Couple more corners left to go. And it's going to be their first victory in the Cup car. First victory in the broadcast splits as well. Simify Esports Orange will get home. There goes the celebration. They will win the M2 Cup class.
For the first time ever, they are on the top step of the podium. That's the Team RSO car finishing in 2nd, by the way, only just a lap down. Chesney coming in behind, just there, finishing 4th place overall, just in front of the 08 Coanda Esports team, who have gone back-to-back at the Nürburgring in the Porsche Cup class. Alejandro Sanchez this time with the pleasure of crossing the line first at the end of the 24 hours. A weave across the line, and to make it extra special this time round, it is a 1-2 for Coanda. The 018 will be on its way to the line very shortly as well, as will this car. Scherer Esport are going to win in the TCR class here in 2026. The TCR class last year absolutely decimated by the race. But Scherer are going to be absolutely delighted to take their first ever victory at this in the TCRs at this race. Sven Winter, a big part of that as they held off WSR Esports. That lead has changed on a couple of occasions throughout the race, even in the final 7 hours. Final 8-7 hours, they were exchanging the lead, those two teams. In the end, the gap less than 20 seconds, but it's going to be Scherer Esport who win here in the TCR category for the very first time at the Nürburgring 24. And in the end, WSR Esports have to settle for second. Their wait goes on, but it was a fantastic race between the two of them. As I say, exchanging the lead twice in the final at least twice in the final 8 hours on the racetrack. It's Cooper Webster, though, for Verstappen Sim Racing, who wins this race. And the BMW 1-2-3, Benedict Vida and Ate Carpenter's battle in the end settles them second and third. Chassis Esport with their best overall finish at this race with fourth. Blue Mercury Esport finished fifth on debut with the other Verstappen Sim Racing car sixth. Falcon Sim Racing and Stint 1 Motorsport, finishing in 8th place. 2 laps down for Solpec, 3 down for Team Bennick, the last team to finish. Off of those who finished, WSR Esports, who were running second when they crashed. Fiercely Forward, Grin and Go, Williams, PS Competition, Marlow Racing Team and Trigo Racing, all rounding out those GT3s. In the Cup class, Coanda go 1-2 as they defend their crown in the Porsche Cup class. 1 lap down for Grin and Go, who challenged them early on. Also 1 down for Dory Sports and Maniti Racing. Cherry Sport and Grin and Go's other team, the 003, were 2 laps down. Impulse Racing finishing 6 down after a crash in the first hour. Fair play to them for continuing on. Solpec Precision Racing and Mag Performance round out the top 10. Blue Mercury Sport, the only others in this race, retiring very early on indeed in this race. In GT4, it's 23.8 seconds at the end for Chassis Esport, finishing in front of CRC. RDV Competition Unity finishing on the podium with a 2-driver effort. That's the second year in a row a third place in GT4 has been done by a 2-driver team. Falcon Sim Racing and Undercut were the only others to get to the finish. Fiercely Forward retired very late on there. Full Risk No Push retired just as the early morning was coming. And then the early retirements, TC Esports, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures, couldn't defend their crown from last year. They finished 9th in front of Team PDZ in 10th. Grin and Go 004 rounded off the GT4s. In TCR, Scherer Esport win by 19 seconds in front of WSR Esports. They dominated this race, although Scherer were able to get the 2 teams on the podium. BZR Racing and Yes Motorsports rounded out the top 5 with LMR Esports, the last of those to finish. SART MC Digital finished 7th ahead of Perfect Simulations, PS Hybrid, and Arret Esports, who rounded out the top 10. And it was Slow and Steady who rounded out the field. In M2, it's a laps victory for Simify Esports as they take their first ever class victory at this race. Team RSO can't quite add to their glowing list of achievements at this race. They finished second this time round. Blocco Mattore joining them on the podium. Grin and Go were leading for a while, but to finish 4th in front of Radix Racing Red, who might have retired very late on. Tech Sports Sim Team finished in 6th. Capivara Racing Team certainly retired from the finish. Kostek Soloveg did not get to the finish, sadly. Team Fraudline and Eclipse Motorsports round out the top 10. And indeed the field in M2. There's the picture of the race winning car, the number 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Team, winning by 1 minute 41, the biggest winning margin since 2021, the distance record as well here, Craig. A brilliant race from them, deserving victors as well, despite the trials and tribulations they had throughout the day.
Had the mistakes. They kept their head down and they kept driving. No one was driving in the pace that we saw today apart from that team. Absolutely fantastic driving. They've got the title they wanted. Who knows, in the real world, next week we may see that livery, or somewhat like that livery, finish in the same position coming at the front of the field. But now's the time to celebrate for them, and now's the time to put their feet up and get ready for the next challenge.
Well, absolutely. The iRacing special event calendar rolls on. The Indy 500, both the fixed and open versions, are coming in the next couple of weeks. Starting next weekend, you can catch it all live here on iRacing and RaceSpotTV's YouTube channels. It's one of the best events of the year. The month of May is well and truly underway. Always starting with the Nürburgring 24. It's including the Indy 500, the World 600. There's going to be all sorts of different events as well. The Fruxton 4 Hours is at the very end of May, start of June as well. So much to look forward to in the iRacing special event calendar over the course of the month of May, as always. But the Indy 500 coming up in the next 2 weeks here on the iRacing and RaceSpotTV YouTube channels. A big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of this race. A big thanks to the other commentators who've been bringing us the action over the course of the 24 hours. Big thanks to Craig King, who's been alongside myself, Ian O'Leary, bringing you the end of this iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours for 2026. And a thanks, of course, to Hugo Luis and to Ramiro Agustin Cisneros for bringing you the production of this broadcast here today. This has been the 2026 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. Make sure you join us again in the next weeks for the Indy 500 as the iRacing special event calendar rolls on. For this year, though, it's Verstappen Sim Racing who take the victory. Until we see you at another iRacing special event very soon, it's goodbye for now.